How are we doing, folks? Good morning. Alright, so got a bundle! Nah, I don't need any of those. Oh, there's a bunch of these. Congrats on clearing all the AFK stages. I already did that. Is it like re-tutorializing? Oh, for the new season. Alright, cool. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that right away. Am I gonna be participating in the closed alpha this week? Yes, theoretically. It's kind of a whole thing. Alright, I'm gonna dig into this later. I want to enter my code. I want to look at the new characters. I want to pull for the new characters to start this morning. We will probably be streaming Marvel Rivals tonight. Yeah, probably. Talfred, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. I got into the Rivals official creator program, and it's their Discord's in a state, to say the least. Oh, did I get offered bigger packs than you? Yeah, it's because I'm harpooned. I might have spent some money last night. All right. Before we dive into polls, I want to look at this character teaser. How excited for Rivals? On the actual gameplay, I would say I was a 9 out of 10 after experiencing everything related to their creator program and interaction so far. I think I'm down to like a 6 out of 10. It's definitely tampered my enthusiasm a little bit. And part of the reason it's tampered my enthusiasm a little bit is unironically saying that my enthusiasm is tampered because of the experience so far could literally get me kicked out of their creator program. Because it's some of their asks are unreasonable to say the least. So yes, I used the other 3 codes already. All right, we're gonna switch to this one. I want to watch this character teaser real quick for the new tunes we're gonna get, because we're gonna get all of them here, right?
The Ashen Wastes is a land teeming with danger. With Pops as our anchor, we, the Forsaken, find solace in one another's company. We may not be true kin, as blood does not bind us. Yet every inch of this land bears witness to our bond.
Oh, is only one of them in as we get silent?
Beast and grain of sand has etched itself into the tapestry of our lives.
Their cinematics are real solid.
Pops once said, the desert isn't our home, but every step we take is a step closer to home.
I love their animation style. Very well done. Feels very light and whimsical. Put him on there. We're looking at a character intro for AFK Journey cartoon characters.
Our kinship may not be conventional, but aren't we
I think this is all trailer and no abilities. What if they're showing you this game?
Perhaps, deep within, we've always known the answer.
surprised there's only one of the characters in so far, because his repel sweep kind of combos with the other ones and like knocks them into the walls, so you turn the walls up. Thank you for the primer, PGA Gamer. Appreciate the 41 months. And Lucas, thank you for the absurdly generous tier 3. Thank you for the 15 months. Sword is A, not S. So if they're not in... Are they just on the wish list then? Or will they be added? Will they be added? Oh, that's not where I want to go. Will they be added later? He's not there yet. Do they know? Have they said how they intend to add him to the game? Bunch of gems just for maintenance stuff. Oh, and these are extras because they increase the rewards from some of the stuff. Got it. If you're not in the new season. No, I'm definitely in the new season. So I have Asla. I think Sword will be on the next rate up banner as it calls out how it handles rate up for A and S characters. Oh, so you think they'll put an A tier on the rate up banner? I could see that happening, I suppose. What's her mythic and mythic plus?
They'll come back soon,
It's
right?
6 haste after entering combat stance. 50% after dealing damage to the skill stacking 2 times. She also increases the shield value of swift evasion by 5% of her max HP. I got 6 pixels in a row for the collector's track. Does burn hate me? That's actually not that unlikely, because there's like I think it's like half to a third as many pixels to all the 700 gold variants in general. So like, you're about a coin flip a lot of the time, especially if you've ever bought any 700 gold ones. Oh, did they roll out a landscape mode on mobile? That's interesting.
Dinner time! Go, go, go!
Alright, let's see how many swings it takes us here. I've got a bunch saved up. Oh, it's in the patch notes for tablets. Okay. Yeah, Arvigol, you should just never go there. Reddit is a dark and scary place. Alright, our first one
here.
took pity.
Who's the target?
Got one 4-star. It's not like a random. I think I got 100. I like 110-ish to start. We should be able to get the first 100 or 2 for her. Alright, so that's the first 10. Second 10. Those are I need acorns. I was tapped on acorns. Yes, skip the animation please. Alright, that's another full penny. So I have 39 left now. Well, there we go, chat. See, we just had to complain. We just had to complain that that we'd hit full pity on the first 2, and we got the next one. Is she?
The exploration team. They'll actually get better? Yahoo! Actually get better? Yahoo!
I haven't found a hope for yet, but my baller team is by for the weekend. I have a Max Smokey, so I'm hoping she'll hopefully work all right with him. You have so many affinity rewards to claim. What is that? She's good with Arion. I have Arion at M+. So...
The razor
Well,
point
he's
will
well
show
taken
that I
care
walk
of.
the path of the blade.
Oh, it's what all these are. Okay, so there's stuff in here, basically. New pimples on every character. Okay.
Inventory.
This is new this patch, right? I wasn't missing
Deliveries.
this before.
Am I missing anything?
There's some extra resources
Shield
and
for
stuff in
others,
here.
armor for myself. Let's get started.
The pimples are new, but affinity is not. Okay, so I just didn't know that was there. So it's a good thing. They probably added the pimple because there were a lot of people like me that just didn't know it was there. So something people who aren't harpooned like me, you may not know, but these legendary ascension bundles, when you've bought some of the ones that are $12.50 to start, they go, oh, they buy some of these things, we should give them bigger ones. So they increase them. So there are 2,500 for this, but also more pulls with it too. So this is like technically it's 3 of her, yeah? This is 100 USD worth of in-game currency. And this is a true premium currency. It's not free to playable. So the way this game pushes to monetize is you could basically get every character into the game at their base
Exploration
level
They'll
for
come
free,
back soon,
trivially.
right?
And then the way that you push them for PvP is getting people to get multiple copies of them with packs like those. So like getting through all of the PvE and story content, you basically don't need upgrades on them. You can just grab the base copy and play with the character at the start. But when you look at, where is it? So it says here, reach legendary plus to unlock the hero focus. They get extra abilities that are notable and useful if you... It's 80 USD if you buy the $100 one. Is it? Yeah, that might be right. Let me look. It is slightly more than 2,500, yeah. Oh yeah, it's 3,000 crystals. How many copies do you need for Supreme? What is it? Is it 7? I think it's 7. Which is actually markedly much cheaper than like maxing characters in a game like Genshin Impact. It's more than something like Marvel's Hep, obviously, where like cards are $50 a pop and there weren't upgrades on it. Is it 8? Is it 8 total? It's 8 if you count the first one. Okay, that sounds right. It's the first one. The first upgrade is 1, and there's 2 upgrades. That tracks. All right, let's see if we can hit my legendary plus without spending anything. We have 29 pulls. Can we hit before mini again? We hit 1 early so far. Unlucky. My next 10 gets me there, yeah? Oh, only 5 more to go, actually. Well, la-dee-da. 2, 3, 4.
Let's pave the way for the future together.
Saving the streamer luck for snap. I am, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna have to get an S tier character out of here too, so I'm gonna hit this real quick. I might spew some gems. I didn't max my Florabelle. I was 2 off of max on her, and I put her on my wish list when she rotated, so I'm happy to get 1 more of her. I've been playing her in a lot of my teams. I did see someone else had asked if I saw the honor duel balance notes. Yeah, I wanted to pull those. I'm gonna pull those up. Remember, the patch notes were linked in here. Yeah. Yeah, Floribel's been helping me push. I just looked at that event patch notes. Oh, that's a video. Where's the patch notes link? Is there not a? Oh, this one. Got it. Okay, hold on. Oh god. Is there a URL or is it just gonna show it to me in here? It's just gonna show it to me in here. Oh wait, and this actually doesn't. All right, God. You actually don't. Sorry, but weird. The way it's window capturing is not showing this little pop up in here. But they did. Sorry, They did rebalance. So I was clicking in here and scrolling, but it's just not showing in the overlay. So we're not gonna honor duel this morning because Switch drops are going on for Snap. We're just gonna poke around at a couple of things and check out some of the new stuff in the season before we kick over. But they did rebalance Honor Duel. They swapped out a handful of heroes. They notably added Floribel in as a new character. They added Floribel, Walker, Riss, and Coco, and cut these ones. I'm a little sad to see Corinne go. He was one of my favorite light bearers. But they also removing Arian probably means that Wilders aren't the best by all get out. They changed some modifiers on some things. They helped light bearers a little bit by buffing Cassidy, and I think she was close. This might make her a very reasonable character. They made Henwin. They reduced Henwin's healing, which was very, very good too. So they adjusted Wilders in two meaningful ways. And they added some new artifacts in here too. They said they added 14 new pieces of equipment, not artifacts. And they didn't note. I wonder if they changed any of the existing equipment. It doesn't list it here, so I'm assuming not. But I'm a little surprised they didn't adjust the instant alt artifacts at all. Yeah, I really like this one, Sandworms. I think as far as mobile hero collector games go, this one's honestly close to best in class. And past that, another thing that I've been doing in here, that Honor Duel balance notes that we're talking about, there's a full competitive auto battler game mode that you play with the characters in here. So looks like they're making adjustments and rebalancing it season to season and making changes for that. And that's what I stood up a small extra YouTube channel to throw stuff on for it periodically when we do it on stream. But the auto battler mode is mostly what I've been doing in terms of content, and it's really, really good. I've played a little bit of team fight tactics, and the game's basically impenetrable. It just like completely lacks a tutorial and doesn't have a good onboarding process. Which is atrocious. Oh look, a Tina 45th hero. But yeah, I've been logging in daily and playing for. Oh, we've got free pulls. Oh wow. Oh, that's super generous. They're gonna give you a hero or gems at the end of it too. I actually just maxed my hue. Apparently I didn't realize there were these. I probably have a bunch of gems hiding in here from all of these characters that I've done at this point.
Mystery is the most beautiful thing a girl could wear.
They added a pip
than
to these
anything else.
affinity things, and I assume it's because people like me didn't realize they existed.
Be more careful.
Huh? Oops. It was an accident.
Have you ever wondered why some things can float in the air? My 30-second...
You're the only one who's never betrayed me.
You desire an audience. And what do you offer?
Still have one copy of Thorin. Yeah, I've been trying not to play Thorin inside of the PvP, but that seems
Both
like
techniques and
most of the
tactics are
teams where I'm
indispensable.
at in the arena
Don't
are playing
worry.
him.
My
as you
flames
run
will
into.
never hurt you.
Ooh, phew. Huh. Still got the flexibility.
Flex. I did almost. I might have gotten harpooned a little bit last night, and my Reiner, I ran a little bit hot and then decided to get some upgrades. I'm one Reiner off of Mythic Plus on him, and he should hopefully let me. He should hopefully be okay.
Oh.
What do you get affinity for? You get there's stuff in here. How do you generate it? Is it from like using the character to do stuff?
Let's spar and
Some
see
of these are
who's
from
the better
upgrading them,
warrior.
using them, and giving them gifts. Oh, is that what this is for? Oh, so you can make them your friends. Okay, that makes sense. Should we go give a bunch of affinity to?
Dog,
I genuinely did not know this menu was here, and I guess that makes sense. That's what picking up all the stuff in the overworld does, basically. Yeah.
Another beautiful day.
Oh, wanna see what we can do? Well then, we'll give...
Well, fire. Well, just in time.
Although I had been
I
meaning
see.
to look up
Fire.
what you do with all the random
All
fruits and
right.
stuff that you pick up in the overworld.
Finish.
You basically want to get everyone to 1300 affinity because you get an
The general has...
extra full. Okay, so
Wow.
like her, for example, we click here.
Florabelle! Hey, be good. Hey! Pretty lively, aren't they?
So if I do this and I send that, you get a pull. Okay. Are there any other relevant breakpoints in there? Oh, you can click the magnifying glass to see. Haha. You get another one at 4,500. Okay, but the mid max on it
Shield for
is.
others, armor for myself.
I've
Let's
played
get
a lot of Lucian. I've played a lot of Lucian.
Inventory,
Rowan
shipment.
is also
The
there.
razor point will show that I walk the path of the blade.
We could do that and get some gems in a pull. 4,500 gives you
Mystery is the
another
most
pull. She's
beautiful
probably
thing a girl could wear. It's more charming than anything else.
Every battle gives you 2. Holy crap! That really gives context
Hey,
to
you
Lucian's
all right?
1,700
Be more
number.
careful.
If every battle only gives you 2.
Huh? Oops. It was an accident.
Played the Zoo deck last night and it was so fun. Glad you're having a good time with it, Andrew. Yeah, we might play some more of that one
Have you
today.
ever wondered
Felt
why
real
some
solid.
things can float in the air? My
Jeff is
first
best friends with
second
Lucian. His
academic
shield is
thesis, the
unbreakable,
magical
chat.
composition of levitation.
Unbreakable.
You're the only one who's never betrayed me.
Never
We will
betrayed
make
him, and now
them
I'm giving him a
pay.
bunch of plants, chat. He's gonna be my best friend.
You desire an audience. And what do you offer?
Alright, I'm gonna finish giving my friends prizes before we switch over to Snap, because I would like to do a couple more pulls.
Both techniques and tactics are
She
indispensable.
looks like she could use a teddy bear, chat. Oh, the teddy bear gives an extra 10. Okay. Well, noted on that for the future.
Don't worry. My flames
Quite a
will
lot of
never
mirror
hurt
melts
you.
here, yeah. She was in a lot of my early teams.
Ooh, phew. Huh. Still got the flexibility, eh?
700. He needs a bunch. Oh, we have one too many. That's fine. 30 more. Well, I can ascend him right leg. Let's do that.
Experience honed on the battlefield.
Play.
Oh, good morning.
Have to push like 3 more. Some pulls, and we'll do some snapping.
Balance.
Not played with him much yet.
Oh,
Just got his upgrades
good
last
day,
night.
boss.
Alright. See how many resources that was in total. Oh, he's actually one off of an upgrade too, huh?
The exploration team.
Oh yeah, we have to
They'll
get
come-
better.
Actually get better? Yahoo! Actually get better.
How far am I pulling for her? We gotta... I don't actually know. So like, does Mythic Plus, it increases the damage... Reduces the energy cost to 400 when Vigorous buffs slack to stab. The second upgrade on here looks good. Reducing energy cost seems potential. Yeah, Odie's been on my upgrade list for a little while.
Oh,
And one of the nice things about all these 4-star characters is the Dream Store really gives you access to getting those last couple of copies in. I think they do a good job of making all of the A tier, a lot of the A tiers.
wow, a promotion without the salary increase. Thanks so much.
What does he want on his weapon? Heals 5.2 times the base. He needs plus 10. Oh, to get initial energy. Some on here. I bought from the Emporium today. I did buy the Emporium out today. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Plus 10. Plus 10's the big one. Yeah, and that's one of the things when you're figuring out the upgrades on these characters is figuring out like what breakpoints are important, because for some of the characters, just getting the plus 5 breakpoint is the big one, and then others getting the plus 10 is big, like on Odie. Like starting energy is really, really good.
Wow, a promotion
Upgrade him.
without the salary increase. Thanks so much.
I mean, they're always better when they get bigger. I appreciate the character rating, though. What a promotion without a salary increase is, I can appreciate that. All right, let me pull my last few things that we got. I'm curious to see. Exclusive equipment bundle. It knows I'm out of equipment, chat. Look at it offer me a bump. They know. The real question I need to stew on is do I want to be whale hunted for her upgrade before it disappears? They pop these upgrade ones up for you, and they give you the 2-hour limit on it. To hit you with the old FOMO right in the face. What does her upgrade do? Because it's guaranteed one more upgrade basically, because it gives you 110 pulls. I hear the whale call, do it. Chat, you're such a terrible influence. Do we think this character is good in PvP? That's the main spot I need more characters in. Yeah, most of Reddit has never played most of Reddit has never played an actual real gacha game. Have I whaled in this game yet? I am still only in the 3 digits. Although if I buy this next pack, we'll be getting real close to 4. She might slot into the Aryan comp for PvP. The PvP. I do like the Aryan comp for PvP. Will she make my OD relevant there? Yeah, actually, to highlight something that's funny, because we were talking about leagues in Marvel Snap. Oh, it doesn't show it in here anymore. There was guild ratings. It must not have them up right now. Can I look in here? So you can look in here and you can see on the leaderboard the guild names, and like just all of these top people are honed into the same system guilds up. At 12 and 13 you get someone else, and then there's another of them. Mr. City left Hoaglandia to go join the other whales at the very top. Because they are correct. It's unfair to call them a whale. They are crackening. Yeah, we finished last season at rank 5 comfortably, which was fine. But like the people who are number 1, the people that are recruited to number 1 are just like, I think they were like probably 4 or 5x like what number 2 was. All right, we're gonna go do Snap, but I might make a bad decision off stream on this while I stew on it. I have 90 minutes to think about it. The numbers they have are all like 5,000 plus spent. Yeah, probably. I like for context, like on PvP arena, like I am rank 59 on my server. There's a leaderboard in here. And you can see this is the whale guild. This is their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh look, someone else snuck in there at 10. 11, so there's 2 and 12. There's Bio. Bio's our Hoaglandia whale. They're fighting the good fight for us. They're part of the reason we're rank 5. All right, where am I at? I'm 59 down here because you can see the points drop off real hard, right? Like I'm at 1071. And these ones up here, they scale a lot. I think we'd still be comfortably top 20. So the way the guild ranking works is you get bonuses for being like top 3 and then top 20. We'd be comfortably top 20 without Bio, but he keeps us at the very top. There was a not-in guild up there too, yeah. They're waiting to be poached. Someone asked how much of a poor financial decision is buying this bundle. This is about 80 USD worth of 3 character upgrades. It's 3,000 of this premium currency for 100 USD. All right, I'm gonna tap an ad break. We're gonna switch over to Snap. I will see you in 120 seconds for some drops on the Snap side. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, for some early morning AFK journey. Tap an ad break so I can pay for this bundle. Yep, basically that. I'm not saying that, but also kind of that. You should do it because chat loves watching people spend money that's not theirs. Yeah, but I can't buy it on PC. I gotta buy it on mobile so I get my Google Play points. So I'm gonna make my poor decision. It's gonna be made on my cell phone. I'm definitely not opening my cell phone to make a bad decision. That would be unreasonable for you to assume of me, chat. Don't just assume because I unfolded my cell phone I'm gonna make a bad choice. Are there any non-blink decks you particularly like in the one? Yeah, I mean, I think all the decks from last season that were good are still good. Like my best decks video is still relevant. What was the ideal play for Blinket server? I missed that deck. So you just want to play like one of your on reveal 3-drops, excuse me. So that way you can turn them into Sarah. Blink is basically just like Sarah redundancy in this deck. So you play like Brood or Ironheart or Red Guardian on 4, and then you blink it into Sarah on 5. No Nim, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Oh, are the matchup table stuff live, public and live on Untapped? That would be great. Alright, my channel category switched. Perfect. It's weird how even after the channel category switches, it doesn't add me to the category right away. You love me some stats. All right, let's take a look at some stats to start the day then, huh? I don't know that I expect Tella to be in trouble, Jet. The top 10% of Infinite is 420 people right now. Freaking blaze it, gamers. This is not a large sample. Ongoing, still at the tippy top. That doesn't surprise me. That deck's great. Darkhawk number 2. I mean, this makes sense to a degree. Korg, one of the things I think a lot of people are doing wrong with Darkhawk at the moment is with Blink, sorry, is that they don't have enough good cards to actually blink. So like Korg and Rock Slide being cards you don't mind blinking away makes a lot of sense. Oh, I need to delete some of these things, huh? Alright, hold on. This is probably trash. Toxic negative for now. Cerebro 2 chat, this fucking hurts, but it was real bad yesterday. I'm cleaning it out. This is the Gene deck. I want to keep that one. Get rid of this one for now and play enough of that. Patriot as a category looking good. Patriot with Ultron looking terrible. This is the Lambie deck, yeah? I'm pretty sure. Ultron in general had atrocious stats yesterday. So Pixie performing much better than this, but also still not particularly good. That's much better than it was yesterday. Maybe people are starting to figure it out. What if I look in the 90s? Okay, 90s with bots looking good. So yesterday I had yesterday in the early ones, the early stats, I had tweeted, what was it? I had twittered Ultron did not, it was not looking great in the first 2,500. However, there's a good chance a good chunk of that first 2,500 was people losing with this. I think this makes a lot of sense to me from the perspective of, okay, sometimes you're an Ultron deck and sometimes you just beat them with Onslaught and they don't know which of the two that they're playing around, especially if you're on an Invisible Woman draw. Yeah, the problem with doing like crystal stuff is like if you're gonna do crystal stuff, wouldn't you just be better off doing if you're gonna do crystal stuff, wouldn't you just be better off doing the just like Living Tribunal stuff? This deck probably gets some cues from kicking people's sandcastles too, if I had to venture a guess. Yeah, playing Super Scroll is this metagame is inbred, and I want to prey on people playing on the inbred metagame choice for sure. Alright, what else is going on up here? This is, I will say, while it's early, this is a very small number of decks with a positive cube rate. Like there being only 5 decks here with a positive cube rate is. If this is a trend that remains long term, that's problematic. Also, chat, when are they gonna nerf Loki? I can't believe they didn't nerf Loki. Look at how good Loki is. Show 79. So 70 to 99, you can't just look at the average cube rate. So we can look at 70 to 99 from a metagame perspective, but like this really emphasizes how much extra cubes people playing against bots puts into the system, right? Like look at these average cube numbers per game played here, and then look at top 50%. So, a couple people are asking about the Marvel Rivals Creator Program. So, I've been given the content creator role in the Marvel Rivals Discord server. And I'm unclear if what I'm about to tell you could get me kicked out of there, but I'm gonna say it anyways because I think transparency is important. But other creators are talking about a contract they're being sent to stay in the creator program section and like get keys and stuff to give away. And they're talking about things in the contract they're being asked to sign include removing all IP related stuff from the back of their camera, including Marvel IP stuff, removing any emotes from their channel that are based on any official IP stuff, Marvel, Pokemon, or otherwise, and they're being asked to sign a generic non-disparagement agreement to only be positive about the game and the company while they're making content for it. Which for the record, I've been in this industry for over a decade, and that is a more asks in a contract like that than some contracts I've signed that pay mid 4 figures. And even then, the non-disparagement part is only while you're actively playing the sponsored portion of the game. Like the you have to be expressly positive and can't be critical is like I haven't seen the actual contract, but there are a bunch of people who have gotten contracts in there that are like collectively losing their minds about it. So this tweet that I sent, this is me testing the waters to see if something this benign gets me kicked out. Because if something this benign gets me kicked out, it's not a program I want to be in, because I'm not going to be able, like, I think it's fine to be like, hey, don't be actively rude and shit on our product, but to just be like, don't talk about anything bad that happens. It's just like, especially for no money, right? Like, there's no money involved. Like, you're literally just gonna give me game keys. Give your opinion on leagues. Leagues are exactly what many people in the Marvel Snap community have been asking for. Another avenue to get free stuff. All right, let's scroll through who is making Marvel Rivals being made by a company called NetEase. I'm interested in playing Marvel Rivals. Their beta test, or their closed alpha test, goes live tonight at 7 o'clock Central. I may or may not stream it. How much influence do you think you've had in Snap doing be able to make criticisms? A lot, Shuki. A lot. I think if the contract actually looks like what the other creators are implying it looks like, it will be difficult to give real feedback. Which I think is bad for the game in the long run. It's not a Disney decision at all. Like, this is, as someone who works very closely with Second Dinner and the Marvel Snap team on a different Marvel game, that contract ask is not Disney. It's not like what Second Dinner expects and asks is completely different. Like, I've done some official sponsored stuff for Second Dinner, and when I did that, they asked me to remove non-Marvel IP stuff from my background, but they never asked me to touch my emotes or anything like that. Did you include, like, album progress in your economy assessment? I did not, Likey, because you can't assume anybody's getting that at a consistent uniform rate. I am up in the air on whether or not I will be streaming Rivals. It'll probably depend on Snap numbers too. Like, if it feels like looking at who's doing what, there's a chance that all of the Snap creators are going to be streaming Rivals this week, which honestly means if I could be one of the only big people in the Snap category, I'd rather just stream Snap during drops, yeah? So we'll see. I'm going to do what makes the most sense as a business strategy for me. So if it seems like I have the chance to do good numbers and check out Rivals, I'll do that. But if it looks like the snap category is going to be mostly empty anyways, I'll probably just do a bunch of snap. So we'll see. I'm not planning to switch over. Honestly, I also wouldn't be surprised if their servers die tonight when they go live on their first set. It's very common for servers to just not work for early test days on things like this. So I definitely plan to do a big long snap day, and we'll see whether or not we want to switch over to the other one. We do. Holy crap. There's just not a lot of data here is the problem. Like looking at this, looking at games that are, we only have 13,000 games so far, and at 100 plus samples, there's only what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 14 decks with 100 plus games and a positive cube rate at the moment. What if I cut it down to 50? Oh, and this highlights the problem with being infinite this early. So this data is probably all mud until we get more people at infinite, because there's Agatha bot farmers in the top 50% of infinite right now, which that's not real life long term. And I've talked to Untap before. They really need a way to figure. They need to just pull all of the Agatha stats out of. I'm gonna send that feedback again. I'm gonna go send that feedback right now. And like even during the normal season, like once this works out, you can't look at just all ranks inside of Infinite because the Agatha farmers just completely skew it. Like if I look at all ranks and I click here, you see this? Look at how bad this is. Like this is a real fucking problem. Like you look at all of Infinite and it's 40%. 40% of the games that they've logged here are fucking Agatha. Did something in the OTA called the Toxic G deck fall off? No, it's the best performing deck at the top 50% of Infinite. Obviously, like I said, data a little muddled by Agatha at the moment, but why are so many people playing Agatha? So there are always lots of humans farming season pass experience using Agatha and an auto clicker. Is it against the TOS to farm Agatha with an auto-clicker? It is. So, third-party extensions like Untapped that read client data are allowed, is my understanding. But third-party applications that put input into the client itself, like an auto-clicker, are against the TOS. So basically, you can read out what the client is writing to logs, and that's fine. So you're repeating on the leech buff. We'll see if it's enough to pull Hela into check, but so far the data would imply Hela is still very good. Are these decks coding Dracula? Oh yeah, we have I feel like the matchup data is probably just not useful though, right? I guess it can tell us for some of these things. It's small sample so far. Yeah, a lot of these are just aren't enough numbers, yeah. It's 91% against Agatha. There's not enough games for most of these things. All right. It looks like we spent enough time ticking around in the data that I actually need to tap and add roll button again. When we get back, gamers, we are going to try some Claw Slot Ultron and some Blink Darkhawk that we pulled out of the untap stats. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. How about we start the day with a golden claw? The claw! Listen, chat, Chuki's money has proven to be far luckier than most. It's like, that actually reminds me, before we spew fully, let's take a look here and see if I have free boosters. Nah, not useful boosters for anything. I guess this one might be useful if I miss on the first one, huh? So let's roll this one up. And then if we miss on it, we can get the free upgrade there and then roll the other. Because it doesn't matter which version I split. Land 6, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Hard Bash, thank you for the 10. All right, that's swing and a miss number 1, gamers. EJ Fahey, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. TJ, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get an auto prime, unfortunately. I did open more keys. I sat and idly claimed stuff last night. I didn't want to go past the keys. Oh, I already have this one upgraded to blue, actually. Okay, hold on. Josh, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Infinity. You didn't want Spotlight Nocturne just to have it. Nope. I don't really want cards I don't want to look at. You have enough gold/ink Kirby Crackle to play a deck with only gold/inked Kirby. Definitely. We're getting a best decks video tomorrow, probably. Oh! I told you Chuki's money was the luckiest money in chat. I don't think they've actually missed. I'm pretty sure they have yet to actually miss. Actually batting 100. And the blue's pretty solid too. With the purples on the character. Danny Delco, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Josh, thank you for the 15 months. Look at that. Glorious, gorgeous. All right, hold on. All right, bear with me for a moment, chat. I'm gonna collect. We don't want to end on a gold split anyways. I'm gonna collect some credits off the track here. And we're gonna take a spin on Sue. Praise be to our golden pizza planet overlord. Dealer's choice hit if this goes through. All right, we're gonna spin Sue because she can't be the only non-gold in the deck, right? Mediocre Butters, thank you for the 7 months. Butters. I said mediocre Butters. Oh no! Ithol, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. And Jeff scroll stats. Yes, we did scroll some stats already. We grabbed some decks. We're currently rounding out some gold splits, so our decks don't look like a pauper. Eventually, I'm gonna have all the variants, right? Like someday I'm gonna have every variant or every avatar. But the boosters. I don't have time to claim the boosters, chat. I'm gonna go back and do those off stream. Bill Ram, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Man of Xandar, thank you for the 10 months. Good morning, good morning. Cope, yep. I wonder what the collection level avatar complete occurs at. I was avatar complete before they added all the variant avatars. They're always adding more variants with avatars for them, sure. It would depend. It would be an interesting metric once you hit it. Do you how much you need to spend to stay at it, right? I'm gonna grab credits from one more cash and then we'll go split our Sue. See if we can get her to match her friends. The slowness on the collection level track is related to your collection level. The higher your collection level, the slower it gets. So it's actually faster than it was. It took over 10 seconds at one point. It's faster than it used to be. I already have this one split on the first level, so we'll do this now.
Infinity.
I think avatars are different prices based on rare versus super rare. I think so. Alright, I guess she stays in chat. It's fine. Someone's asking if these two are there. They're not. Honestly, I might just make her not ink. Just give her a regular art like the rest of them. The one ink looks so out of place, yeah? I think we just go base. Like Pixie and Ultradar. are my early impressions of Marvel Rivals? I don't tend to have super strong opinions on things I haven't played. We've only seen small amounts of gameplay clips. I'll probably play it over the weekend and have an opinion after having actually played it. Can we start playing Gold Conquest yet? I wonder. We might fire off a gold ticket and see if we can find opponents in there. Is there an argument to not opening reserves after a certain collection level? No. The only reason I have unclaimed things on my track is because it takes 6+ seconds per thing to claim. I just haven't had the time to claim them. Sitting here claiming all of them on stream would be awful. Even just the couple minutes I just did there was not great. The job for your children. Yeah, maybe at some point. Waiting for a claim all button. I would use a claim all button for non-collectors reserves, but I wouldn't want to actually claim all of my reserves because I want to keep some of them for opening new 700 gold variants when they drop. I think Demora will be good. I expect Demora will be good, yes. The Marvel Rivals Alpha behind the NDA. It is not, actually. So we'll be able to play it on stream if I feel like playing it. They look like Cerebro too, which is honestly probably a bad matchup for this deck. Astrid. Do we want to start making free wasps, or do we want the board space? That's a good question I don't know the answer to. It's probably make at least one free wasp, huh? I know this is about to get smacked, but then he gets a Patriot bonus, so that's fine. Kitty. Oh, I should have made... Fucked up, chat. I should have played another one of these. That's fine. This is probably enough to win. Victory. Oh, snap. Ongoing enemy cards that didn't start in their deck have -1 power. That's probably a fine design. I don't know that it's one that necessarily fixes any problems the format has, but it's probably not offensive. It's a design I could see realistically getting added to a card before long. Dazzler might get smacked by an Echo here. This is definitely not a matchup I want to play Sue in because they have Echo. Nocturne is the type of card where if you are a Marvel stat player with limited resources, I would generally recommend against spending your limited resources on her. Opponent snapped. It's the type of effect where it's an upgrade two decks. It's not a card that defines those decks. I think we're probably dead. I'm mostly just gonna put this matchup. I think Jean Grey will get a series drop. I think she could be in contention for getting a series drop, yeah. That's probably not an unreasonable expectation. Oh, Squirrel Girl Squirrels are actually worse than Ultron things now, huh? It's noteworthy. Only have +1 on my cards. Dazzler will be 8 though. We beat that, yeah.
There's no strings on me.
It's like a weak stay for my opponent. If you're not, victory. This is one of those things where Ultron's the type of card where it feels like against good players, you're not gonna get a lot of good high cube equity wins with it, because they're just like gonna count to know when they're dead to Ultron. And like against people who are just like pressing buttons. Pre-nerf Ultron loses here. Yeah, that's true. This was a win because of the buff. We needed the +2 in the middle. Needed at least one more. It's a good shout. Maybe they knew we were Ultron but forgot about the buff. Nacho Lewis, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Yeah, Ultron. That's a good. I think there's a good chance Ultron's a pump stopper card. Is Namora making Captain Marvel 10 power good, or am I crazy? I think Namora is going to be a generically very good Marvel Snap card. I think if you trigger Namora's ability on 2 cards, she's a 5/16. What do you mean by Pub Stomper? I mean, Pub Stomper is a description that means it's good against the average and mediocre Marvel Snap players, and it's atrocious / mediocre against stronger players. Ultron is what I would refer to as a Pub Stomper card because it's very predictable what the output range is, so people who can count and care to count are gonna count and know when they've got you beat, and people who aren't are just gonna push buttons and die to it. Jeff, plans for a top deck roundup video following the latest changes. Yeah, you can expect a best decks video from me every week. I don't do best decks videos on Fridays on the day after OTAs though. OTA weeks, the best decks video comes out Saturday or Sunday. I need time for metrics to build up for us to be able to look at. My concern with Namora is that she's going to be disrupted by cards and locations too easily. Sure, Marvel Snap card has counterplay, so Snap community implies the card might not be playable because your opponent might interact with your sandcastle. Average Marvel Snapper take. I think the big thing about Namora is that she is useful / has an okay stat line even when she's only powering up a single thing. So like, if your Namora only buffs one thing, she's a 5/11, which isn't necessarily an insane rate, but it's a fine rate still, yeah? Yeah, in comparison, we've been excited about Claw being a 5/12 now. Why not this concern about Snap? Does it have crossplay? Of course it has crossplay. Of course. A horse is a horse. Zola, Namora, and leave a 10 power thing behind. See, I think stuff like that will probably be bad. People trying to do things that are too cute. I think you probably just build your deck in a way where you're only playing 1 card per turn for the first few turns. And then you play Namora on 5 as a good value rate card and you move on with your day. King on, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Namora, yeah, not Gamora. They just soaked 5 into your Mobius. They sure did, gamers. They sure did. Yeah, like a really clean curve to think about is, imagine you go 2-drop, 3-drop, Miss Marvel middle, Namora middle, power up the sides, play some Doombots, like, and you're not doing anything fancy or weird or comboing, you're just like playing good cards on curve. Yeah, and cards like Jeff and Nocturne or Nightcrawler, they'll let you move that buff around. So you like start out with your movers alone on either lane. You give them +5 with Namora on 5, and then you move them around on 6. God, it's so fucking cursed, chat. What a cursed emote. What a cursed emote. Nocturne is a very playable and very replaceable Marvel Snap card. I think if you're someone who really likes Angela decks, you'll play plenty of Nocturne. But I also think you're not gonna need her to be competitive. But I also, like, that type of description seems reasonable, but you don't have to have it to be competitive. I think that's gonna fit a lot of upcoming Marvel Snap cards. The Marvel Snap team really feels like they've hit this stride of designing cards that are going to be playable but not cracked, so you can pick and choose which cards you want to have in your collection pretty cleanly. Yes, Red Hulk is basically the sole outlier recently in terms of being too strong.
Escape.
Do you believe the deck you're playing is good for the ladder? I have no beliefs about the current deck that I'm playing. I've played like 2 games with it. It might be atrocious. Let's do it. But Jeff, new cards being playable is a scheme to make players spend more money and be confused on who to spend keys on. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things. That's an opinion I've seen thrown a lot of unironically, that like all the cards being balanced and somewhat playable is like a bad thing actually, and I'm just like, come on. Come on! Well, Great Web is atrocious for us. Holy. How dare a company want to make money? I don't even think it's about necessarily wanting to make money. I think it should just be considered the ideal goal end state of game design, that all your game pieces be playable but not overpowered. Like that's like the fact that everything is reasonable, so you could just get the cards you think look fun to play with and like not be embarrassed playing with them, is like, yeah, That's an ideal state that most games wish they could hit. Is this scary? I think Marvel Snap is getting very, very close to that state. Yes. I think their design team has been absolutely nailing it. And they've really hit their balance stride. Oh. We're one hella nerf away from the game being really good. Yeah, I think that's an accurate take. Thank you, Pixie. Are we dead? We might be dead still. I actually don't know.
Behold my mighty hand.
No! 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 Math, not even once. Not even once. Wasp was supposed to get things done, chat. No. Claw Omega Red's an interesting build. The opponent's playing what is probably the best deck in the format. The Spectrum. The Spectrum Gene ongoing deck has very good metrics from last season, and it was still putting up good numbers coming into this season. Claw is definitely worth exploring in that shell. I don't know. I don't know if Claw will be ideal in it or not, but it looked real good there. Hey, Mattis, thank you for the entire year of support. Welcome back. Snap is always in a perpetual cycle of good to stale, and that's a good thing. It's the job of the design team at balancing to keep the meta from falling stale too quickly, which Second Dinner, for the most part, has accomplished at most points in Snap's life cycle. Yeah, I agree. Agree, Duck. I think very explicitly, the snapshots of Marvel Snap's metagame where things weren't ideal are very much because the Snap team was taking like a balance lull. When the Snap team is iterating, they tend to be hitting when they're iterating.
Breaking news.
Hey, 2X Cross, can you post a message in chat for me?
Oh, snap.
Are you here still? Is that TM? A little bit ago. She sounds lovely. I've got 1s and 6s in my deck. I mean, Singularity, I 100% agree. Holy shit. I 100% agree that it's definitely harder to pick and choose. It's definitely harder to make choices about which cards to get if your only goal is to win as much as possible. But I also think having your only goal be to win as much as possible tends to be a kind of miserable game state to be in, so I'm not really concerned about that being more difficult for people. Man. Am I supposed to play around the stupid thing here? Probably. I think I'm just gonna blue Marvel and we'll see what happens. Probably Annie. Yeah. This is bad if blue Marvel lands middle and then kicks right. Probably lose. God damn it. This is 6. This is 9. That's 20. That's 25 on the left, right? Is this for the game? 6 is 16. 9 is 25. They never add more points here. Gives me 18 in the middle. My deck has 3 cards in it, so Darkhawk is only... If they Darkhawk Korg, their Darkhawk will be 14. They'll only have 16 in the middle. They get a blue armor for the Daily Bugle, YOLO. The fuck out of my game! Ugh.
Behold my mighty hand.
Behold my mighty hand! Behold the claw! The claw! Man, Pixie is such an incredible cube equity card. Just actually unreal. Zero cost onslaught, chat. Might be kinda good. There is a chance that 0 cost onslaught is good. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Speaking of things that are perfectly balanced, chat, you'll find the gameplay and the adverts on this channel are in perfect harmony, so they never interrupt each other. We'll see you in 120 seconds for some more Pixie Onslaught. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. Jeff is a radio host. I definitely might have missed my calling. Rufio, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. When does Pokemon Pocket come out? Just sometime in 2024. We don't have a date yet. Once Pokemon Pocket is out, I'll definitely be streaming some of that to see how it feels. Looking forward to it too, yeah. Dark Ray in chat confirmed. Looking forward to Pokemon Pocket. Hello. Metal Gear, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Playing the Moon Girl, She-Dot, Dracula deck. Any suggestions for a Zabu replacement? Probably not. That deck, that's one of those decks that like really gets hit from the Zabu change. It really wants to play 2 4s on 6.
Oh, snap.
This Pixie Head's a little bit less exciting, but that's fine. Got some Blue Marvel and Ultron in the deck here, so it could be cheaper. Dazzler's a great draw, because it leaves all 3 of my really cheap cards plus my 2 expensive cards in my deck here. Which is exactly what we want before we slam Pixie down. Getting a 1 cost onto Wasp is sad. Hopefully her 0 landed on a big boy. I should do this turn, yeah? Thank you for the 67 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Magic. I bet this deck has a bad matchup into the average Magic deck. If I was a gambling man, I would wager their linear draws probably go over the top of our linear draws. That being said, this ain't bad. Hopefully we can spike a cheap Blue Marvel here.
Behold my mighty hand.
Good. The Blink Hawk deck you had up on stream before Splitting Claws putting in work. Sweet duck. Yeah, I'm gonna play. That'll be what we'll poke at after we're done with this one a little bit. Don't Squirrel Girl. You can Squirrel Girl after Ultron. Just fine.
Snap.
Morning, Brian Kendo. Welcome to Hogalandia, where you won't always like the things we have to say, but at least when we say them, you know we won't be bullshitting you. There are not fast drops here or anywhere else on the Twitch platform. That meme / form of hazing is a lie that a couple of Marvel Snap content creators have cooked up to help grift viewers on their channel for the sake of their own profit. Jaeger Shot, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. First time watching live. Welcome to a live one, Ben. Thanks for doing your drops here. Okay, well, not only is their linear game plan better than ours, but they also have Super Skrull, so I assume we're just super torched.
I am Iron Man.
Such is my judgment.
We beat that? Yeah? Question mark. Cool.
Victory.
We have a shot in this matchup if they keep making plays like that. Looks like a rogue meta. My #1 piece of advice, dear Marvel Snapper in my chat, is that if you expect to get better at this game, the #1 thing you're gonna need to learn how to do is understand that the current deck you are playing with or the deck you are playing against do not in their entirety compose the Marvel Snap meta.
Opponent snapped.
Developing object permanence and realizing what you're currently looking at is not representative of everything as a whole is, you know, a good life skill to have. This is the little collector deck Kea Base was talking about. You created the no-key deck, yes. The sweaty gamers have been calling it no-key. I call it little collector. It's all the same.
Snap.
Oh wait, on Squirrel Girl, still snapping. Invisible Woman's a good draw. It kept our 3 5s and 6s in our deck along with our 1s and 2s here. I can only imagine the cognitive dissonance of sweaty gamers trying to come to grips with the fact that a deck may get better when you cut Loki. Yeah. The Dazzler variant is very good, yes. I agree.
Behold my mighty hand.
Behold my mighty hand. Who are you interested in playing for Marvel Rivals? When I've played other team-based games like that in the past, both Overwatch and then MOBAs, I usually like defenders, characters with shields that are tanky. So whoever fits that description. Give me a fatty shield and let me walk at people. Our old man hands can't do the shooting, leave that to the Zoomers. Yep. How much in the middle? This is 4. This is 4. This is 5. 9. This is 8, 17, 20. I'll be more than 20 over here. They throw Onslaught over here. They have 17 times 4 is 68. They'll have 71 divided by 3. They'll have 24 everywhere. We're probably dead, especially based on the BM emotes, but Gotcha. I can only assume they're sitting back stroking their own ego about how smart they are. Ha, I fucking got him. I used an I'm losing emote, and then they stayed, masterfully manipulated their brain. Nah, bud, this matchup's just like 90% in your fucking favor. Congratulations. You won the polarized matchup lottery inside of Conquest. I mean, this matchup's polarized in their favor even without Super Scroll. You add Super Scroll into the mix, and it's just like unreasonably in their favor. It's probably 70-30 without the Super Scroll. With Scroll, it's just like untouchable. I need to make the biggest numbers possible in 2 lanes. I think it's... Which 3 cards am I putting here? I definitely want a Claw here, and then it's probably like Blue Marvel here. Oh! Playing the Invisible Woman means they can't get multiple scrolls at least. So we got that going for us. And then next turn, I'll Ultron here, and then the last turn we'll go Claw Dazzler. Hope for the best. Yeah, them having lots of Dazzlers on their scroll should be hopefully not that relevant. They're only going to fill 1, maybe 2 lanes. I could Blue Marvel again instead of Claw. Yeah, that's true. The Blue Marvel is better for their Super Scroll, though, yeah?
There's no strings on me.
I think it's this. I just punt the right since their Super Scrolls are going to put points there. I guess punting the right's bad if they don't have Living Tribunal. Oh, they're actually gonna fill every spot though, because they have Hella. They have Hella this time.
Minions to me.
It's just, it's truly puzzling to me how you can watch this experience happen constantly in your game and be like, you know what? This is good. I want more of this. This should be a headlining feature of our strategy card game. To be fair, that was a fine showcase of why I would be really surprised if these Ultron decks are ever good. Like, your ability to make numbers just does not match the other decks that make numbers. They make big numbers way more consistently than you do. You just can't keep up. Well, so like, that's the problem with the Hela matchup, Frigiana, is you can't even just play a tech card. Like the MODOK Hela deck, you can interact with on a couple of axes at least. But like the better Corvus Hela deck, there aren't tech cards that you can even play. So like, yeah, there's a bunch of fucking chuds in my chat right now that are talking specifically about the last match that I played while completely ignoring the context of the greater conversation I'm trying to have, and they can go away. So you're right. The Hela deck that has mediocre metrics and has had mediocre metrics plenty of times in the past has mediocre metrics because it gets interacted with a lot. But the deck, that's the reason why the Hela deck became good. The Corvus, Dracula, now Blink Hela deck does not have meaningful angles of interaction. I think Leech has a place in Cerebro 2. I think Cerebro 2 in general is in a pretty bad spot. We spent most of yesterday's stream trying to play Cerebro 2 and it was not a good scene.
Opponent snapped.
The zombie squirrel girl variant comes with zombie squirrels. Yes, thank you for the gifted sub. It's very generous. Good morning. Thanks, Leech. Appreciate you, buddy.
Victory.
You have no power here. Could your Bastion Texas deck playing Storm, Goose, and Cosmo be good into Hela? Yes, when you assemble Exodia and you build your entire deck around structuring the entire game to force Hela into one specific location, you can turn her off and catch her with Cosmo. Yes, that is possible. Is that Leech or Gold split? No, I don't have any splits on Leech. I don't think. There's a base stand hit background. Yeah, and generally speaking, when you warp your deck around, beating Hela with multiple cards, you lose to most other decks. Yeah, we poked at some AFK Journey stuff to start this morning. We did some polls for the new character. So, blinking this rock slide is guaranteed to give me Leech. Yeah, it's my only card in my deck that costs more than 3. How's that Ultron treating you over there, buddy? Was it good for you? It was good. That was good for me. Ha. Going on, Wicked. Thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate the over 2 years. Welcome back. The Sandcastle emote is so good. It really is. Turned out superb. Are you surprised that people are unironically saying this OTA overbuffed cards? I mean, the jury's out on Leech, but Ultron certainly didn't get overbuffed. You're missing Nocturne. Is Angela worth it? Probably not. I actually have been pretty underwhelmed by Cerebro. I think it definitely struggles into wider metagames. Valari! Welcome to Hoaglandia's latest shillionaire. That trickle-down economy working for everybody, chat. It's getting so much more accessible. Our next shillionaire will now only have to spend 999,839 shillings. Lovely. Valari, don't forget to tag me on the Discord server to make sure you get access to Beverly Shills. Okay, and then we can quick math the Ultron here. Ultron bots are getting +6. So they'll be 8 apiece, so they'll be 29 here in the center, right? So Hawk puts me to 22. Nocturne puts me to 27, so I should leave. Right, quick math. 27 versus 29. And that's an Ultron buff difference maker here, chat. Can you win the right? That's a good question. On the right, they'll be adding 16 up to 33 plus another 4 up to 37. I would be at 35 over here. The bots are 7. No, the bots are 7, aren't they? So 7 is only 26 here? Oh, I was miscounting. So this beats Ultron then, right? Sure. Okay, so for the record, we didn't need the Subterranea. We were at 27 without the Subterranea. But also, this is exactly what I've been talking about, why Ultron is probably a shit pub stomper card. If your opponent is good, you can count out and know deterministically how big they're gonna be and know when you can stay and take their lunch money versus when you have to leave. So without Nocturne RNGing here, we're 27 to 26 and know we can stay. It's just a very straightforward count. And in the games where your opponent counts and they know they're beat, they just get to leave and you never get any meaningful amount of cubes. Isn't that what Pixie is for, so they can't predict it? Even when you have Pixie in your output range, your opponent can still count what's likely going to happen because of how restricted on space you are and how base low power they are, Eric. Like you could even still count extreme things like, okay, what if they play Onslaught and Ultron in the last turn? So you're right. Pixie helps with that a little bit, but also she doesn't fix it in its entirety. It's still a low cube equity, fairly telegraphed thing. Ultron feels bad against Killmonger and Cannonballs. Yeah, not good into Professor X either, right? Because X locks up the lane. You could have just done Kitty Mid, correct? Risking the Nocturne move was worth it. Chad, if I hadn't risked the Nocturne move, I wouldn't have gotten to generate Subterranea, and then I would have not soaked in any sodium for my opponent, thinking we needed that to win. Did you consider the upside of the extra sodium generation? Perhaps you should have. Opponent freaking Subterranean hits Red Hulk off of Jubilee. Average Marvel Snap experience. Is it better to play Leech early? It is better to play Leech early when your opponent is Subterranean and is less likely to draw on revealed cards afterwards. It's just this, right? And play for a breaker.
Hello, can you understand me?
Could have counted. We should have known Infinite was coming. Yeah. I guess it's hard to play around any particular thing when they Subterranea. And this is, you know, the part about obviously we should have muted them. They're a hella gamer. They don't know how to win a game without emoting. This is the problem with Leech when it comes to being like Leech is an anti-hella card, is you spend a turn playing a 4/2 and they just play Red Hulk and Infinite, right? Like it's not actually a real counter to the entire thing. They have reasonable, serviceable backup plans. That one's good. Are they playing a magic build? No, they're just explicitly giving that up. Cool. Because they already played into the bar, I think I just try and get rid of the hella here. And we just like Hawk next turn into 6-drop on the last turn. Gives up having to deal with Magneto too, which is nice. I think we're just dead again, yeah? We even got a completely free lane and just can't win the game? Hella players always know when they got hosed by Leech and can retreat for 2 cubes, while we can lose 4 or 8 cubes to top deck Hella after leeching. The information asymmetry diminishes its effectiveness as a counter. Completely agree. A fantastically well-articulated point there from Durza in chat. I don't have any agency here yet. I just gotta leave. Couldn't even win.
Escaped.
Unironically, the Leech might just be better as Black Widow in this matchup. The leech might actually just be better as Black Widow, because that's a card that's like guaranteed to be disruption at least. Yeah, you both cut a draw and take away board space, and make your Darkhawk bigger too. Saying that you'll only lose 8 cubes to Hela after you leech them because of your ego shows a fundamental misunderstanding of the entire conversation we have. Get out of my chat. Not gonna have any productive discussions with you. The problem with making changes like suggesting they make Hela a 6/2 is that you're right. Her power doesn't matter, but it's like, okay, if her power doesn't matter, why even make the change, right? Does it matter? I am not asking you for your idiotic recommendations on how to rebalance Hela, chat. If you are qualified and capable of designing a good change for Hela, you'd be employed by Second Dinner or a different game company, not offering up silly suggestions here in my Twitch chat. As always, there are dozens or maybe even hundreds of suitable ways to change any single card.
To me.
I don't really care what your recommendations are. Did he just ban someone for being dumb? Yup. Welcome to Hoaglandia. where your actions have repercussions. I know it's tough sled, and that's not expected in most parts of the internet, but that is how we operate here. J-Pox, thank you for the 15 months. That's why I try not to speak too much, can't let them know I'm dumb. It's better to be silent, to remain silent and be thought a fool, than to open your mouth and remove all doubt, yeah? Classic conventional wisdom. Thanks for hanging out, Wiggly. I appreciate you being here. Greg MC, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. All right, so their Hela's already gone. Corvus is discarded. Magneto's in their output range. The extra energy I got off of Hope might actually be a liability here. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's probably just a coin flip, yeah? Do they play mid or do they play right? Oh, the Red Hulk's already in play. Magneto could get us. You're right, I don't have to worry about Red Hulk. Where do they Magneto? They Magneto middle? I guess their vision can move around too. My body is ready to be emoted. That's fine, they're muted. I posted a tweet about this, but I gotta say, it's interesting / amusing / frustrating that they pre-nerfed Viper because of Celine, and they pre-nerfed Kitty Pryde because of Elsa. But they released Blink, and we're like, you know what? You know what, dog? Hela's fine. It's fine. They'll get an upgrade. It'll still be fine. It's just like, it hurts how they feel the need to pre-nerf every card I find fun when something might make them better. But like, Hela bullshit's gonna get a new card. They're just like, nah, let it ride. Let's see where the fucking dice fall. Glenn's on Hela's payroll, yeah. Alright, gamers, it's time for some adverts. We're gonna play some more of this deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. And Subbode's still on, it's not. And as a heads up, if you're a regular hanging out accruing channel points, if you watch the stream, even when the channel is periodically in sub mode, you can still chat using channel points.
Oh, snap.
Someone who's watched Toglandia, you can still chat just for watching. How do you mute the tab and not the player? You right click here and hit mute tab, mute site. You don't click on the player and then mute the player from the icon. Some people have said you can mute the player and it works for them, other people have not. Let's try this again. So far, Leech feels good at beating Ultron and bad at beating Hela, which is about running exactly to my expectations.
Oh, snap.
Poor Ultron, yep. Well, that's sad. I guess we'll do this now. Being able to do math at a first grade level also beats Ultron. Whoa, now. Why would you play something so controversial yet so bold? There is a very real chance that the change to Leech was an attempt to bring Hela down, that in reality only ends up hurting B-tier decks while leaving the actual good deck untouched largely. It was a noble try, but... we want to make sure we sequence the Rock Slide second here, so that way we can blink it next turn into a Doom or Red Hulk. Drawing Dr. Doom is sad. I guess it could be a leech here, too. And actually, if we're leeching them, I don't want to contest DC, because they'll get a bunch of cards that power up DC. I was playing some Surfer Darkhawk stuff yesterday, and leech was a problem for me then as well. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't. That, sadly, just doesn't surprise me at all. But the thing that's... Yeah. Oof. It's just this. I think we're clear in the middle. Do I play Kitty left to keep them honest? This beats Dr. Doom, yeah? Beats Dr. Doom, beats Odin Center. They could have a random output range from Pixie is noteworthy. Pixie could get us here. Carnage. Oh, got him.
Victory.
Is this why Darkhawk got nerfed? I want to make something very clear. Darkhawk was definitely very good and almost assuredly was nerfed based on metrics that are reasonable to nerf a card on. The problem with the Darkhawk nerf is public perception. They nerfed Darkhawk at a time where a majority of the community was not good enough at the game to understand that Darkhawk was good, so it wasn't being played. And they simultaneously didn't touch any of the cards that are publicly viewed as problematic. If they would have taken 1 point off of Darkhawk while also adjusting Hela and or Professor X in some way, I think it mostly would have been like a, yeah, fine, that's a good OTA round of changes. I think in general, most people greatly underestimate the impact that changing a card by a single point of power has. I think players underestimate how much taking a point of power away does and how much adding a point of power gives a card. Oh, you know, I should be playing into the door dimension, yeah? Kids come back by it anyways. That's fine. I think we're torched here anyways. We'll go to the next game.
Escape.
I think they underestimate. They think any singular point change to power is less impactful than it actually is.
Oh, snap.
We still have a reasonable curve here. Worth noting that Nocturne will get buffed from Cudlun before she changes it. Similarly, she gets tagged by Fisk Tower before changing it. The double 6 drops definitely feel a bit clunky in the games where we don't draw hope. Their death is very free, yes. Yes, collapse mine actually destroys all rocks on the board, not just the rocks at the collapse mine. That is accurate. Five, 7, 21 here in the middle. Be a bad stab. They're gonna play for the left. Yes, Cudlun will power up Nocturne before she changes it. Similarly, Fisk Tower penalizes her before she changes it. Little Murder World jump scare there.
Victory.
Did Nocturne change Deep Space? She cannot. Morning Bolo. I'm playing the Marble Claw Onslaught deck you played yesterday, but with Storms, I did have Nocturne. I'm screaming up the ladder. Quake in that deck is really good. Yeah, I like that core a lot, Manicus. It'll be tonight's highlight on the YouTube channel for sure. If you're missing a card in this deck, I would play Black Widow as the first substitution. I got Ultron. I think Ultron's probably still terrible. I want to Jeff this turn into Rock Slide next turn so my Blink can turn Rock Slide into a 6. Ragamuffin, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Any card you consider underrated right now, Legion. It's much better than people give him credit for. Legion lost a point of power and people forgot about him. Yeah, that's like an apt description of what happened. Speaking of people under/overestimating single point changes. See, Deathstrike deck hit me to infinite. Nice, Eric. Thanks for dropping by. They kidnapped my shark, chat! Alright, we still won the breaker.
Victory.
Your untapped's one of the most fun to look at due to how many different decks there are to check. Yeah. And honestly, not everything we end up playing ends up there, because on viewer deck days, they get churned through in the same slots, they get replaced. Polaris jump scare moment there. Your closest replacement for Kitty in this deck is Nightcrawler, but sure hope Angela Plan's gonna get a good bit worse without Kitty. She's kind of a core part of that engine. Get a positive win rate with the viewer deck slot. No, not typically. Usually we end up somewhere between like 35 and 45% on win rate with viewer decks.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Ulfkarn, thank you for the primer. Appreciate that support. This is my full-time gig here on Twitch, and folks like you are a big part of why that's possible. So thanks for keeping me around. Throwing mode on Nico. Full hope into these two.
Wind, aid my hand.
Are they C2, baby? Dr. Doom's a lovely pull here. Let's contest the flooding reasonably. We'll be able to Kitty plus Doom on the left next turn. Although I guess there's a possibility I want to save the Doom as a surprise. Yeah, I think Theta is one of my most look forward to cards for the upcoming season as well. I agree. I think she's likely to be very good. Did you order Rock Slide last for Blink? Yeah, that's a good call. So now I do this, yeah? Because I can't Darkhawk the right next turn because Echo is there. But I can Darkhawk the left and play Kitty Pride somewhere. And then we'll just pump the middle. Might as well move Jeff out. No, I want Jeff to end up on the right side.
All systems go.
Because I'm gonna need more points there. My Darkhawk's gonna be freaking huge. I'd rather put more stats over here. I'll have a total of 926. And if they go Mystique plus Phil, they'll be at 24. So we're beating that. We're beating Mystique Phil right, which is their biggest output range. People always ask, what is the #1 thing you could do to get better at Marvel Snap and win more? This is the answer to that question. You need to be able to look at the deck your opponent's playing and know exactly what they can play and what numbers those plays give them. Yeah, so their only combination that beat us here was Shadow King plus Mystique. And I think them needing to have 2 specific cards means we stay in. And that's, Marvel Snap is honestly, the cube system makes it one of the harder games to climb in. Because it's not just about playing your deck well, it's about playing your deck well and knowing their deck and how they would play it. And what the odds are of them having particular things. You'll always hear people say, you know, You just need to snap and retreat better to climb, but that's not an easy thing to do. It's a tall ask, because in order to snap and retreat better, you need to know basically every deck in the format. And one of the things I think doesn't get talked about enough is you often hear people say, you know, the game is better when you play against a lot of decks. And I agree, it tends to be more fun and enjoyable when there's a wider range of decks that you're gonna play against. But when the metagame is more diverse, it's actually harder to climb. When you only need to know the output range of 2 or 3 or 4 decks, it's easier to know how to snap and retreat than when you need to know the output range of 30 decks. And there isn't really a replacement for getting in those repetitions. When you're looking through my untapped decks, make sure you click the Conquest tab at the top, because once we get to Infinite, we usually live in Conquest to farm medals for the season. That's true. Watching streams like this one is a way to gain experience. Hearing me play against a deck like Cerebro 2 and talk about their output range can let you tuck that information away for later. So you can get that experience firsthand by losing your own cubes, but you can also get it secondhand by hanging out in channels like this one where the creator's going to talk through what they're doing and why. Which is why it's so beneficial to have whoever content you're watching describing why they're doing the things that they're doing, so you can take that at home and apply it in your own games. How does Taskmaster interact with Blink? Not the way you want it to. I guess I'll just play Conquest. Yeah, so I think Gold Conquest tries to pair you into someone who's also 2-0 for the last match. So we're 2-0 right now. So I think the queue time's longer for the last one. We might just go back and play some more Proving Grounds in Silver, though. There's a reason why, even though I have a bunch of gold tickets, usually the first week I only play the lower Conquest ones, because the queue times are quicker, so we get more games in. Yeah, Black, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Hot Carl, thank you for the 14 months. That's a hot resub. Good morning, good morning. The Pixie Ultron deck work. I would be very surprised if Ultron is competitive in the long run. Very, very skeptical. Degron gamer. Holy. Alright, we're both gonna fill the raft here. It was a good draw. Listen, chat, they're in good company. I am a fellow Stegron enjoyer. We might get Juggernaut in. Raft triggers during the staging phase, so even if they Juggernaut me, I still get the free 6 drop. But yeah, I would agree. I would not be surprised if Juggernaut's in their output range. Okay, so they, in theory, can't move any of their cards in the middle. I think I just do this, because it plays for everything. play this out just in case they have a Red Hulk. Nando Loop, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that. What's the line? We'll go to 10, 16 in the middle. We'll be 17, 22 over here. It'll be 8 over here. Play Doom right for the Angela proc. Good shout. That's free. Good catch, Team Chatter. Accidental emote. Apologies, opponent. They could Luke Cage to get more points spin. Oh, yeah, that's fair. I don't know that I can really play around that, though.
The mystery intrigues me.
That actually ended up being pretty close.
Victory.
Ah, I fixed my command links. Recursiveness. Opponent played Tribunal. Why is that showing on their deck tracker? Because it was a Raft Tribunal.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, it's unlucky. I wanted him to stay there. Is the alpha test of Rivals today for everyone? It is for everyone who has a key. Where do we get keys? They've already distributed them. You'll be able to get more keys by watching people stream who are in their official content creator program, but it's unclear if they're actually going to get those to everybody in their creator program because their server and whatever is kind of a disaster. So the odds they have Shang-Chi are low here because I did leech them. There's some question if they play for here or here. Oh my god, we lost because we leeched them. God, this card is ass still, isn't it? We win if it pulls the rock slide. That's so funny. Also lost a 50-50, but we win there if they can pull my card. Are you going to be streaming Rivals? I'm up in the air about it right now. I think it's going to depend on what numbers look like tonight. I'm planning to stream at least until Marvel Rivals goes live. But if, like, everybody else in the Snap category changes game categories to the Rivals section, it would probably make more sense for me to just continue streaming Snap. So we'll see. I'll make a business decision in the moment this evening. English only in chat, please. Could a moderator please translate that and just make sure it wasn't anything that shouldn't be being said? It's Rivals. It is a new Marvel-themed team shooter game. Yeah, my quick type into Google Translate implies that it was not kind. So. Sometimes that's just how it goes. And oh crap! I'm turning Leech into Doctor Doom here, so we're actually tying the bar. Awkward.
We are the future.
I feel kind of bad. I'm bad to say it because it's the truth, but like 9 times out of 10, when someone comes into here and their first time message is in another language, it's usually someone from the Italian community brigading and saying something shitty. For reference, for people that haven't been around Marvel Snap for a long time and don't understand community drama, Atrix is a wonderful human being who at one point made his Marvel Snap username a racial slur by using a number in the place of a letter to get around the auto. The auto filter. So, the type of community that he tends to cultivate tends to not be great human beings. How do you get drops? You just watch a stream like this one for 6 hours.
Aid my hand.
And then after you're done watching, you check out your inventory on Twitch and you claim them up. Is the new Thor bundle any good? The new Thor bundle is marginally worse than the absolute best. The new Thor bundle is marginally worse than the absolute best Token Tuesday deals. So it's okay. Am I streaming for 6 hours? Definitely. I must say, Green Goblin Lizard is certainly a combo from our opponent's deck. This is actually kind of fun. We get to move the Jeff and then blink the Jeff into something else in a different lane. It's my first time getting to do that play. They have Polaris. It is true that Polaris can mitigate some of that potential downside. That is accurate. We have the power. Ooh. This deck feels solid. I think Leech is kind of the weak link. It's felt not great in the games that we've played, but the rest of this deck seems reasonable. I think I'd probably sub Leech out for like Black Widow, get another Darkhawk synergy. Is Leech a hedge? I think Leech is... People are trying to figure out if Leech is a real card. And Leech decidedly still just does not feel very good against Hela. And to summarize for people that weren't here when we played the matchup and talked through it, the big problem with Leech against Hela is the information asymmetry it creates. When you leech the Hela player and you hit their Hela so they can't play her, they retreat for 2 to 4 cubes. When you leech the Hela player and then they top deck Hela afterwards and are going to beat you, they get to stay in for 4 to 8 cubes. Past that, there's also games where you leech the Hela player and then just a combination of early Jubilee, Dracula, and then follow up Magneto, Infinite, Red Hulks beats you anyways without the deck's namesake. So I think rather than playing this card that's pretty inconsistent there and has information asymmetry that's bad for you, I think I'd rather just play Black Widow. There's also the added advantage of not playing any 4 energy cards in this deck makes your blink more consistent. Because like one of the things that was a little awkward with Leech in this deck was that if Leech was in my deck alongside like Doctor Doom and Red Hulk and I wanted to blink a Rock Slide, it would be like, oh, well, sometimes this Rock Slide's going to blink into a Leech and sometimes it's going to bleach into a 6-drop bomb. So I think having another card that's sweet to blink similar to Leech but also doesn't mess it up when it's left in our deck to get our biggins out sounds solid. So yeah, I like this card. It was reasonable. I think you could probably sub Nocturne for like Nightcrawler or another good cheap on rate card. I think you need Hope. You can definitely sub Red Hulk for Magneto or a different card. This core is definitely not playable without Hope and Blink, and obviously Hawk. So these are your must-have cards. I think you could substitute these dorks. I guess Jeff is a card some people don't have too. He could be Nightcrawler. Oh, Kitty Pride is a must-have too, I think. Your must-have core of higher tier cards here is Kitty, Hope, Blink, and Hawk. I think these others have reasonable substitutions. You know what isn't a reasonable substitution, chats? Adverts instead of gameplay, which is why we'll never substitute those ads on the top of games being played here. I'm gonna go ahead and tap 120-second ad roll. We'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll be playing a different deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. BRB subs, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Turbo users doing ad breaks, Jeff Money. I mean, I think you could say subscriber users during ad breaks, Jeff Money. Turbo largely just gives Twitch.tv money. It doesn't really support content creators much. Thanks for hanging out, but just to fact check that one. Does Jean kind of counter Hela Tribunal? Hela Tribunal is an actively medium deck that only has somewhat okay stats because it's good against the better Hela deck. So the Hela Tribunal deck is not good in general because there are tons of ways to interact with it. I want to be very clear that whenever I'm being critical of Hela as a card, I am inferring to the Corvus Hela deck that's difficult to interact with. So jarring to have ads pop up unannounced on other channels now after watching for a while here. Yep. Chat, I watch a lot of Twitch.tv myself. Things like announcing the ad breaks and other stuff like that, I'm just doing what I wish would happen in my viewer experience in other places. I know, I am painfully aware of the other things that happen that suck on Twitch, and I make an explicit effort to try and not have my content do those things itself. It's actually really not hard. If anybody ever tells you they're hard, they're either very dumb or lying to you, hoping you're very dumb. It's literally this thing, chat, and it gives me a little line, and it says, oh, look, an ad's gonna start automatically in 1 hour and 16 minutes. And if you don't want it to run automatically, you can push this button right here to run it manually. So all I have to do as a streamer is watch for this. When this gets to about 30 minutes out to the next auto ad, I wait for a place to get an organic break, and then I press the button. And when I press the button, it pushes the next auto ad out 40 minutes to 1 hour 10 or 1 hour 16 or whatever. And then it gets back down to 30 minutes, and I push the button. And it gets down to 30 minutes, and I push the button. One of the easiest things in the world. Big ZY, someone asked, how do we submit viewer decks? I think we might take some viewer decks today. I've got like one more thing over gonna play. I think I have one more. I wanted to try some games with this. But after we try some games on this, we'll maybe do some viewer decks. You telling us about how you have control over where ads appear in YouTube videos caused me this unsub from some YouTube channels as well. Yeah, that's also true. YouTube is exactly the same as Twitch in that content creators have full control over when and where adverts dropped. When all of the YouTube ad blocker stuff popped up and people were like, YouTube's unwatchable without ad blocker, and it's like, well, maybe the content creators you're watching are unwatchable without ad blocker, but like, if you give even a modicum of a shit, you can make ads on YouTube also not be terribly intrusive. It's like if you watch any of my YouTube stuff in either of my 2 Snap channels, I generally make an explicit point to put them at the end of games. Just got back-to-back 7 ads. Yeah, that's what I told you were gonna get. So for reference, content creators don't control the number of ads you get when they run ads on Twitch. They control the duration of the ads that you get on Twitch. So I click a button that says run 2 minutes worth of ads, and sometimes it's 4 30-second ads, sometimes it's 8 15-second ads, sometimes it's a mix of the two. The new Jade Foster is probably best in slot chat. I think it's better than the Archer, honestly. The gold back definitely comes through better. I'm biased though. Justina is the only variant set artist that I have everything of and will continue to have everything of. It's so good. Yeah, the lightning in the animation looks good, and I've got the blue Stardust flare as the border effect, which complements it really well. All right, subscribers, if you want to submit some decks, we will start with viewer decks in like 45 minutes to 1 hour after we play some games with this. If you are subbed to the channel, you can send in a 10 USD tip at the Stream Elements link with a URL to a deck you'd like me to play. And we'll pick up with those in a little while. We're gonna try some of this negative negative Havoc deck, Havoc lockout deck first. What's my favorite card? Probably Werewolf by Night or Nico Minaru. It's close. Nico Minaru's up there. I'm gonna say Nico's my favorite good card and Werewolf is my favorite bad card. Nico, Angela, Mockingbird are my top 3. Ah, cultured individual I see, Duck. Nico's such a fantastic card to pick up early when you're new. She has such good, fun utility, and you can play her in a lot of spots. Play the Nocturne Zoo deck from the other day. Very happy to run that one back. That deck was great. Thanks for the biddies, Padden. Appreciate it. Sponsoring someone's terrible creation, good luck. All right, chat, there's a free deck slot up for grabs courtesy of Hit Streak. They said it needs to be terrible. So, you know, do your worst. Oh, Ben's deck from yesterday might actually qualify as terrible, that's true. That might be the winner. I'm gonna say Ben's deck from yesterday win. Let Hit Streak sponsor that one. Quake Gaming, spicy. Pulling the Danger Room off of here. So what answer the substitute for Havoc in this deck? I don't know the answer to that question. He's kind of a unique effect. He's like unique in that he's a 0 with Mr. Negative, and he's also good with Storm. I like the cut of Hit Streak's Jim. I'll throw a chat sponsor too. Thanks for the biddies, Duck. I think I need to soak energy. I think I need to have 5 energy going into next turn here, yeah. Oh, you know what? Something I need to think about in this deck? I didn't think about the fact that I probably never want to storm the left location. Yes, you could definitely send in deck submissions that are only a few cards or missing a few cards and say, Jeff, you should fill in the rest. Oh no. Oh no! We're dead gamers.
Escaped.
I hate that every time I get a new emote, it pushes all my other emotes down the track. And it fucks with my muscle memory of which emotes are in which slots. Like, I think I need to rearrange my 3 favorite ones. Because I don't use the leader emote, the button push that much. I use her a lot. We use Miss Minutes a lot. What's the other one we use a lot? Honestly, I think I might just put the fist bump up top. I have been told by Second Dinner that apparently the intended implementation for emotes is your more frequently used emotes are supposed to appear higher in your emotes list under your favorites. Which, that would be a perfect solution pasture 3 at the top, I think, but that currently doesn't work. So hopefully that gets implemented / fixed or whatever you want to call it next patch.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Do I have all the albums completed? No. I am not a buy every variant in the Marvel shop variant whale. I am a trying to get gold on every card whale. So the only Marvel Snap albums that I have completed incidentally are the ones that are mostly 700 gold variants, because you get 700 gold variants for free off the track. There are multiple subtypes of Marvel Snap whales. We're a diverse range of sea creatures, really. Diverse and beautiful, chat. Beautiful. My people, my whale people are beautiful. You get all the 700 gold emotes for free. Speaking of things that are free, chat. Holy. Best in slot Psylocke variant, by the way. Brand new. Fresh off the press. I was gonna add 11 to the left now, yeah? We play out the bite? If we play Professor X, we win. That's not remotely true. Good night, Jeff. I think I play the bite so their hawk's a little smaller, yeah? I don't think it matters. We are dead to a land shark here. Oh, we lose a Doctor Doom too. Yeah, it's a good shout. Phew! The old morph jump scare. Potentially taking our claw.
Victory.
The old morph jump scare. Everybody clench. Mighty Morphin Powder morphs now.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Mixed feelings on this Elysium. Is this deck serviceable without Nebula? Chat, if you're new here, the #1 thing you need to understand is that there's a good chance most of the decks we're playing suck shit. So if you're missing a card inside of one of them, you just follow your heart, gamer. The decks that end up being mostly reasonable, you will find with highlights on my YouTube channel after the fact. But in all honesty, as someone who plays, you know, gosh, you know, sometimes we play double-digit decks in a day. Most of the time, most of those decks left on the cutting room floor, yeah? Fast drops! What's going on, Jose? Welcome to Hoaglandia, where you won't always like the things that we have to say, but at least you'll take solace in the fact knowing that we won't be bullshitting you when we say them. I'm gonna cut him off of Elysium here and just go full soak on the right. There are no faster drops. Get fucked, Mirage! There are no faster drops anywhere on Twitch.tv, and anybody who tells you otherwise is lying to you for the sake of hoping you stay in their channel and make them more money. Can't play her out, but at least she's pretty to look at. Worried about a Jeff here. Jeff is not a golden girl, so I don't think we have to worry about that. I just started playing, and your cards are definitely cooler than my uncommon card. Listen, chat. Hard work, determination, and fervorously funneling giant piles of money directly to Ben Brode courtesy of a dump truck. And you too can have all gold-backed cards someday. Magic of capitalism, yep. I just counted, I think I have 13 gold back. That's honestly a pretty solid number, especially depending on your collection level. I think I'm around 140 or so. I've got a lot at this point. Sort by split. You actually can't. A feature I've requested a few times, we really should be able to type in like inked or gold or crackle and see all the splits in our collection that meet those requirements. Prototype in session with the 60-month tier 3 resubscription. That is a lot of tier 3s. Welcome back. It's been a while. Hope life's treating you well. Turn 3 booster negative. Lovely. Activate fast metabolism. Chat, if that was a real command, I wouldn't have to sit here and pedal like I'm doing so often. Hey, Lego arm. Sorry I missed your deck submission. Get that one in the queue. Gives us 3 queued up after this one. Sarah. Legion with a move type deck. Can you elaborate on move type deck? Do you mean like vulture move or like nocturne move? Oh, I did these in the wrong order for drawing Mystique. Nocturne Legion. Yeah, I'll take a crack at that. Let's go ahead and wrap submissions for now with 4 of them in so we can take our time with them. We'll probably stream for more than that, but... This might be wrong, actually. I was thinking I'm fine here. I probably need to put Havoc in one of the paths that I'm going to have Iron Man in. I think I messed up. Oh, that's seeing these negative cards like this really makes me wish that there was a inked with gold back option for splits. I feel like they have to be able to do that with their existing assets, right? It can't be that much added work.
Knowledge is power.
We get him? I think we got him.
I am Iron
Oh
Man.
no, we're only tying the middle. Rip. So close. Well, so inked, and Mr. Negative are slightly different. But yeah, similar. Inked Mr. Negative should become Mr. Positive and get colors. It's funny. How's this deck been? Bro, kind of mid. I want to play Claw with Mystique in some things. This was one of my first drafts.
Snap! Opponent snapped.
Yeah, in general, Claw seems like a very serviceable, fine Marvel Snap card, no? Think you'll ever introduce a draft-type game mode? I would be incredibly surprised if they ever introduced a draft-type game mode in Marvel Snap. I think having a game mode people can play where you are explicitly incentivized to not care about the cards in your collection and your cosmetics kind of runs counter to how everything in Marvel Snap's economy is structured. Past all of that, draft modes tend to be pretty wildly unpopular compared to other game modes and games similar to Marvel Snap. Isle of Silence is not great for the home team. Maybe I'm supposed to Jane the left, actually. I don't have anything useful to say. This game is so heavy synergy based that draft mode would seem misguided to me anyways. I mean, draft formats often have synergy in them. You wouldn't draft the entire card pool. You'd have like curated things that make sense to play together. Setting aside the general incentive about draft mode, why would you not care about cosmetics? You should use each player use their favorited variants. Sure, but you would have such a wide range on the characters that you play with. Most people wouldn't get to use their favorite cosmetics with any amount of frequency, and it would likely be a wide enough net that the majority of people simply wouldn't care. A core part of Marvel Snap's game/collection loop is getting people to feel like they need to log in and play every day so they can keep progressing their collection, and a limited game mode explicitly runs counter to generating that type of experience. How often does he win the throne room here, Chad? Every time? I am going to be keeping a very close eye on Marvel Rivals to see if it looks like a game that makes financial sense for me to stream. This beats Odin, yeah? We go to 19 and then we go to 38? Yes, Rivals goes live tonight.
Are ye worthy?
So I have a game key for Rivals, but like there's so many Marvel Snap content creators talking about Rivals that like if every other big person in the Marvel Snap stream category like switches to Rivals tonight when it goes live, then it makes sense for me to just like keep streaming Snap, right? That was the last person in the game category.
Victory.
It goes live at 7 p.m. Central tonight, about 7 hours from now. Assuming the servers work. Like, server issues are very common with big game releases. Even close ones like this. Central is an hour. It's 7 hours from now. Get one more Proving Grounds in. We'll take our ad break. And we'll move on to our first viewer pile of cards. Wait to play Psylocke till turn 3 here so she can accelerate me into a 5 ahead of time. Although now I guess I'm just playing her out because we're going to play this next turn anyways. They're not going to have another time space to play her on curve. Solid expansion for us. I guess this isn't even a useful Mr. Negative though, right? Like there's nothing of value to flip in our deck. Alright. I'm gonna tap the money button, chat. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We'll be doing some viewer submitted decks when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Ace of Farts, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. No, delete that one. The tracker does keep track of your opponent's bonus energy, yeah? They added that hope season. Look at us. Thank you for the 56 months. Welcome back. Did a bit of this yesterday and it felt solid. Take a free Central Park. Lovely. Afternoon guard. My day is going swell. Happy Friday, gamers. Well then. I don't think I want to play the Cull out early here because they're a Shang-Chi deck. What do we think of this? I know it's only turn 5. I wanna lock them out of Castle Blackstone.
This land can never be.
Well, that's a fun slash wonky one to get here. Freaking got him. Nice tech card off the top, gamer. Fucking Matrix dodged over here. Blue Marvel doing his best Neo impersonation. As is always the case, it's never actually Loki that feels scary. It's always the tech card off the top afterwards. Armor with the bulletproof prep, protecting the squad in more ways than one.
Oh, snap.
Based on the general vibe of the Marvel Snap Rivals Discord section for their creators, I would be very surprised if they have the codes out to everyone they let into their program before it's done today. They are definitely struggling a bit. Their stuff blew up more than they anticipated it would. I think I need to split this so I can Blue Marvel over here and then Squirrel Girl to Phil, but it does expose him to Rogue. Blew up in popularity. Yeah. I don't think they were anticipating the response that they got. I think they're struggling to meet the demand a little bit. Fisk Tower will penalize Nocturne's power before she happens. I can't put this here. Awkward. Does this ever win the game? They've already played their big stat stick, yeah? This gives me... She's only 5 over here, so only going to 9. It's close. I think this might hold. But the opponent's deck just doesn't have numbers to put out after you... The opponent's deck just doesn't have numbers to put out after they've put Mockingbird into play. Oh, this was our Mockingbird, actually. That's my split. Cabled cards really need an indicator that they came from Cable. Was White Widow, Dazzler, Squirrel Girl, more stats? Maybe I didn't count. You might be right. I would accept if you counted that. That is correct.
Opponent snapped.
Cable's cards have your card back, sure. There should be a more direct way to know that, though. Yeah, having an owned by title on there would be ideal. Get fucked, Buttercup. Gotta hide Blue Marvel in Monster Island. So that way they can't touch him with Rogue. Hands off.
I see the way.
They get us, gamers? Do we just get got by freaking Valentina Heimdall? They're about to Shang my Chi and rock my world. Freaking Heimdall juke. Oh wait, we still won? Sweet. Nocturne saving the day.
Victory.
But a little bit of movement. This is what impressed me with this deck when we played it the other day, is having Cull and Mockingbird together gives this Zoo archetype the ability to go really big in a way it just hasn't been able to in the past. Where it's like, okay, I've got 2 stat sticks and they're really efficient rates. I'm scared of what this archetype will do when Sasquatch comes out. I don't think Sasquatch is at all relevant inside of this deck. There's almost assuredly a different Mockingbird Sasquatch deck that plays Mysterio efficiently. But this deck, generally speaking, is playing like a Blue Marvel or a Khazar on turn 5. You're not playing a bunch of cards. Things like Squirrel Girl do not count as multiple cards played. I also think Sasquatch is one of those cards that, like, it's gonna be really hard to play with it during release week because most people during Sasquatch release week are gonna be Mobius players playing spoiler. So, It's gonna be a tough sell for that card to be too strong, I think. Especially since you probably want to play it with Mockingbird, and then Mobius hoses Mockingbird and Sasquatch for you. So, yeah, I guess Sandman is good into it too, right? I was gonna say you want to play out on 5, which is kind of good into Sandman, but if you could only play Sasquatch on 6, that's still not great. What if you play Mysterio on 2 and you play Sasquatch on turn 3? Sure, that could be okay. Then you're prone to sandcastle kicking though, right? Is the thing. Oh, it didn't re-equip my emotes to every deck. That's annoying. I told you to equip them to everything. This seems like a delicious play, yeah? Let's do this sequence, actually. So that way we fill here before this flips up, so that way in case it's like Monster Island, they don't get a thing. Sentry's honestly not a bad pickup. We'll probably play it before the game is done. We'll fill the right, then play the left. And someone say there's no more bots in the 90s. Not everybody is getting... There are some people that don't get bots in the 90s now, yes. It's not true for everyone, but it's true for a lot. I don't think they're a Killmonger deck. I think I want to not expose myself to Shang here, yeah? So I'm going to Cull here, and then next turn we'll go Mockingbird Sentry. I personally got a lot of bots in the 90s, yeah? Did we forget we made Limbo? Not once, but twice?
Victory.
Your deck.
Snap.
Jay Bartlew, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Well, like knock till turn 5 would be good. Maybe I think playing her on curve has a lot of value. Just the threat either way. I guess there's a risk she ends up in the same location where they play Limbo out at, but that's pretty unlikely. And even if they do, I think there's a chance we can beat them on a longer game.
Target locked.
What am I losing to? Let's say they play like Sebastian Shaw in the middle. Hazmat plus Luke Cage. If they Hazmat here, it gives -4 4 times here. Yeah, I guess it's Hazmat Cage is the cards we lose to.
Escape.
I think we were beating Shaw plus Surfer is what I was counting originally. If they Shaw here and Surfer here, their Shaw gets +4 4 times up to 20. And in the center, I would be 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, they'd lose the left with Surfer, but they'd win the left with Hazmat plus Cage.
Snap.
Killmonger. I would expect Killmonger's not in the output range of their Sunspot deck. Killmonger is definitely a card I am not playing around in this matchup until I know it is there. It's random. That's a hub pixie. I want to prioritize filling New York, so that way they have as little choice as possible when it comes to moving things on the last turn. Yeah, I was hoping Expansion would fill their left side, but alas.
Opponent snapped.
I think they will expect that. Well, the only other option to making the Nocturne play is retreating. Because I can't win a game with the 7th turn. So we're either pulling the rug or we're leaving. They're not winning with Surfer. I think we're beating Hazmat Luke Cage this time around. Maybe their emote on the Nocturne was genuine. I forgot that card was there.
Victory.
They either forgot that card was there or they really fucked up. The soup pile continuing to look really impressive. Really good for us the other day. Is Nocturne everything you want it to be? Truly, entirely, Nocturne does exactly what I wanted her to do. She's exactly as playable as I was expecting, and she feels sweet, has small synergies in a lot of spots. Here, she's just a good utility card. Cole is Series 5, I believe, and you could replace him with Crossbones in this deck if you're missing him. A little bit worse in some spots, but similar in many. Nocturne kills Crimson Cosmos, that's all Shifty did, yep. Alright, no more gold conquests today. There aren't enough people in the queue yet. You gotta wait a week for more people to get infinite and switch to conquest. Apologies for the 2.5 minute queue time. Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't realize how much I wanted an office chair I could lean back in until I had one that I could sit in and move around. It was one of those things where, like, when they sent me to this, they sent me the product specs for the sponsored bit. I was like, sure, that seems neat. And then, like, I got it, and I actually was using it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna use this all the time. It's so lovely. I'm not gonna snap Elysium, because I think the average opposing deck is a better Elysium deck than we are. I certainly haven't played this deck enough to speculate on hard matchups. Does the move order actually matter? Play a card, move Nocturne versus the other order. Yeah, so there are certain locations that Nocturne can flip up that would hurt cards you're playing there, right? Like imagine you move Nocturne and then play a card out and she flips up like Death's Domain or Luke's Spar. So yes, the order in which you do those events matter. Also, if it's not the last turn of the game, Lamaria is a very detrimental location. As an example. This is not the bike chair. The bike chair is comfortable enough for pedaling in, but the seat on it, in order to accommodate the pedals, is not something I like to sit in all day. So when I'm not explicitly exercising, I'll typically sit in. Not the bike chair. I think I'm winning without this, so. Play the squirrel girl. I'd be curious to see someone done the math. I bet there's a fair number of roles you'd be glad to move before playing. Or I actually don't think that's remotely true. Can you name me even a singular location where I would be happy to have... Can you name me even a singular location where I would be happy to have moved her before playing? Shuri's lab. Okay. Can you give me 2? The move a card when you play it against +3 isn't all upside. Sinister London is not an all upside location. I'll give you Shuri's lab as a generally upside location. playing into Krakoa at random is not generally an upside. It's situationally an upside.
I am reborn.
Yeah, Zemo's Castle. That's a great one. They discarded their Hela, by the way. So I assume we're done here.
Victory.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation too from Spacely. It's also not even just a calculation of how many good versus how many bad. It's how bad are the bad ones for you versus how good are the good ones for you on the ordering. And the people that are coming in halfway into this conversation, we're also explicitly not just talking about good locations and bad locations. We're talking explicitly about good locations versus bad locations and the order in which you play to them. So are you supposed to play and then move Nocturne versus move Nocturne and then play? So we're talking about a specific, we're looking at a specific edge case, not generically good or bad across the board in general. See, it wasn't a dumb question after all. I don't know. I think after we talked through it, my inclination that you should always move the card before you play is exactly correct.
Clear for takeoff.
Victory.
The conversation also gets more complicated depending on how priority looks as well. Yeah, that's true. Because, like, the one location that's an upside for you, Shuri's Lab. Get a little, snap here. We get to play on curve, and their deck often doesn't, so they're probably going to shuffle more cards into their deck than we are. Okay, I think anytime you're playing 3 cards on 1, 2, 3, you should generally speaking snap Adelan.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Bungle's annoying. And then getting my maximum amount of clutter into play seems good against the Jubilee Hela deck.
We are the future.
Marvel. There's no reason to play Mockingbird because Blue Marvel's the card I want to draw and play. If I'm going to draw and play Blue Marvel, I might as well wait to hold the Mockingbird to figure out where I want to put her. Kazar's just not enough. It only gets us to one more over here. And unfortunately, our opponent's playing Hella, so they're not a retreat gamer. They're a boomer snap when I'm dead. They're a boomer snap when I'm dead to fucking Blue Marble gamer. Oh, man. It's like the psych profile of the average Hella gamer. Buy the Jade Foster bundle. I did in fact pay 2,400 gold for a piece of art that I wanted. Because Lord knows I didn't need the 2,000 collector's tokens. Snapping into them playing Black Knight on one's a little bold, but it's Gold Conquest, I don't really care. Narrator, he never really cared regardless of the tier. I mean, it is worth noting that Time Theater is bad for their deck. Is the Jade Foster bundle good? Is a very similar amount of good to the other Token Tuesday bundles that come up with regularity. That bundle is what I typically refer to as guilt-free art. You can buy it for the shinies and not feel bad about it. A Blink Surfer deck. Yeah, it's the deck I used to finish my Infinite Clan with. It's a highlight on the YouTube channel last night. If you are free to play, is it better to save gold for a 5k gold bundle? The big 5k gold bundles haven't really been meaningfully better than... The 5k gold bundles haven't really been meaningfully better than the other Token Tuesday bundles and such lately.
Opponent snapped.
Hank, we're dead. Not so sad. They discarded their Magneto. If I stay, it's a 3-5 versus a 4-5, which really isn't that big of a difference.
Minions to me.
Is their Magneto gonna land middle and win the game? Or did either way, right, actually? What a fantastic slot machine. What a truly joyous and interesting Marvel Snap experience that we have had. I am truly glad that Darkhawk and Lady Deathstrike were appropriately nerfed because the menace that they represented to Marvel Snap was unacceptable. Praise be to Second Dinner, keeping us safe. I haven't looked at the data. Is hella a consistent issue at high population levels of play? On the public trackers, I would say it is. Yeah. Leech does not feel like a meaningful, useful, or good tech card against... Leech does not feel like a meaningful, useful, or good tech card against Hela. The information on when Leech ends up being good in that matchup is asymmetrical, meaning that your opponent knows when they've beat you versus not.
Minions to me.
Leech would have to show you the cards that it hits in order for it to be a remotely useful tool against Hela, I think. Life. They have Apocalypse in their hand with their fucking Morbius and Dracula. They drew their MODOK. This is one of those spots where, like, if playing Marvel Snap wasn't my job, I'd log out and not log back in for a few days. Because it's just like, honestly, probably wouldn't log back in until the next OTA cycle. Just be like, nope, still hella the game. That sucks. Hard pass. You know what else sucks, chat? These adverts, but at least they pay my bills while they suck for you at home. So, you know, we'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with a new deck when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. So I got the creator tag in the Rivals Discord server, but they're running behind and haven't gotten contracts to everyone because they want people to sign contracts before they'll give them keys to give out. So there's a chance, even though I'm in their creator thing, I still won't have keys to give away tonight. So. I'm definitely streaming for like the next 10 hours or more. It's just what we're streaming for those 10 hours, I'll make a decision at the moment. We're definitely doing Marvel Snap for at least another 6 hours, maybe longer, depending. We'll see, because like if everybody else in the Marvel Snap category switches to Rivals when it launched, it kind of makes business sense for me to keep streaming. Yeah, also, if the contract they send me is the same contract they've been sending other people, it's not something I'm willing to sign. What's wrong with the contract? From the other creators I've talked to that have seen the first draft of it, it includes things like you're barred from providing subjective negative reviews of the game. Sabates, thanks for the prime. So basically it means you can't like give an honest opinion about something if you're not happy with it. Which like, I don't know. The wording on it is stronger than the wording on contracts that I sign that involves someone handing me a small pile of money. And like, usually I would push back on that type of clause in even a sponsored contract. So you should like, not being able to provide transparent feedback is generally a red flag. I don't know if the game's good. It might be fucking great, and maybe there's nothing negative to say about it. But like, usually if you're gonna require me to like be a shill that hard, you're gonna cut me a check, right? And usually, even when I take a sponsored contract to do something, sponsored contracts that require you to not be negative only expect it during the sponsored gameplay. So it's not a hard and fast, you can never be negative. It's during the 2 hours we're literally paying you to play this game on stream, don't be shitting on the game during that 2 hours. Hardcasser, thank you for the tier 1. Whereas like, putting that in like a general content creator program contract is just like weird and not something that I would ever sign. It's like, oh, by the way, you can never say anything bad ever. Yeah, it's a pretty reasonable request under sponsorship to just be like, hey, for the 2 hours we're paying you to play this, if there's something that you don't like, just don't talk about it. It's not a you can never in perpetuity say anything about it, just for the 2 hours on stream, don't do it. Do you ever play Magic anymore? No, Magic the Gathering just isn't a game that I really enjoy playing anymore.
Opponent snapped.
There's also, I don't know, and I'm talking about it publicly because there's a chance that even just me talking about it publicly gets me bumped out of the creator program. So it's kind of a barometer here, temperature testing thing for me, because if talking about it publicly gets me bumped out of the creator program, it's not a creator program I want to be in. So hopefully the wording on that is something that's going to change. And they're gonna realize that language is bad, and they're not going to do that. But as is, that just wouldn't be something I would sign, and I don't think anybody particularly reasonable is gonna sign that. It's a problem with the contract, not a problem with me. Yeah, first game, Ben. Well, I think we're dead here. The random Castle Blackstone not working out for us.
Escape.
Holding it out our first one here. You're basically a hired commercial sponsor talent doing a sponsor segment, which makes that request much more reasonable. Yes, Duck, exactly. The business, it's more of a business transaction. I made an account just to sub. I love the creativity and straightforward dialogue. Thanks, Hardcaser. I appreciate that support. Welcome to Hoaglandia. Yeah, I usually try and change decks every like 45 to 90 minutes here. It's usually rotate through a lot of things during the day, and we're definitely a no bullshit place to be. Even if you don't always like the things that I have to say, you'll at least know that it's what I truly think and feel.
Oh, snap.
We're not trying to misrepresent something.
Opponent snapped.
Psylocke doesn't really do anything in this deck on 2, right? I have to wait till... Unless you have Jubilee, exactly. But even then, you probably want Jubilee on 4 so you can blink on. Blink on the following turn. Am I just playing Nico out as a 1-4? I think I'm just playing Nico as a 1-4 because I probably don't have a great spot to fit her on curve later. Maybe she fits on turn 4. But she's not guaranteed to have a useful spell then either. Punch Dazzler can guarantee priority. Nah, I think the most common Dazzler decks right now are Patriot decks. So I want to wait to see if we can punch a Patriot. Punching Patriots on this stream. Yeah, Cap would be very disappointed in me. Oh, you know what? I messed up. I should have done this in the other order because of Blink. That's one of those sequencing things I gotta learn to think about. Yeah, so this Nebula could be anything, even a boat. A Red Guardian would have been guaranteed to be Sandman or Red Hulk here, which would have been a big deal, I think. I think it's just this. This is definitely a proving ground stay. How bad would it be if they made Leech target on reveals of the deck too? Genuinely, I think the best suggestion I've heard is that Leech should show you the cards that it hits. Like unironically, I think if you wanna make Leech a real tool against Tella, I think that's the change that it needs. Like being able to have the information on what you actually took away from them be symmetrical would be super important. A big part of what makes it feel lackluster into Hella right now is the fact that you just like don't know when you hit versus not, meaning they have better cube equity than you do. It lets you know when you need to play around being top decked versus not. Based on Second Dinner's comments in public channels from the dev team, I do not think they currently view Hella as problematic. which is unfortunate. Rail is probably right. I think the rail could be on either side here. There's no way there's Galactus in their Mysterio deck, yeah?
Behold my mighty hand. Behold my mighty hand.
Fucking rip. I will say, this has definitely largely been my experience in these Blink Jubilee decks. Is like, you're trying to play reasonable cards on curve in a Blink deck, and then your Jubilee is pulling shit like White Widow, and it's just like, ugh.
Victory. Snap.
I think Thor and build decks are in a bad spot because of Leech. I think long-term, Thor and build decks will be fine because Leech doesn't feel very good against Hela in actuality, so I expect it'll fall off. But I think in the short term, while people are trying to figure out, is Leech really good against Hela, the Thor and build decks are in a bad spot, yeah? So long term, no. For the next 3 days to a week, yeah, almost assuredly. I think Thor and build decks are in a bad spot because of Thor and build. The stats on, Thor and build decks are not bad. The tech card builds that like just punch your sandcastles are fine.
Behold my mighty hand.
Yeah, maybe I was supposed to Red Hulk here, actually. Yeah, I assume we're dead. I think I was supposed to Red Hulk on the right. like Blarvel or something in the middle. Looks like we were torched either way. If I would have put the Red Hulk on the right, we could have had like, I guess I could have moved Nocturne plus played Sandman here, would have been okay.
Animated frame.
Duck, generically speaking, the Deathstrike Thor build deck has good stats over a large sample. It's been in and out of my best decks roundups for a little bit. There's Molt is looking for a rivals key if anybody has an extra one. I don't have any extra ones. They haven't gotten me mine yet. Just anybody who's out there who works on video games, figuring out who are large content creators that would give your game lots of free eyes if they played it is not difficult. So like, if you're ever planning to promote a game, just like find a directory and send some emails. A lot of them will probably tell you no, but if any of them say yes for free, like it's so free. How many other big content creators are missing keys? I think Dexter finally found one, but he was also looking for a while. Regis was still missing one last I heard. Upgrade! Wait, this actually works how I want, by the way, so we'll do this. This is DC Dual Force all over again. The last time I saw creator marketing be this much of a rough patch, let's call it, was DC Dual Force. Hopefully, this project ends up better than that one. Oh! We drew the Red Hulk, chat. Fucking rip. Edge. I'm still gonna play it because it's a 5/13, but I'm sad about it. Freaking Electrud, gamers! Freaking Electrud. I'm gonna fan out and play for all of them because they saw the Red Hulks. That should be on their mind. $20 on the left, 8 on the right, or 13 in the middle.
rules all. Victory.
I'm gonna dive on Red Hulk stats. I mean, last I checked, Red Hulk just had very good stats across the board, but it's also a card that's played inside of Hela, so that certainly props it up a little bit, yeah. Insta-snapping game 1 optimal. I have no clue how much depth there is to Conquest. I mean, if your only goal is to win as many Conquest matches as possible and lose as few as possible, you shouldn't be insta-snapping. But my goal in playing Proving Grounds in Silver is just like playing against a bunch of different opponents. So getting through the matches quickly is what I'm looking to do. We're just looking to like vibe check the decks that we're playing, and I want to play as many different people as possible to do that. Good game, Season Ham. Good luck at the rest of your laddering today.
Oh, snap.
What are the odds I draw someone worth eating? White Widow's worth eating. Psylocke. Honestly, any of these ladies up top are probably fine to eat, yeah? Maybe we need to take a poll on that. See who chat is okay with eating. Sun Citadel's like not great for us. I'll play the Angela here, so that way the Nebula doesn't trigger. Do I want to get Nocturne down? Or would I rather Psylocke so I can blink the next turn? I think I'd rather get Nocturne down. I can play like both of these on 4. This deck's felt okay as just a generic good stuff deck, Benjamin. It's felt kind of like, I really have not been impressed by Blink in these kinds of decks.
Do rules all.
Blink be better as Legion. Yeah, maybe. Just a different generically good card. I guess this is fine. I get to put 14 stats on the last turn the way things worked out, but it's definitely an edge case. It says local man about to die in a danger room. Not bad. The Claw Movers deck from yesterday has been a lot of fun. Yeah, it's gonna be my highlight today on the YouTube side. It's real solid. I think this Red Guardian split will have a chance for Ink Dawn. been using the shop change for free boosters. Yes, an unhealthy amount. My wallet is very upset about the shop change. Benjamin Broad has tricked me into spending extra money yet again. So good at winning Castle Blackstone, chat. Just lovely. Yikes! Alright, well, Nebula's not long for this world. We don't really have counterplay in this matchup. I guess my Red Guardian could hope to 50-50 and X23 here if we draw it. Lamaria's not bad for us. Sandman hopefully slows him down a good bit. Oh, they're not destroy, they're like the good stuff deck. Okay, that makes sense. This deck's typically a Shang-Chi deck. We could blink Sandman into Doom. Ooh, that's a good thought. Yeah, I think I like that play better. Blink Sandman into Doom. Why does Jeff not unlock the collection level rewards? Because it takes me 6 to 7 seconds per reward that I click on to unlock them. And I haven't had time to sit there for an eternity and do it. Yeah, I definitely should have, blinked last time. We're torched here. No, we're gonna go to a tiebreaker, yeah? Close.
Victory.
Bonus deck is sweet. Yeah, we played this one on stream for a little bit the other day. It was reasonable. It'll hit the highlights channel over the weekend. We had 2 winners there, right? We were 66% to win the game with this outcome. They're Legion helping us out. Both Dr. Doom and Nocturne were wins at the end, because even without the 6, we were winning the breaker. Yeah, Steely's a Hoagland, dude. So I'll be back in chat in a minute, if not already. Avatar looks real good too, gamers. probably one we want to get rid of.
Wind, aid my hand.
This honestly isn't terrible for us. I get to Red Guardian into Nebula here. Trigger Angela twice more. I don't think I need to reset this. I think I just play both of these and call it a day. Nebula first in case of Blake. That's such a good shout. I'm gonna stop fucking that up eventually. Oh. Well, now we definitely need to do this because there's Cerebro too. Nip that in the bud. Okay, that's kind of Pog champion. Thank you, Nocturne. Appreciate you. And we're guaranteed to hit Sandman here? Unfortunately, we're dead, yeah? We're dead to Mystique, at least.
Victory.
No Mystique. Red Hulk left wins. No, unfortunately, chat, I am cursed with literacy. It's one of my greatest trials that I must bear. Unlucky. Oh! The Nebula means we win the middle. Good shout, good shout. I forgot Nebula was gonna trigger the middle. Okay, we were beating Mystique. We were totally beating Mystique because of Nebula. Or plus 7, so they go to 18, we go to 19. Sweet. Good catch. I feel like my takeaway after playing this is the Jubilee, like I know Jubilee clutched up that last game because our deck got exactly empty and we rolled a little bit good with the Sandman, but in general, Jubilee in my deck with like these 5 cheap cards, and even these aren't stellar a lot of the time, just felt real awkward. I think if I was going to play a mid-rangey Blink deck, I liked this Dark Hawk package better. Yeah, so we played this earlier, and I feel like this had some similar vibes with a little bit more consistency and better disruption. I think the Hope's a better secondary plan than Jubilee as far as getting big things out. And Blink, you don't mind blinking these cards, which is nice. Pure anti-Hela decks. Living Tribunal is the best way to consistently beat Hela. You just make bigger numbers than they have. Alright, gamers. Speaking about making numbers get bigger, every time I press this button, the number in my bank account gets bigger. It might be an infinite money loop. We'll see. I'm gonna see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We got plenty more snapping coming up today. Infinite money hack, just run ads full time. Hey, some Twitch channels definitely feel that way. Well, this deck definitely wants Jeff the Baby Land Shark. I got 2 more slots to fill. I feel like the last couple of cards probably want to be like Sandcastle kicking adjacent. Mockingbird, probably. Something that kicks for the last one, perhaps. Red Hulk. Oh, U.S. Agent's not a bad call out. It's like close to a Sandcastle kick. I don't hate that. Do you think Marvel Rivals is a snapback for a random thing? I think you are probably sorely misinformed on what the development timeline is for a major video game like Marvel Rivals. None of these games are basically ever a direct response to something like that happened in the short term. These games often have 5 to 10 year development timelines. So Marvel Rivals was long in the works, I assume, before anything that you're talking about there happened. All right, this deck's playing a lot of. I like the look of this deck a lot. It doesn't take a lot to convince me to play Hood, Nico, Angelo. Get rid of this one really quick. Are you in chat? Can you send a chat message? It's easier for me to gift you the promo sub if you send a chat message first.
Oh, snap.
Ethan, thank you. Type, I can just click and then click again.
Opponent snapped.
Nailed it. Actually, I'm gonna put Angela in the center here so I can play my movers to her path and then move them out. And if Mojo World ends up being bad for us, we just have Nocturne get rid of them. FYI, Fisk Tower hurts Nocturne before she changes it. You follow large games industry stuff? Yeah, some of it. The Microsoft stuff is they're doing a bunch more layoffs, yeah? The largest failings of the current late-stage capitalism under which we're living is allowing so many businesses to, consolidate all of their assets into one. unfortunately much cheaper for you to buy out the competition than it is for you to actually innovate. Why innovate when you can stay the most profitable by buying out your competitors and then shutting them down?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Lucky. Holy fucking shit, what an RNG. Just absolute massacre. And wait, did their Red Hulk just trigger because of the freaking... Their Red Hulk just triggered because of the extra energy from Tinkerer's Workshop too? That's some bullshit. Luca, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yes, it definitely shouldn't have the extra energy applied to 2 different turns. That should definitely be considered a bug. This will give me 8, 15, 20, 16. Do you think they play for the left at all? They probably don't, yeah? We'll eat this here just for the sake of tiebreakers. Stops the Red Hulk from growing. Wow, and that kills our Elsa bonus there too. Is it better to eat middle? I mean, in a world where you know my opponent's deck that's played these cards so far contains Cannonball, it's better to eat middle. I mean, the endless line must perpetually grow up, because if we're not generating value for our shareholders, and the easiest way to continue making our line go up is to fire people and downsize, is just one of the many unsustainable things about late-stage capitalism. There isn't endless capital in the world expecting your companies to be more profitable quarter after quarter. It means that they do lots of heinous things to continue to make that appear to be the case. Before it gets asked, Nocturne cannot not change deep space. Alright, it's not bad. Yes, she does get the cuddle bonus if she moves there, is accurate. They have big enough numbers to win this game. They played on the left on turn 3, so probably safe to assume that that's Patriot. I guess they might have a hard time contesting the center. This is a turn 5 play, so maybe we assume that that's Blue Marvel. So if this is Patriot, Blue Marvel, then these would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And they could Ultron into the center. Patriot, Blue Marvel would put these at, Patriot, Blue Marvel would put this to 9 on the Ultron, 12, 18, 22 here. I move Nocturne, and Nocturne puts me to 14. I play Mockingbird. Mockingbird gives me plus 11 to 25. This beats Patriot, Blue Marvel, Ultron. Ship it. If I play the card first, I don't get the Elsa bonus. Do I just do this then? This is 11. And this is 11, which is 22. Do I need the extra points from here? Sorry, how big was this again? It was 9, and 9 is 18. Yeah, I need Nocturne. I need the extra bonuses, I think. So I just need average variance from Nocturne to beat the Ultron. Okay, I mean that's symmetrical, yeah. No, wait, let her cook, chat. Let her cook. Cool. I forgot to account for the fact that my Nocturne is prone to violent tendencies. And it's one of those things we gotta keep track of. And again, like, talking about what's the difference between a good Marvel stat player and a mediocre Marvel stat player this is what you need to be able to do, right? You know, look at your opponent's board and be like, okay, what's their output range? What are my plays that beat their likely plays here? Does your Nocturne need someone to talk to? Probably. She woke up and chose violence this morning, and God bless her for it. I don't think you can play Valentina as a top-end card without Luke Cage. Also, Jeff has incredible synergy with both Elsa and Angela. So no, I think cutting Jeff from this deck would be a very large mistake.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Goblin Bubbly, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. I don't think I'd change this. I think we could win it. Beginning of weekend here. I will definitely be streaming this weekend. Too hard or not hard enough? I did this, chat. You missed my ordering. If I just add one demon to the right, I go to 13 over there, meaning assume they move both Jeffs in, they'd have to play a 7 to beat me. That seems unlikely. On clinch. Cool. That was almost assuredly a low roll for them, I would wager. Yup. Actually, I want to split my power up. I think I want an extra demon at 8, and then we'll get the Mockingbird. And then next turn we go like 8 power demon, 9 power Mockingbird, US agent, because, yeah. Oh, existence is suffering. Fuck you, Sandman. Yeah, an avoid check on the Mockingbird 2 is accurate. They're at 22 over here. I move my Jeff here. I go to 17. I play this. I go to 25. They move these two. They go to 38. Age is -8. Depends on where these Jeffs go. Everybody having cards to move. This loses to both their Jeffs going left. What are they Odining? Dr. Doom is dead, chat. Dr. Doom died in the fires of Hala. The forgotten planet. It's all gone. Everybody's dead. I think we're beating a singular shark on the left, yeah? Certainly looks like it. Auto.
Victory.
Flip that coin professionally. Nailed it. USA! USA! This is my 211. Marvel Rivals goes live in 5 hours. I'm a little up in the air on whether or not I'll be playing it on launch, though. I think it's going to depend on what snap metrics look like. If snap numbers are still strong, I'm probably going to do snap all night, and we'll do Marvel's Rivals over the weekend. I make that decision in the moment. My live audience usually falls off a bit after 7 o'clock. It's kind of late for me. Rivals is a free-to-play game. One-time purchase. Chat, even one-time purchase PvP games aren't one-time purchases anymore. Come on now. Speaking of late-stage capitalism. Not even just DLC. There's a ton of $70 video games that have just riddled with microtransactions afterwards. I have very little intention to play fully stacked in Rivals. Playing 2 to 3 stacked and queuing up with some randoms is way less sweaty and more interesting. Also, Rivals is 6v6, so not 5 stacks. Doesn't Call of Duty have a full loot box system? It does. In fact, a fun stat I saw the other day is that Call of Duty typically makes 1 billion with a B in revenue in the first 30 to 60 days when they launch a new version. Will you be giving out keys for Rivals? If the Rivals team gets it together and gets all of their creators' keys, I should have one. Listen, who doesn't love a little chaos, chat? Well, that answers the why didn't they play Electro and Devormir question nicely. For anybody that was wondering. The shame their deck was just a meme here, because our draw was really sweet. Or did I put Mockingbird and US Agent in the same path? That was definitely a Chad power play, and not completely wasn't because I wasn't paying attention.
Minions to me.
Alright, we won. God bless. That could have ended poorly for us after making our mistake. Thankfully it didn't. Look at all of our lovely Nocturnes.
Oh, snap.
This really is my favorite new card in a long time. It's so sweet.
Victory.
Did this Hella Gamer just retreat later me? Favorite said Sneeko. That's close, actually. Yeah, she might be. I might give a slight edge to Havoc in that category, but she's probably my favorite since Nico that's playable. You think Nocturne has a place in Infinity Conquest? I think that's a really weird way to frame your question. I think Nocturne is a very competitive Marvel snap card that will have good utility in a lot of spots. Might wait one turn on filling this because they're Agatha, so it doesn't matter, and I can hit a mode to deal with the hood over here. So the way this works the way I want it to. And I think it's the play. We'll get the energy and we'll get the bonus from Elsa and Kitty. Says local man about to be murdered by his Nocturne. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask you to stuff the violent tendencies, Nocturne. Cool, we can abide that one. Can definitely abide the Nexus.
Minions to me.
Eat NRG. And I think honestly, I think we just spread out like this, and then we probably move Nocturne here and get rid of the Nexus and just play for all three. They are snapping and retreating very seriously for a gamer playing Agatha. This is the sweatiest Agatha gamer I've perhaps ever played against. That's the punishing draw for playing into Quantum Realm. They heard you say Agatha should be wiped from Untapped. LOL. I gotta just take New York out of the equation, yeah? That way my US agent is better into here next turn. It's a touch more predictable for myself. My Nightcrawler's on the left's gonna be able to move anyways. That freaking U.S. agent tried, chat. They tried their hardest. But that was a tough lane to overcome. Casual 19 power U.S. agent. Get fucked, they're playing hello. Okay. Could be worse. Could be worse. What's this?
Minions to me. We are the future.
The only reason to buy Cannonball is if you're someone who really enjoys playing with the card Professor X. And if that's you, you should know that I am currently judging you, but that's the truth. Confirmed, thank you for the 57 months. Is the season path worth buying now that all the primary and secondary characters are out? It won't be long before we get to past this tertiary level and we get cards called Dustbin or something. Why does what the game piece is called impact your ability or decision to actually buy it? Why does it matter if the Marvel Snap character you're picking up a card for is like an S tier character or not? Okay, but like, unironically here, I could do this so that way they can play Agatha anywhere next turn, including into the Death's Domain. It's probably right to just Nocturne the Death's Domain. this is probably the correct play. Boo this, man. Yep. I think it's this. For is the season pass worth it to buy? Nothing in Marvel Snap is worth buying. You're literally paying money for pixels, and what kind of idiot pays money for pixels? That being said, if you're someone who's inclined to be an idiot and spend money on pixels, the Marvel Snap season pass is always the absolute first thing you should be spending money on. If you spend any money on Marvel Snap on something other than the season pass and you don't already have the pass, you done goofed.
Minions to me.
Thank you, US Agent.
Victory.
Primary order for spending money in Marvel Snap, season pass, daily gold allotment, Hoaglandia subscription. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3 in order for sure. Casual 215, God bless America. Alright, chat, it's about time to roll some ads. But I like this deck a lot, so I think we're gonna play another set or two with it before we move on. Looks like we've got a shop rollover to check out. We'll see you on the flip side of a 120-second break. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. The Jane bundle is one of the better ways to convert gold into collector's tokens. If you need collector's tokens, it's a worthwhile pickup. $15 for that. Maybe? Maybe. You might have me, Ben Brood. Any good Tribunal decks, chat? Yeah, the Hella Tribunal deck is good, and the regular Onslaught Tribunal deck is also good. Why is your shop so different? The shops are semi-personalized. They're more likely to show stuff that you actually or frequently buy. I think all my favorite Blink decks right now are playing Grandmaster, but I'd still be apprehensive about recommending someone buy it. Oh, you know what? I think this album I think I need to buy this. I think this gives me 2,000 credits. Need. There's cardbacks gas too. Yeah, I think that's a 2,000, 1,200 gold to 2,000 credits conversion. I actually don't have a super scroll variant I like, and this one's not bad. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Striving to be slightly better than the average Twitch chatter. I'd like to think most of the people who aren't banned here are better than the average Twitch chatter.
Shiny logo.
It is not a high bar, that's true. Yeah, if you have Marvel Snap loaded when you claim your Twitch drops, you'll need to restart your client to see them show up.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Yo, Jeff was included in the first league trial that lasted 2 days and managed to take first without wailing on point boosters. Yes! The number one thing that the people wailing about leagues being unfair and pay to win continue to not calculate or understand is the fact that the types of people who have currency to be able to whale in a league like that don't give a shit about a spotlight key. Like, I get that that's a super valuable resource for a lot of people, but for people who would have a bunch of gold to burn on those boosters, we don't care. I have spotlight keys coming out my wazoo. It's not a remotely useful currency for them to give me. This was a great draw for curve purposes. I came in 4th, but I didn't play that much. Yeah, 100%. Leagues, for most people, are going to be something you probably don't even actively think about, and they just happen a few times a month, and you're just gonna incidentally place in them and collect extra free currency from placing in them from just playing Marvel Snap how you always personally play Marvel Snap. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's so I had the perfect curve set up here too. I was gonna get to Carnage, get the Elsa bonus, have 10 power Carnage in the middle. Now I think we're just dead. Yeah.
Escape.
Like, the leagues are literally exactly what most people have been asking for in Marvel Snap constantly. They're more free rewards. And yes, you could pay money to get extra rewards, making them not free, but you're still going to get something for just playing as you've been playing anyways. Yes, most people complaining about it haven't even actually touched the system. They're getting morally outraged on principle. If you want to get morally outraged on principle about something, chat, go pick one of the fucking 100 real atrocities that's happening out in the world today. Don't get mad about the thing in your video game. You want to take a moral stand about something. Make it something that really matters. Imagine if even half of the gamers that got pissed off about Helldivers 2 requiring you to make a login spoke up about the fact that Saudi Arabia is using esports to sports wash the atrocities they commit in their country. Like, if even half. It's even gaming related. It's even an awful thing that's happening that's directly related to video games. Ooh, getting a free Ronin in a Triskelion game feels like cheating. Yes, it's not just esports that Saudi Arabia is using to try and wash out their human rights atrocities with. It's golf, it's wrestling, it's esports. Dazzler to end up, but I think I'm playing her this turn. Gonna get Ultron, gamers. I'm not sure there's anything we can do about it. Do I play Ronin this turn or next turn? I think it's this turn. Maybe it's Ronin here this turn, and then we like move these down here. Maybe I should have put Dazzler here actually. I think this is the play. I think I put this here this turn, and then we'll play for Kunlun next turn. Oh no! Don't draw a card, Adam Warlock. Please, no, stop. Look at this. I do this and gamble on the location a little bit. This gives me more stats overall. It could be wrong to gamble on Nocturne because she's prone to violent tendencies, but that's fine, cool. I, for one, chat, can't believe our opponent hit Ultron and lost the game.
Victory.
They should nerf this math card, it seems overpowered. Agreed. Yeah, I had actually favorited the fist bump emote because it was getting buried so deep. But it didn't do it on this deck too, huh? I thought I told it to equip to all of my decks. I would like that one to be the first one. I would like fist bump to be the second one. I would like miss minutes to be the third one. All the decks now. Oh, does it not remember the 3 that I have saved when I create a new deck? Is that what it is? What if I only favorite those 3 and I make a new deck? 'Cause that's what happened. I made a new deck and then it was different. Okay, it has them in a different order even too. That's annoying. It should definitely remember that. So it's per deck, but when I use the equip to all button, I think it should remember that I used equip to all on future decks that I make. Would be a nice quality of life feature. It's like right now, every deck that I have made has those emotes in the same spots, but when I create a new deck, they're gonna be in a different order. It's not great. That is a lovely location for us.
Victory.
Also lovely for us. Lovely locations, the game. If you check out the new season AFK Journey, I saw the patch notes and we wailed to get the new character to Mythic this morning on polls. I haven't actually played yet because drops are going on for stats. So we're doing a lot of extra stat right now. My hand's actually not that good, but I'm going to continue snapping turn 1 on principle.
Victory.
I think Leader's worth picking up as a free card. No, likely not. Not really a super playable, useful card. I'd want to spend my Series 3 cards on free stuff. On our cards that are more flexible than that. Nocturne worth getting in spotlights. If you enjoy playing the card Angela, I think you will get a lot of playtime out of Nocturne. She's also good in a variety of decks that are not playing Angela, but I think she definitely belongs in every deck playing Angela from here on out. What a fucking weird thing to come into someone's chat and say. Good time out, Lemur. Jeff, I just finished watching the Economy video, and I thought it was thoughtful and good. I really appreciate those sorts of video. Yeah, I think I was pretty happy with the response to that one. It didn't perform well, but it also didn't perform bad. It was like smack dab in the middle of average, which is reasonable, especially considering a lot of the times those types of videos struggle. Agent looking lovely over here. Get to queue this up and then play our 211 next turn.
We are the future.
What a draw, gamers. Holy. This has me winning over here, yeah? It puts me to 8 on her, which is 14. It puts me to 6 more, which is 20. Gives me 2 more, which is 22. And then it gives them -8, which puts them to 18. So I'm +4 over here. And then on the left, I'm going to 18 plus 6 is 24. Plus 2 from the Elsa is 26. So I'm going to be +4, +9, +6. So they would have to play a 5 power thing here and a 7 power thing here, realistically. They do have Sandman and Infinite. Obviously could die to a Hela. That's just how it goes. I think I put this in the center, so that way if they play Hela here and nothing else lands here, we're winning the center. I think is the play. They like play Hela here, their 2 cards land here, we win here and here. Oh no! I missed on the demon, yep. That's fine, both their Hela cards are going here.
Minions to me.
No, Chad! Oh no! I did all the counting too. Rip. Well, that was a win. That was a win in our heart of hearts. In our heart of hearts, we won that game. I even did like the little fuck you, bud. I even did the little count. The extra count at the end to figure out we needed the extra 7 in the middle, which is a good one to go back and catch if ultimately I ran out of time and flipped this by going a little bit too quick. There's too many things to count at the end and then made a mistake going too fast. We actually win most of the outcomes here, if I sequence that in the right order, right? We lose to, like, Infinite here, Sandman here. But if Sandman had landed right, we were still winning. So, like, I think if I sequence this right, the only permutation of their Hello we lost to was Infinite here, Sandman here. Who's the best deck against Hela? Truly, genuinely, the only decks that really have good Hela matchups are decks that lose hard to most other things. The decks that have truly polarized favorable Hela matchups are decks like Living Tribunal, where there's just 800 different cards that kick their sandcastle down. Leech is not an effective answer to Hela, no. How about Clog? Clog is okay. Like, so here's the thing though, chat. People are like, well, Jean plus Cosmo is good. Sure, kinda, but like you have to assemble your 2-card combo by turn 4 or 5. which is not super likely to happen. And then even some of the time that you get Jean and Cosmo together, they're just gonna beat you with like Dracula plus Red Hulk. So like you're not even 100% when you get that 2-card combo, and your odds of getting the 2-card combo are very far from 100. All right, I'm gonna try and say this in the length. I'm gonna try and say this in the length that we can get into a Twitch clip. So let's try and say this and work it out. Leech has not been working as a clean answer to Hela because of the information asymmetry that Leech creates. When you play Leech out and you hit the opponent's Hela, they know you hit their Hela and they get to leave if they can't win. However, if you play Leech out and then they top deck Hela, you don't know that that's what happened, so they get to play Hela and take you for way more cubes than you get when Leech actually beats them. Past all of that, some amount of the time when you play Leech as a 4-2, your Hela opponent just plays Dracula and then Red Hulk or Infinite, you fucking lose anyways, even though their Hela was wiped. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Can someone clip that? I think that's probably close to a minute. That's my experience trying to make Leech work, and why it's not actually a good answer to Hela. Literally just lost a game to a dude top decking Annie after I leeched on 4. Unironically, I think the biggest thing they could do to make this card playable and a good answer is show you the cards that it leeches. So that way that information asymmetry is not there. That information part of it is such a huge aspect to the cube system. And in a regular TCG, that information wouldn't matter because winning and losing is always the same. But in Snap, the cube equity portion of it is a huge deal. All right, let me watch this clip real quick. As a clean answer. Leech has not been working as a clean answer to Hela because of the information asymmetry that Leech creates. When you play Leech out and you hit the opponent's Hela, they know you hit their Hela and they get to leave if they can't win. However, if you play Leech out and then they top deck Hela, you don't know that that's what happened, so they get to play Hela and take you for way more cubes than you get when Leech actually beats them. Past all of that, some amount of the time when you play Leech as a 4-2, your Hela opponent just plays Dracula and then Red Hulk or Infinite, you fucking lose anyways, even though their Hela was wiped. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Can someone clip that? I think that's probably... Look at that. That was 40-ish seconds, chat. We're so good at succinctly explaining things. We're the best. We're the best. Thank you, community gamers, for doing that. I'm gonna tweet that one and make a command. Now we need a clip of the clip with me doing the jump scares in it. No, that's too much. Why Leech isn't really a great answer now. That one's gonna get used a lot, I think. I think that's the question that's gonna get asked a good deal. Let's play a couple more with this. We'll take an ad break. We'll move on to our next viewer deck. Just Kang on turn 6. What a cursed suggestion. Just Kang on turn 6. What is Kang? That's a good question. Did chat just make Kang? The Kang leech meta. Truly the most cursed thing I've heard suggested today. The Kang leech meta. We're really bad at drawing Hood and Mysterio to go with this carnage. I want to eat Nico. Okay, so buttons on my underwear. We'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. We'll call it a day. Yip, yip, yip. Yip, yip, yip. How come there wasn't an OTA video? Because the OTA content's leaked 2 days early this week, Corvain. And a majority of the views on those types of videos come within the first 3 hours, so if there isn't an incentive to watch early, they just aren't going to perform well. This deck is honestly way better than I was expecting it to be. I had minimal expectations, and I'm super happy that a bunch of my favorite cards feel like they're reasonable. US Agent is a card that is very high up on the Jeff scale. It plays the type of Marvel snap I really enjoy personally. I think the closest substitution for US Agent is probably Maximus. However, your Hela matchup's gonna get worse without him. He is regularly like a 211 in this matchup. Which number 1 on the Jeff scale? Nico and Kitty, I think, are probably ones on the Jeff scale. These types of flexible, sweet cards. But this deck is basically all cards that are rated high on the Jeff scale. Like, Carnage is probably like the lowest, and even that's pretty reasonable utility. US Agent confirmed getting nerfed before Hela. Oof. All right, yeah, I don't think I have any notes on this one. We added, this was a viewer submitted deck that had 9 cards in it, and they let us fill in the last couple of details. US Agent was definitely an amazing addition. Mockingbird, I could take or leave. She's probably worth keeping. She's a little clunky. Mockingbird was a little clunky in the games where I didn't find Mysterio, so I could see her slot being something else potentially. Maybe honestly, you're just a Craven deck with the 3 movers, but he gives you a little bit less flexibility on where you want your cards to go. This slot could also be like another tech card. Like maybe you play like a Luke Cage or a Mobius or a Red Guardian or something like that in this slot. I could see something that kicks a Sandcastle being solid there. Your Loki matchup would probably appreciate that being a Mobius, I think. It's just Shang-Chi. I actually don't know that Shang fixes a lot for you. Cosmo maybe. Honestly, talking about tech cards, I don't know. Jean Grey could be a candidate for that slot too. Jean is a card that makes your US Agent markedly better. I don't know. I don't think you need as full as Cosmo to leverage her, and like our mover is synergized with her too. Yeah, I think I'd try that next time. I think I'd cut Mockingbird and try Jean. All right, let's tap some adverts. We're gonna queue up our next viewer deck when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Honestly, chat, I think I'm just gonna rename this deck to Jeff's favorites. I was trying to think what I wanted to label this as in my what's it called, and I was like Jeff's favorites is a very honest, real thing to call it. I like them all a lot. Hull will be too expensive for that deck. Probably. Please don't post deck codes in my chat. It's your first and only warning. When do you post your best decks video? It's become my Saturday morning ritual. It'll probably be a little bit late this week because I'm planning to stream late tonight. But I'll record it tonight to give to the editor, and they'll probably work on it. We'll get it up sometime tomorrow. I am not an Eagle Snowflyer. I think I made it to Star. I started undergrad at 16, and most of my other extracurriculars kind of fell off after that, and it was just like work and school from there. I have a build-around request for our next one here. To build... Nocturne with Legion. And something that's actually kind of cute that you could do with this is if you Storm Legion someone, you could then Nocturne one of the locations to still be playable into, and you choose which one. Which sounds like delectably evil. You ever play online poker or just live? Just live. I'll just spend a goblin deck tonight. You know, actually, this is my last viewer submission in the tank. We're definitely going to be streaming for way more than an hour. So if you are a subscriber who would like to submit a deck for a $10 tip, you can send in a URL of a deck at the Stream Elements link. Yeah, I definitely want Jeffy Poo. It's probably a full mover shell again, right? Are we war machining, chat? Yeah, you can send in build around. That's what this one is. Like this one, the instructions for the submission were Jeff build Nocturne and Legion together, which we are now obliging. What do we think? Covers a lot of my bases. I think I like it enough for the sake of not spending too much time in the deck editor. We can make some changes afterwards if we feel like we want it. Oh, by the way, this is worth announcing for season pass holders. They have elected to front load all of your extra weekend mission season pass gold this month. This 600 gold for winning 8 times with Blink is the only gold you're going to get for the season pass missions this month. So don't skip it. Make sure you win 8 with Blink between now and the rollover on Tuesday. Second Dinner has also asked to give feedback on this. So last season, they did all of the gold the last 2 weeks. This season, they're giving all of it up front. Personally, I really prefer all of it being up front. So that way there's only 1 weekend of people playing with Blink and it's the first weekend she's out anyways. But if you're in Discord, Twitter, etc., wherever Second Dinner responds to things, you should let them know if you feel strongly one way or another on all in the front, all in the back, or spread out over the whole month. Spread out over the whole month, I think, is definitely my least favorite. All right, we'll get some Hella here as our first deck submission. The gamers do love to do that. Build a deck feature, go to my favorite malaligned cards, Heimdall or Arrow. We actually built an Arrow deck the other day because I just got a gold split on her. But we might do that again because I would like to play more Arrow. All right, so Hella deck, Arrow. Oh, you said that. I like it at the end because it gives you a reason to revisit the season pass cards after the new cards have dropped away, probably just the final weekend. Though, I don't know. I feel like if a season pass card is worth revisiting, I'd rather just organically revisit it rather than being forced to have a bunch of people play season pass card mirror matches. Woman Nightcrawler. That's his daughter, you mouth-breathing heathen. Have a little goddamn respect, Woman Nightcrawler. Why not moving Scarlet Witch? Yeah, she's great, by the way. You'll play her plenty. She's also not a must-have card, though. Like, I know this is hard for a lot of people to come to grips with. But like, really, truly, there really aren't a lot of upcoming Marvel Snap cards that you have to have. They're not really printing Red Hulks and Blobs and other cards where if you don't have them, you're just not competitive. If you like how Nocturne plays,
this just in,
you should pick up Nocturne. But if you don't like the idea of how she plays, also don't feel compelled to do that. You're not going to be left out. Scarlet Witch. Cerebro 3 is the most common Scarlet Witch deck. Could be a brew, though. Magic also sees play inside of Cerebro 3, so could still be C3. That is a glorious freaking draw, chat. Rug pulls, baby, rug pulls. Yeah. Oh, I guess we know they're not C3. That was from the Daily Bugle, huh? The Daily Bungle. Am I recalling correctly, you saying at one point you didn't know much about the Marvel IP? If that's true, I've been impressed with your familiarity of some of the more obscure characters lately. Yes. I didn't really touch much Marvel stuff outside of the MCU for a long time. Never been a comic book or cartoon guy. Watch out for Valk. I think if they're Valking the center this turn, they can't win the left or the right. We should be good to go. Like, I think given 2 turns, they could kick down all our sandcastles, but... Is Nocturne over Jeff more power there? I can't play Nocturne on the left, chat. There's an Ebony Maw. I think our opponent is playing fuck with locations deck. I'm pretty sure.
Victory.
Snow Guard, Scarlet Witch, Magic Rhino, Nocturne. Yeah, we've got some location changers in our deck too. Must resist. Wait, we're not playing this deck to resist Legion Brain, right? Embrace Legion Brain? No!
Victory.
Wow. Ooh.
Snap.
Every party needs a pooper, that's why we invited you. Hello! I'm so torn, gamers. Like, I think I'm getting rid of the TVA.
Have that.
Your favorite imbalance patch they've done so far? I mean, they've only done 2 of them, yes? Little spooky. Hello, hello. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I had 5 keys, and you convinced me to pull Nocturne, and I got her in 1 key. Lovely. Ugh, griefers. Griefers! The rope in this game is the absolute worst part about it. Hands down, not close.
We are the future.
Future. They need to put 6 here while also putting 6 here. Come on, bud. Can you beat me? You got it? It explains why they left on the snap on one in the last game, though, because they knew we had Legion and Damar with no name.
Victory.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and leave. There's a non-zero chance that they're hanging out, and they're also just taking forever while they do it. I know that retreating to people doing this probably encourages bad behavior, but it's just so. Oh, is this an Italian name? It is, isn't it? That explains a lot. Yeah, I agree, Free Judge. Exactly that. It's a feel-bad balancing act of not wanting to reward the bad behavior, but also valuing your time. The real answer is second dinner should make it a priority to fix the timer issues. It's such a terrible content experience. Please fix it. Nocturne on Bar Sinister is hilarious, by the way, gamers. You haven't seen it before. They get White Widowed. Fine. Escape. Almost Jeff there, too. Almost. With a handful of locations, she auto wins cleanly. The Jess Beard is Blink not reliably target the last card played. I would assume you're having some confusion about what qualifies as having played a card, Cigar Pete. Or you're not paying attention to your sequencing. We have the audio bug. Yeah, we can fix that, I guess. We're not playing Hood anymore. I'm gonna put Sunspot on here before we put Ebony Maw out, so that way we can hopefully keep the bonus for the entire game. That for people that are new or haven't been following snap issues, the audio bug I'm referring to, if you listen very carefully, there's a low campfire-like sound. Hood's audio gets stuck playing in a loop once it happens for the first time. We were playing a Hood deck before this. You can restart the client to get rid of it, but otherwise it happens throughout it all. It's very white noise adjacent, for sure. Can't play cards here. You don't tell Jeff how to live his life, Ebony Maw. Guy's real dead. And then we'll be able to pass on 4 and then play Infinite on 5 thanks to Castle Blackstone. Sorry, Jeff. No, I think I want to try and I think I want to try and keep Castle Blackstone so I can info on curve on turn 5. Yeah, I want to keeping the bonuses snowballing is important. Okay, trade it by Valentina for U.S. agent, please. Asking the real questions. Agent's definitely more playable than she is. It's a uniquely powerful card. There might actually be some debate as to whether or not Infidok can win the raid here. Sure. This puts me up to 23 on the left, which should be fine. Legion mid. Nah, I think I'd rather just like Nocturne and Soak 4. I'm worried about still winning the left, chat. I think I want to Soak left and then just play this to win the right. This will put me to 28 and them to 24. Legion mid doesn't do anything, chat. The Strange Academy already happened. The opponent can play a sizable card left this turn. I think their kitty's 8 or 9. Like there was some type of computer system that could tell me known information like that. Holy fuck. Brutal. Remember beating Iron Man there? I guess if I'm worried about Iron Man, the play could have been Legion plus Jeff Nightcrawler center and kind of abandon the left and be like, okay, if you're going to beat 18 here, you're going to lose to 12 in the middle. I mean, Steely, it's not really reasonable for you to say after the fact, after it would have won, to be like, oh, I'm assuming we're doing this when I'm making this other suggestion. That in no way implies that's what we're doing. Especially when, like, Soaking here is beating the only card that we know is in their hand. They were at, what, 8, 11 here? So they would have, if I put, if I left 18 here and I moved these plus this, well, this would have been 18. I would have been, this was plus 4 here, so it would have only been plus 2, so it would have been 16. So they would have had to put, they would have had to get to 17 here, which would have been plus 4. They would have needed to play 4 here and then also play 13 here. We'd probably win that. Yeah, good game, DNS. I'm just walking through the end permutations here. I think I made the wrong line. I could have played around the Iron Man and didn't. You played that well. Yeah, Nebula gave us the option to soak another one or play middle 2. That's true. Oh, you're playing Shang and Iron Man in your build? That's so much anti-toll stuff. That's a really high curve. It's an auto deck. I mean, I forgot to restart because we were talking again. The auto deck giving you bad deck choices doesn't change the fact that they're bad deck choices. My statement stands. Think it's War Machine.
Are ye worthy?
BRB putting Havoc in a few more decks. Wow. Why would you hurt Havoc that way? What did he ever do to you? Poor Havoc, Chad. He's had a hard bit. Hey, D&D Insane. Thank you for listening to months in advance. I plan to be here. Thanks for keeping me around. Just end to Red Hulk, unfortunately, yeah? Alright, Nocturne! Take the wheel. Take the wheel, Nocturne! Poppy needs something to Legion. Nocturne! My precious! She's beautiful. She's so lovely. It's like my new favorite card. I honestly just like, it's so glorious. What a beautiful Marvel Snap tool. She's been training hard for this moment, chat. All of her violent outbursts that we've seen destroying stuff after her they've culminated in this very get bigger moment. I bought mine today and she definitely favors violence so far. You gotta trade her up, okay? Very violent creature to start, but really gets you into. Get her some gold. Sometimes violence is the answer. There's been a couple of times she's been violent that it was apt. Don't tell Viper that Jeff's traded a new girl. We are. Listen, chat. It's not Viper's fault that Glenn Jones made her unplayable. But that's certainly what she is. Poor Viper. She was too pure for this world. Serious Business Games. Thanks for the Serious Business resub. I appreciate the 17 months. Welcome back. All right, gamers. If you're a fellow old, this is your reminder to stand up and stretch. Maybe grab a drink of water. Don't be stationary and down. You've been that way for a while. And if you're sitting at home and you're new to the channel and you're thinking, fellow old, Jeff can't possibly be talking to me, can he? I have a very simple test for this. You hear that noise that I made when I stood up? If you make noises like that when you stand up, I'm talking to you. Get up and stretch. How did you get nocturned so quickly? With the most powerful card in mobile gaming, your credit card, you too could unlock whatever you need in Marvel Snap.
Hello! So happy!
So happy! It's a damn shame I don't have a sunspot, because this Project Pegasus would be a banger otherwise. It might die to like an Ultron, although they filmed the center before they could Ultron, yeah? Too bad you're not sponsored by that wall anymore, but a perfect. We're actually gonna be doing another round of regular extra shills next week, because they were happy with the first two promos we did. It's a good point. Was that a Visa or a MasterCard? Chat. I only shop with Discover, okay? This is BS. I made a sound when I stood up and I feel called out. Can you show us the front and back of the card so we know what it should look like? Oh, the Ultron was the Project Pegasus turn. That makes sense. That makes sense. No! Not the claw! Oh, chat, we lost to the claw buff. If this was only 6, we'd be 20-20 and we win the breaker. No! Or the Ultron buff. We lost to the double OTA. Oh, man. Unlucky.
Opponent snapped.
Angel, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. That win brought to you by yesterday. Dude. This is actually perfect, yeah? Ultron needs an Earth moon.
understand me?
Okay, we need to draw Legion, chat. We need to draw Legion. Unlucky. There was no OTA video this week because the OTA contents was leaked in advance. Did Legion just lose to Ultron? With that attitude, sure. Harkano, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Yeah, if this face down card was Ultron, it would lose to Legion. Or Legion would lose to it, but it could be like Onslaught or Claw here as well. The wave builds of this deck play multiple 6 drops usually. I submitted the Hella deck. Please make sure you fist bump every time you win with it. What a cursed request. Alright, if this is Ultron, we die. If it's not Ultron, we should be good to go. Oh wait, all of these cards die, yeah? No wait, this is fine. Because all these cards die, and then I win the ring. Cool. No, yeah. My Legion brain was in full and complete control the entire time. Legion! Yippee-ki-yay, gamers! Yippee-ki-yay! Legion brain claims another victim, but it wasn't us this time. It did, Rad. We'll get some Hella gaming.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
So I was really hoping for another Sunspot there. They're good little communists who share their energy together. Okay, is it just the right amount of cute or too cute to pass on turn 3 so I can play Infinite on turn 4 if they wave me? I think it's just the right amount. Unlucky. All right, chat. Are you ready to turn? You ready to turn this time theater into nowhere? Unlucky. I believe we have died.
Hello, can you understand me?
Can you understand me?
Behold my mighty hand.
Behold my mighty hand. Ain't got mighty shit, Onslaught. You think Sunspot could get his point back now that Red Hulk is in the metagame? Yeah, I definitely think so. I think. I think we're definitely past the point where Sunspot's suppressive. I think it's not even just, Red Hulk being in the meta. I think, like, Nebula is another good one-drop now. Lore-wise, what is so mighty about Onslaught's hand? That's a really good question. Can I get a comic book nerd in chat? Like, I would like to request one comic book nerd, please. What is mighty about Onslaught's hand? Onslaught's been single for a long time. Oh, man. Hey, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate the 15 months. Welcome back. Spoken like a true comic book nerd. LOL. More like Palm Slot. What's going on, Biggs? Gamers! We're gonna be doing some Rivals gaming with Biggs at some point. Alright. Big Overwatch gamer that's gonna carry me on their back. Make sure you tap the follow button on them. They also do a lot of excellent Marvel Snap content. Good to see you, chat, Big C.
Aid my hand.
And then I think we War Machine this turn. And then we'll just spike the Legion top deck naturally and win the game. Onslaught is an amalgamation of Professor X and Magneto accidentally created by Professor X. I think I knew that he was a combination of those two already, but what does it have to do with his hand? And why is it mighty? Yeah, Rivals is a new game. Rivals is a third-person combat 6v6 team game. I did get a key, Pluto. So they could snow guard this turn and turn off locations. I almost feel like I want to just pass so I can slam an infant on if we draw it. It could also be right to do this so I have 7 energy next turn so I can Nocturne Mockingbird. Maybe that's the line. I think they're going to turn off locations. They get into the flooding. Oh, they just have my War Machine. That makes sense. Yeah, I knew that somewhere in my heart of hearts. Yeah, I knew that somewhere in my heart of hearts. I've heard Rivals describes a love child between Overwatch and Valorant. Those are both first-person games, though, yeah? I've played Overwatch. I don't think I've ever actually played Valorant. Valorant's like Counter-Strike with special abilities, yeah? I don't actually know that I've talked about this one before too much on stream. My first experience doing programming as a teenager was actually writing Counter-Strike source mods. And the primary thing that my friend group and I worked on from a development standpoint was a Dungeons and Dragons themed special ability mod where you picked different classes to get. No, not aimbots. I'm talking about server-side mods that added special abilities to the players. Gave you things like healing or super speed or invisibility and stuff like that. We made Valorant 20 years ago is what I'm telling you. We made Valorant 20 years ago. Did you mint it on the blockchain? Asking the real questions. Alright, gamers. It's about that time. We're gonna go ahead and tap an ad break here. We'll be back in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out, Toko here. Will you have Rivals keys to give away tonight? If the Rivals team comes through for all the people in their creator chat, we'll have keys, but that remains to be seen. They're struggling a little bit, it looks like. May or may not happen. There's 3.5 hours till it goes live. This Rivals rollout has big fuck it, we're gonna do it live vibes. That's an accurate statement. Alright, chat, I've been paid to be the bad guy for a session. And I suppose we do need to win games with Blink, so this we're gonna spin to win. We need more pixels. Oh, I haven't. There's still the hood audio going on. Actually, let me restart the client. We got through that whole last session without me remembering. Hold, please. ASMR during the hella gaming. All right. This is the wrong scene. Hold on. We'll need that up top on the other one. How fitting that the previous text box was talking about the Man-Thing release.
So for those of you who are new, things are about to get a little weird. A question that we often have get asked on this channel is, Jeff, why are you always yelling? And really, Why are you always yelling? Is such an incredibly silly question, chat. It's a question that's devoid completely of any logical or consistent reasoning. If I was yelling for 10, 12, sometimes even 14 hours a day, there would be no voice left in me. During my normal streams, I simply project a strong voice from my diaphragm, allowing me to carry across the room into my microphone, which is generally far back behind my camera and out of the frame. When people ask, why am I yelling? I often wonder if this is what they would prefer. Would they prefer that I be soft-spoken and whisper sweet nothings into my microphone, large in the frame? It always kind of strikes me as odd, if I'm being honest, just how many content creators have their microphone directly next to their face while they make content. Fun fact, I used to do live audio production when I was in school, and a big thing we always had to tell the actors and the people working was, the microphone does not give you a voice, students. You have to have a big, strong voice of your own. But I suppose if the microphone is right next to me, I don't have to have a big, strong voice. I can just whisper sweet nothings to all of you. Happy Friday. When the microphone is this big and in my face, I actually can't see the deck tracker. I have to take a quick lean back to see what this Jubilee can hit. Sees my means. Thanks for seizing my means for the baker's dozen. Oh, look at this Magneto dragging Elsa into Hala. You punish that Elsa, Magneto, you big strong man.
Minions to me.
Oh wait, when I drink my water when I'm in this mode, is that supposed to be close to the microphone? This was novel for a bit, and please go back, chat. I've been paid to be awful for an entire 30-minute tech session, so buckle up and don't be bad. It's the final turn now. There's exactly death left in our deck. One has to wonder, is death what the people listening to this stream wish for, hearing my soft, sweet nothings? It's okay, chat. You have a lot to live for. I thought the gravel was built into your voice. I would like the record to reflect that speaking in this manner is an incredible amount of additional concentrated effort compared to the normal way in which I speak on stream.
I am
Good manners, Jeff. Fuck you, dear Twitch chatter. Soft-spoken Jeff doesn't have to be polite. Often, when I'm out and about with other adults and we're meeting for the first time socializing, the topic of work comes up. And many adults still in today's world don't know what twitch.tv is when I describe that that's what I do as work. So rather than saying I work for Twitch, sometimes I go with a more basic description. I say that I live stream myself on the internet to an audience of primarily men between the ages of 25 and 44, and I do things that they request, often for money or sizable tips. And it's a very good, succinct, accurate way to describe what I do every day for work. Is it, Jeff? Is it? It is Socio Penguin, my dear Tier 3 subscriber. Do you have any plans for drops this weekend? Yes, I plan to be live this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, doing a mix of Marvel Snap and likely the new Marvel Rivals game as well. What a phenomenal Corvus chat. What a lovely lad indeed. The real question is, do they have a Shang-Chi? This feels like a documentary of some kind, soft-spoken and wonderful. Do I play my 12 power out now and expose it to Shang? Or do we simply play Hela first? Oh, they'll pork me again. Chat, always make sure before you pork you have consent. Consent is key.
Minions to me.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, Daddy, Shang-Chi. Hi, soft voice Jeff, longtime listener, longtime admirer, here with an analytical question for you. Do you think the viewership of Marvel Rivals will contest drops starting tonight? And if so, will that mess with second dinner statistics of giving promotional variants rather than mystery variants? Good question, dear viewer. I know my personal plans are that if most of the other large streamers are no longer streaming Marvel Snap, I'll probably continue streaming Marvel Snap for the evening, because it makes the best financial sense for me to do so. And as this current segment shows, I'm very invested in doing things that make the most financial sense. Oh, dear Shang Brainer. Thank you for shanging my chi. Get fucked, Buttercup.
Victory.
Sorry, I forgot to fist bump. It's difficult to remember to do multiple bits all at once.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Eevee Nuggets, there was no goofy nifs to be had. Just a small pile of money. Never forget, chat, if you're listening to this and wondering what happened, money is the root of all evil. It's also the root of why I didn't play my blade on the first turn. I missed it. And blink dodge the Corvus. No, she cannot. Poor sad Blink. Come blade away, come blade away, come blade away with me. Aw, look at the adorable leech. How can my Ella deck ever beat the leech? Oh no, not leech. Oh, ooh, ah. Not drawing the Hella is one way we can lose to leech. Ow. This one honestly feels like it could go either way. Does that 4-2 get buffed by Patriot because it has no text? But oh wow, they played for the left.
I see.
Oh. Hella was the actual, factual bottom card of my deck. Sedge. Eevee Nuggets, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Once more with feeling.
Escaped.
The gifted subs are to draw Hella earlier the next game. I'll be sure to pay part of that forward to Brood. Benjamin always needs his cut. S'mores are good. Thank you for having your sub be good here in Hoaglandia for half of a year. Hi, Soft Voice Jeff, longtime listener and longtime admirer here. Could you, from the previous question, could you please talk to us about the upcoming leaked card Gilgamesh? From when you spoke about him in your leaked cards video, he's been changed to now be a 5/7 who only gets +1 for each other card with increased strength prior to his ability. Huh. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't remember what his base power was before. Was he 5-5 plus 2? I feel like maybe he was 5-5 plus 2. Ryan Lounsbury, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. Oh, chat, it's one of our many simps. Have some emotes. B-War, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. It's a hella mirror match. It's difficult for me to hold back the single tear that's fighting its way out of my eye as all of you are about to experience one of the most skill-testing endeavors in Marvel Snap. Oh, Shek, thank you for the 68-month resubscription. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Getting dangerously close to a nice amount of months. Tubes hits Corvus. Bye, Hella, probably. Bye, s'mores are good as more like it. Why would you put that evil, evil mojo out into the air? Bad, s'mores. Bad. Naughty.
Escaped.
There's nothing to do other than retreat, gamers. We've been outplayed. I just honestly can't believe there are people who day in and day out queue up with this deck in Marvel Snap. Do you think they eat crayons while they play? I bet they eat crayons while they play. I could really go for a crayon right now. My 3-year-old should be home soon. I bet she could bring me a crayon. That's true, I am on a diet. Does anybody know the calorie contents of a crayon? Are there certain colors that are less, perhaps? Maybe I'll just nibble on the paper and not eat the whole thing. Birdman, thank you for the baker's dozen. I appreciate the 13 months. Welcome back. The white crayons are vanilla. That sounds delicious. That might just be the Hella talking though, so, you know, cut me some slack. Oh no. My sweaty Iceman emote has been pushed to page 2. Unlucky. Do we just full Dark Dimension? We can Corvus into Lady into Blink into Hella? I think so. We need Red Hulk to stay in our deck. Hopefully he's not a naughty boy jumping into our hand. Ooh, Black Cat's a wonderful draw. We just need to dodge one more time. little strange they didn't play Jubilee into the Castle Zemo. Okay, we've successfully dodged Red Hulk. Let's go. Our sweaty Hela opponent laying it out here for just 4 cubes. I believe statistically we are about to crush them. Ooh, not discarding the Infinite. Little scary.
Minions to me.
Ah, perfect. Never doubted us for a second. We are the future.
Victory.
Easily, cleanly, skillfully outmaneuvered our opponent here. Marvel snaps a skill-based game. Doo-da, doo-da. Marvel snaps a skill-based game. Oh, doo-da day. The more I play, the more I understand why people play Hela. It's like I'm not even playing Marvel Snap. It's like Benjamin Brode has given me my own personal slot machine lever. And I take it and I go, ooh. And then all the lights flash and the colors fly and phones go through windows or into toilets. To Sideburns, thank you for the prime. Jeff could have stopped doing this 30 minutes ago. That's not true, dear gamer. I owe another 10 minutes still. And away we go.
Escape.
You know, I was wondering how you were enjoying the Leech Hela meta. This was all the explanation I needed. Thank you for the 11 months, Lovic. I appreciate that. To Sideburns with the brand new Prime. We've got some burns on the side right now. Dracula build. Monka Mindscape, gamers. Monka Mindscape. Corvus. Gonna discard my cards. This Corvus. Corvus easily the best draw in our deck, propelling our energy so we can play Hela before the Mindscape happens. That's right, I said play Hela. I think I explicitly do not want to win Asgard because the cards are going to get sent to my opponent. So I'm going to skip playing into there and hope that they take the win.
We are the future.
My ISP censored the last thing that you said. Unlucky, really, gamer. Oh no, is the last card in their deck Hela? That means the card in their hand has to be Hela, yes? Oh, baby. Couldn't have happened to a nicer gamer, really. Thank you very much.
Victory.
Oh no. Is this sweaty gamer gonna try and grind it out 2 to 8? I hate when they grind on me, chat. They're all sweaty and grindy. Just doesn't work at all for me. I feel like the Cyclops emote is the most appropriate because this is the closest thing we have to an emote to say, I like eating crayons. Maybe the new morph emote is a little bit more peak crayon.
Oh, snap.
Do 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 do. This is an online experience. Interactive online experience. Twitch.tv. Lady Sif is lovely. We even dodged the Hela here. Perfection. Duck's significant other is going to wonder why $50 was issued to Hoaglandia for an ASMR session. Perhaps Duck's significant other is listening with them right now and they know exactly why that was happening. Hello, hello. We have the center on lock. There's going to be some question about whether or not we can win the left and the right. They're hella not being cooperative for us here at all. All right, Hela, take the wheel. Dead chat. Very, very dead.
All the future.
It's unfortunate we were outplayed in this battle of wits. Two juggernauts duking it out for strategy and glory. At least I don't have to press the snap button anymore. They're all in. With Black Cat in hand, I think I wait to play the Black Knight, because I would like a blade bigger than 9. Well, that's all, folks. This would be a killer YouTube highlight if it wasn't, you know, the worst mirror match ever. Accurate, gamer, accurate. I think it's Lady Sif and Tarnax here. I think I want to keep the blink, just in case. Shingax, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. I do truly appreciate that support. Are bits 100 per dollar in the US? If so, the conversion rate is hilarious. The CAD 5500 bits in CAD is the equivalent of 100 USD. Keep in mind, if you are looking to buy bits on mobile, you should never, ever, ever buy bits on mobile. Daddy Bezos is, no, it's not Bezos. Daddy Google's a bad boy, and he takes a big, giant cut from any of the bits that you buy on mobile. So make sure you buy only ethically sourced biddies right here on Twitch. Now, Blink triggers twice here, but her second one will have no target, and that's very sad. Hella into Tarnax is a treat. Lockle Knox, thank you for the brand new Prime support. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Minions to me. We are the future.
A true battle of wits as Titans duke it out here live on twitch.tv for your viewing pleasure.
Minions to me.
Someone say ethically sourced biddies soy. Thank you for that. The upside to that mind-numbing experience is that our Red Hulk got upgraded twice.
Animated.
What a lovely boy he is. Ooh, Hella Left would have put Infinite in play. That's a good shout. I forgot we were going to be bringing back a Corvus. The 10 minutes is, in fact, over. Enjoy the purge of your eardrums that these lovely adverts will bring to you. When you return, non-subscribers, we will have a regular voice again. And remember, much like this ASMR, capitalism is to blame for these ads.
Check two, hey two, mic check. Microphone check. Microphone check. Nailed it. Is it difficult to speak that way? Nah, not really. This takes a little bit of effort and concentration to remember to not speak in a way that's typical. Regular voice Jeff is weird and off-putting now. Got him. Much better, gamers. Our next viewer deck request is to do something with Arrow. So let's take a look at anybody's doing anything with arrow in here. I'm gonna look at 30 days here too, because it's not like anything. It's not like anything with arrow changed in the OTA. Barheader, you're just joining us. You missed a, let's call it a fun segment. Gosh, all these decks look way more atrocious than what we brewed the other day. Are you a sweet or unsweet tea kind of guy? I like both. Since I've been dieting, I've been doing unsweet tea consistently though. And I believe that is where my microphone was before. Close enough. We're gonna call that close enough. All right, we're gonna go to my stats here, grab our error deck from yesterday. Or 2 days ago, I forget what it was. I buy unsweet and just add in a little bit of sugar. Yeah. The pure leaf tea is my go-to tea on the go, and they actually make a subtly sweet tea now. Which is nice. It's like not quite unsweet, but it's got like 1/3 of the calories or less of their sweet tea. This deck, chat, when we built it the other day, was carefully crafted to take our wallet and smack our opponent upside the head with it as hard as we could. So this is a 6,000 gold Sunspot. This is an ultimate variant Angela. This is a $25 bundle Nightcrawler. This is a 3,000 gold Craven. This is a Spotlight Jeff. This is a $100 bundle Juggernaut. This is a 1,200 gold variant album reward Captain Marvel that costs 9,600 gold. This is a $200 Enchantress. This is a $200 Miles Morales. This is a $100 Stegron. This is a $50 bundle She-Hulk. And I think Arrow's actually just 700 gold Arrow. I believe she was 700 gold. These were whale track rewards. So you didn't spend 200 on just the art, but you had to spend 200 in the month to get it. Oh, was the She-Hulk 75? I apologize for underselling you, my queen. You're gorgeous. Gorgeous. I need to sit down. I need to sit down and look, but I'm pretty sure my lifetime Marvel stamp is in the 5 figures at this point.
I've been offered gift subs to make a wonderful announcement that's truly lovely. I do enjoy the finding out arc after the fucking around. An appeals court has denied Steve Bannon's appeal, and he will be going to prison, where he and most of Trump's associates, including Donald Trump, belong. What a lovely, lovely Friday and start to the weekend.
Like appropriate. That's a very appropriate news to do in the NPR voice. It's your fucking sand castle kicked, Steve Bannon. I for one am truly enjoying the irony of watching all of the people around Donald Trump who committed crimes slowly go to jail, after that asshole spent an entire campaign cycle having his people chant lock her up. I also truly enjoy the right's entire charade of, oh, you can't put people in jail because when you're your political opponents, even though they committed crimes, you have to ignore the crimes. You can't lock people up that committed them because they're your political opponents, and that would be wrong.
Opponent snapped.
Thank you for the gifted subs, Tamando, and sharing of the wonderful news. I'm terrified Trump gets reelected despite all the criming. This, at the risk of putting and honestly not even the risk, to put appropriate fear in people and make sure you get out there and do the bare fucking minimum and vote this fall. This fall will really be a push come to shove head of Roe actually got overturned. If that, like, doesn't actually encourage people to turn out, I don't know, whatever fucking will. It feels like it's truly the last hurrah in a way. Like, if this one doesn't do it, I'm not sure anything ever will. Well, that's a curious turn of events. Guess we'll soak up some sun. Everybody's got some stegrons.
We are the future.
So this keeps them out of over there. The question is, does adding only 6 here ever win the game? Oh wait, I can just do this, yeah? This wins a lot of the time? We'll be 16, we'll be 10, we'll be 15, we'll be 2. Yeah. Crave it. I have Sunspot. I have Sunspot shit. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody calm down. Out of the Juggernaut, bitch. Oh, Jeff is moving. Good call. Good call. It's cool. It's cool. I missed you. Good call out that I missed you. I was missing the Jeff move.
Victory.
Get that, gamers! We beat the Blink Ramp deck. When we were like obvious, Hella is atrocious and needs a rework aside. A testament to how good the rest of this format is we were playing this deck, which is basically just like Arrow plus a pile of variants of cards that I liked the other day, and we won half our games while playing it. And it feels very reasonable to just like queue up with a deck that has like a reasonable curve and play good Marvel Snap and have a shot in the games that I'm playing. You playing around to put Nightcrawler middle instead of Jeff. I just didn't need Jeff's extra power in the middle. Counted.
Snap.
I just like, I can't. What's going on with Israel and Gaza is clearly and obviously a fucking atrocity and terrible. But the idea that Donald Trump in the White House right now, things would somehow be better for people over there is so fucking insane. It's actually just insane to me. Like that's just completely devoid of like what the reality would be. And to make that even more clear, when you look at like who's actually voting on the bills to send money to Israel and stuff, it's not just Democrats voting for that. It's very much big both sides bullshit. So one thing they all agree on is funding wars. Here, Ned. I really can't emphasize enough that when you cast a vote for a politician, you are not agreeing to marry them. It's like getting on a bus. The bus isn't gonna take you exactly where you want to go, but when your choice is a bus that drives in the direction you want to go and a bus that drives in the opposite direction, you get on the bus that goes vaguely in the direction you want, not the one that drags you further away. Thoughts on ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is one of the many things they could do that would improve democracy and get voters more likely to get people that represent them well. Where do I find the Leech TED Talk? Command, I think. What is ranked choice voting? Ranked choice voting is basically when there's multiple candidates running for a position. There's lots of different ways to implement ranked choice voting, but ranked choice voting is basically when there's multiple people voting, you order them 1 through N with your first choice, second choice, third choice. And if like the person you voted for in first isn't like only gets like 3% of the vote, instead of your vote basically not mattering because you voted for a third party, you go to your second choice. And then if that one also had a small percentage, you go to your third choice. And that's definitely an oversimplification a little bit. There's a few different specific ways you can implement it, but loosely that's what it usually turns into.
Oh, snap.
It has two really big repercussions. First is that it allows third-party candidates to actually have a chance to be elected and not simply play spoiler, because that's what third-party candidates do in the system we have now, is they play spoiler. I've never heard you mention Palestine before now. Yeah, because it's a fucking complicated topic. There's a simple part that's like, what is happening there is terrible and atrocious. But there's also more to it, just this is all Biden's fault, and this is the only thing that you're voting on in this election. And that voting for Trump is going to, or not voting, is going to improve things for people in Gaza. Like, those things are not true. It wouldn't be better if Trump was in charge, and it's not gonna get better if he gets back in charge. It's not. I can say that is awful, and that I wish it wasn't happening, and that it would do more, and also understand that, like, you know, if Trump's reelected, my daughter might not have bodily autonomy anywhere in this country instead of in only half the states. You know, it's already gone in fucking half the states. There's so many things. It's not a one. it's not. Yeah, I just don't, it's a no win. Oh, I think I'm putting this here. I think I'm putting this here. I think we're passing next turn. Yeah. I also, and this is the other thing too. This is the last thing I'm gonna say on the topic, because it's a shit topic, and I really don't want to talk about it because it makes me angry for a variety of reasons. I think all of the very vocal leftists who think that 100% of international diplomacy happens inside of the public eye are fucking stupid and don't understand the basics of that. And that the idea of everything that gets done by the administration gets done in the open air out for everybody to see is just like not remotely how international politics work. So the idea that because you don't see it out very publicly in the open, it's not happening is just not true. And it's so hard to just like make that point because it's so awful what's happening there. And anytime you try and bring up realities like that, people are just like, oh, you support the awful stuff. And it's just like, no, that's not what I'm saying, but there's a lot fucking going on there. And a lot of it's awful, but you need to understand the reality of the other moving bits of it. All right, what are we doing? I think I can win this game. Yeah, the Nightcrawler can still move. I can do this. I can do this. If I play something in the middle, it kicks the Silk out. I notably have priority here, so I get to dictate where the Silk ends up at. So if I play this here and then play this here, the Silk's guaranteed to not be in the middle. This is our sequence. So we even get to ping pong the Silk in and out with our sequencing here. I know, not having priority is a good thing. So not having priority means that I get to control where the Silk ends up at the end of the game. So by playing my last card here when I don't have priority, it guarantees that Silk is not here, which is why I want her to not be. This is where I have less power. No submission, play a deck of your choice. I just felt like I got more than my money's worth out of the hellish submission. I almost woke up my napping son with laughter. Thanks, Orkin. Around 10k tokens for a Valkyrie boost. I don't know what that means. I play a lot of Marvel Snap, but that one doesn't sound like English to me. You gotta translate. This deck looks good. I think this deck is probably better than it looks on the surface, but almost assuredly not tier 1. Oh, medals. Oh, the Valkyrie is the promo. Got it. They meant conquest medals, not tokens. This is up there for one of my favorite Peck cards. He's a lot better than he gets credit for. And variant for cookies good too. Yeah, this is the part of the fantasy line, which is definitely my absolute #1 favorite set of variants, personally. It's a shame we had to play Angela in the Hellfire Club.
Escaped.
Could have probably had a shot there even with the Hellfire Club if Craven lived, but with Craven eating it, we're definitely out. Such a good piece of art, chat. And honestly, the blue border on this one probably looks insane with blue crackle. The blue border in general, complementing the chair and her costume. Is this just a unique for this costume, or this is is this a unique to Marvel set piece, or is this from a comic book? Does anybody know? Is this costume like a thing for her character? Or was it just make her look fancy for Marvel stat? That's from a comic. Okay. Thanos! There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Oh, I didn't realize the Hellfire Gala was like a thing inside of comic book lore in its entirety. Guess I assumed that was a Marvel Snap thing too, but that's good to know. Yo, the Marvel Rivals Alpha goes live. In 2.5 hours it's supposed to. We'll see if the servers work. Oh, are they playing the Thanos move deck? We played that on stream the other day. It was a ton of fun. I gotta highlight on the YouTube channel. Soaking up some sun next turn, and then ideally we draw Miles Morales in our next 2, and we'll get to go Miles, Stegron, She-Hulk, or like Enchantress, She-Hulk, Miles. Perfect. Gorgeous Carnage. Inked on white is such a premium. So if they Heimdall, their vulture ends up middle. In general, they have a hard time getting stats on the right, right? I do this, I gotta do this. Although I suppose there's a world where like they move and Heimdall and Vulture, and then we stagger on the Vulture, but that's funny. We'll let it ride. unlucky. We missed it by 1. If I would have put Nightcrawler here and left Juggernaut here, would we have won? I would have been able to go 19 to 19, and then we would have been. No, I think we were done either way. Yeah. We would have been 19 to 19, and then Captain Marvel jumps here, and then we would have been 18. We would have tied. If I would have switched these, we would have tied. There were a lot of boomerangs, up, down, all around. Thanks, Code. Good to have you here. Actually, let's Nightcrawler not the White Hot Room, so that way we can move him in and play Miles down on curve. Ideal draw is Craven next turn, but also settle for Angela Jeff or Sunspot. Just not one of our expensive cards, ideally. And if we draw either of our 2s, we can finish the White Hot Room next turn, with Sunspot being ideal, because obviously we'll have a bunch of extra energy.
Breaking news.
Not only does that let us finish here, but it also means that we're not locked into our power there, since Jeff can move out. Rewarded perfectly for our curve with this Nightcrawler play. All right, everybody's got plenty of power. Bounce Connoisseur. Specs. Really want to draw Sunspot with 3 extra energy. I think I'm playing the HUD out. So if we move the Jeff from the left, we go down to 11 there, and then She-Hulk puts us up to 21, and then plus 2 puts us up to 23. Oh, my poor sandcastle. Is today the day this notification lets me clear it? Thank you for the 65 months in the tier 3 gap. Appreciate it. Do we think I can scam them on the left? They might play 1 card here, yeah? Meaning if I do this, if I do this, it would fill it. Yeah, perfect. So we have priority, pull Valentina in. Nailed it. Well, shit. Well, that's awkward. I mean, I guess I just play the 2 cards that are worth the most points then, yeah? for a breaker here. I'm up 3 points on board, but I'm only adding 13 on this last turn. So if they can add 17, they beat us.
There's no strings on me.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
No! First. We're dead. We are dead to old Ultron there too, yeah? That would have been, they were up 12, we would have been up. Would have been up 7. Lucas. That's a little disruptive deck's real solid. I like the inclusion of, Nico in it. Doing some bouncy things. No, Nightcrawler got moved on turn 2 to let us play Miles on 3 to fill that location in. There we go. One more with this, then it's time for some capitalism, it looks like. Time for some capitalism is the worst superhero catchphrase. Mood. Alright, Angela, don't be Ultron. I mean, all things considered, that's super fair, yeah? They got 2 5s, I got an 8. Oh, Steggy boy, oh, Steggy boy. The cards we are moving. Why did Doom keep his text? Because they didn't play Doom there. They played a 1-drop. Is Stegra good? Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. This is where I would put my Moon Knight emote if I had one shit. We beat that, yeah? Funny, some fun interactions here. The Reality Stone making Dark Dimension, denying our Kraven 4 points of power. And they Professor X'd purely to keep my Captain Marvel contained so she couldn't cover either side. Interesting play. What happened to the right Doombot? Yeah, Stegron. There was a left Doombot that got Murder Worlded, and then Stegron kicked the other one, center. Nocturne can reset Dark Dimension. Accurate. That's actually a little awkward. Because, like, I want to play Captain Marvel here so she could jump to here or here. But I don't want to play her into the lizard path. Into Icebox. I was hoping they'd play middle. We're beating one of them on the left. We needed the vision to end middle. You checked out Pokey Rogue. As someone who periodically works with the Pokemon Company in an official capacity and hopes to again in the future, I tend to stay away from third-party Pokemon things leveraging the Pokemon IP. Good way to get on not getting stuff or worked with in the future list. Alright, gamers, we need to win 3 more games with Blink to cash in my 600 gold here. And keep in mind too, if you're a season pass holder, they are front loading all of the gold this season. So there will be no more Blink weekend missions after this. You need to get your season pass to start to get the extra gold from it this time around. We're gonna go ahead and tap an ad break. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab something to eat in those 2 minutes. We'll see you in 120 seconds playing with some Blink when we get back. Nintendo involved about the Pokemon Trigger. They were not. I worked with, I was a part of the broadcast team for the Pokemon Unite first year doing stuff. And then I've also done some TCG stuff in the past. Be right back. Oh, chat! My beautiful, lovely wife went to Sam's Club, and I have more delicious flavored water. My case ran out last week, and it was a very sad endeavor indeed. You can try out the upcoming mobile Pokemon card. 100% we will be streaming Pokemon Pocket on this stream. So, last I checked, when we looked at the untapped matchups table earlier, there really wasn't enough data filled in yet post-patch. We can look at the last 30 days though. The last 30 days data can be kind of interesting. Like, where's Loki? Loki was bad versus Pixie, bad versus ongoing, awful versus... I'm actually a little surprised how bad it is versus Surfer. 1900 games. Loki is predictably bad against Hela, predictably bad against discard. I think most of these numbers make sense. It was almost 60% against Baron Zemo. That's hilarious. Awful against Cerebro too. That definitely matches my experience. So many. This is a new feature that Untapped Premium has, where you can look at matchups of one archetype into other archetypes, which is sweet. So we don't really have it Hela stats. Yeah. Hela was bad into the Pixie deck, bad into ongoing, bad into Darkhawk. This is why they nerfed Darkhawk, chat. Fucking right in the pocket of Big Hela. Hela's never getting nerfed. Absolute worst matchup was Darkhawk. Fucking take a point off of him. I'm actually a little surprised that Shuri had a good Hela matchup. It was bad against Hela, bad against Phoenix, bad against Tribunal, bad against Hela Tribunal, bad against Mr. Negative. So basically, like, this is very validating from the theory perspective, right? Like, it's just showing exactly what's expected, where its matchups are the very disruptive decks that are fair, like Darkhawk or the ongoing deck, and then also the other decks that are more linear than it. Yeah, going big in 2 lanes is good against Hela, exactly. This definitely explains why Lady Deathstrike lost a point, though. The Pixie deck, being the best by a lot, had a bad Thanos matchup. That's interesting. Not a huge staple there. So many strong matchups, holy. And if we look at it for the latest patch, a lot of it's empty still. Not quite as much in here. You can see a lot of it's not enough games because there's only 23,000 games so far. Whereas like when I was looking at the last 30 days, this is, 750,000 games to look at here. Friend Luigi, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. It's Pixie OP. Pixie's definitely really solid. Pixie being a real card is one of those things that feels real validating
from the Daily Bugle.
From my deck building experience, because so many people took that card and just completely wrote it off because they couldn't just shove it into existing good decks that have it work. want to make sure I end on Black Widow, so that way if I draw Blink, I can blink the Black Widow. Okay. Go bigger destroy deck then, maybe. No longer is dead. Get extra energy at least.
What a game!
So this will blink the Black Widow, and Black Widow will be either Darkhawk, Doctor Doom, or Red Hulk. That sounds great. I think that sounds great. Would I rather blink the Widow? Or would I rather be bigger here? So I could blink the Rock Slide. This is going to take me to 17 here. 17 here is probably fine. And the Nocturne's getting rid of Limbo, so we end the game. Oh, I say 17, it's only 15, yikes. Got him either way. You think swap a random opponent's card at this location with a random card at another location would be too strong? I mean, that sounds like a neat design space, and too strong or not completely depends on, you know, what all the other details are, right? Like how many resources does it cost, how much power does it have, etc. I think it's probably fair to say that Blink has made Hela more consistent. Nocturne is a card that released exactly how I expected her to release. She goes really cleanly into Angela decks like this. She provides good utility, just a generically good card that helps you smooth location variants. I like her. I like her a lot. Fix the locations. What Hearthstone or Magic effect would you like to see on stamp? I think it's kind of interesting that we haven't had any return a card to its owner's hand type effects yet. Give me a Man of War, for lack of a better term. Containment Priest is what I would love for Magic the Gathering. 110% give me Containment Priest. I don't mean return itself to your hand, Smoothbag. I mean return an opponent's card to its owner's hand. That's what I am referring to. Containment Priest would be the anti-Hela design. Yeah, Containment Priest basically says cards can't enter play unless you played them out. So it would stop Hela, it would stop Doombots, it would stop Ultron, it would stop Squirrels, stuff like that. Yeah, multi-purpose hit card. No, Mysterio counts as played, so he'd be exempt. I gotta say, this has been my favorite Blink deck so far, I think. This feels very consistent and reasonable. All right, Ben Bro, Danger Room, win me the game.
Victory. Oh, snap.
Play into Hotel Inferno in your Darkhawk deck, chap. Red Hulk replacement, Magneto. Always Magneto. If the deck's already playing Magneto, the second best replacement is typically like Dr. Doom. Some of their big six drop. I'd like the record to reflect this person not snapping me back here has the title snap on turn 1 or no guts. They'll snap after someone fixes the locations, yep.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I'm gonna rock slide on the right, actually, because they have Red Hulk, and next turn I want to blink my rock slide, so I only need 5 energy for that, so I don't want to make the Red Hulk bigger. So by playing rock slide not on Hope, I keep their Red Hulk down next turn. Dead to Annie. Does this win the game? Because these come across in order. So if I put Kitty here, it stops Nebula. It only gives me this and the Void blows up. It might win the game. Cool. Sweet. I think this was a Red Hulk won me the game type game where they were focused on he has Red Hulk, I can beat Red Hulk. They were focused on beating Red Hulk that they then lost to me doing something that wasn't Red Hulk. Yes, the threat of Red Hulk won the game, basically. I think because they are a Century Annie deck, I'm probably going to blind play Angela to the right. Obviously, there's a variety of locations that she could get in trouble for getting played to the right. Oh, Nebula. I changed my mind. Nebula means I'm going to play her. I think this deck is better than the other Darkhawk decks. I think this deck has felt reasonable, but I also don't know that I have enough information on other Darkhawk decks to have a good comparison between them. I think the Darkhawk shell is powerful and flexible and can go in a lot of spots. This deck has felt reasonable and disruptive. Has a good mixture of interaction while also disrupting the opponent. Nocturne, Jeff, Angela are 3 cards I'm going to play a lot of together. They are so phenomenal. Can we save Krakoa for Darkhawk? Yeah, potentially. Hello? Hello? Brood? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Gamelam turns your PC into a Hulk, right? Wait, did my game just disappear? Like, normally when you reload, it shows you a reconnect button. The game's just gone? The hell? well, that's not all right. Thanos snapped, and that was one of the matches that's gone now. It didn't use the silver ticket up. Yeah, the match is actually just gone. Who would you recommend more, Iron Lad or Miss Marvel? I don't think either of those cards are particularly high priority pickups at the moment. So I would tell you to follow your heart. Iron Lad tends to see play in more combo-centric decks, while Miss Marvel tends to be more of a, like, good stuff, get stats at a good rate type card. Also, both of those cards are ones you'd be buying for collector's tokens, I assume. So if you're not exactly chomping at the bit, to get either one, you could just wait for a new card release too. There's no rush. How does Pixie and Blink interact? Blink cares about base costs, not modified costs. Alright, is this Mobius? Or am I in a good spot? Loki. Wasn't Mobius, chat. I'm definitely playing this turn to play around them top decking Mobius. 110%. And I think I want to have Aunt Maze go. That next turn I could do these two. My doom bots. Really love these doom bots. Whipping up some doom. Yeah, yeah. So we're gaining 2 here, up to 17. We're going to 13 here. I assume they're leaving based on them not snapping me back. We're taking this seriously. I feel like I could just kind of flip a coin on Kitty. I don't know that it really matters where I put her. I'll play Kitty here so we beat actually you know what I'll do? I'll put Jeff here, and then we'll do this final call.
Victory.
That. Yeah, Jeff left Kitty right to the call. So I wanna specifically beat Mockingbird here. So adding Doombot plus this gets me to 22. So that beats their Mockingbird, putting them to 20. Mockingbird's like their big number output they can top deck post Loki that you want to like try and play around if possible in their output range. They can also have my Red Hulk there, which is another 9 power thing. What's a Red Hulk replacement for this deck? Red Hulk replacement is always Magneto. Never not Magneto. Do I need Nocturne this game? I don't think so. Well, I guess they could be Lokiing me this turn. And if they Loki me this turn, I want the ability to put more points mid. Okay, I'm gonna Nocturne. Now I wish I would have Rock Slide because I have to play Darkhawk. They might be Starguard Hawking this turn. They should have a toggle on custom cards so it can travel through my 10 magic variants. Yeah, but the number one thing, something that I believe is coming is hopefully they eventually give us the ability to favorite multiple versions of a card and then get a random from your favorites each game that you play with that card in your deck. And then 2, having multiple of the custom card feature would be great. Oh gosh, the Snowguard Hawk means that they can kill my Darkhawk here too. Well, that sucks. Golf the Gray, thank you for the primer. Appreciate it. Think we're dead. Losing Wakanda hurts. Is Hope Summers irreplaceable in Darkhawk shells? There's a lot of Darkhawk shells that don't play Hope Summers, but this is not one of them. And yes, you cannot. Hope Summers is not replaceable in decks that play her. So the solution is to play a different deck. You can definitely play Darkhawk without Hope. I don't think you can play Blinkhawk without Hope. Escaped. Hope kind of gives you extra energy so you can play your blinkable 6-drops when you draw too many of them. Is the important function she serves in this deck. Generally speaking, Blink decks want some way to add extra energy. Victory. So that way, when you draw the big stuff you're trying to blink into, it's not just rotting in your hand till the end of the game.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Oh my gosh, did they retreat too? I totally missed it. They also retreated that game where they hawked me. They must not have had the Shang-Chi. I just assumed nobody ever fucking retreats. I'm gonna be perfectly level with you, chat. I did not realize we still had 10 health until someone in chat just asked why it didn't go down. Chat, I would like to report a hostile workplace environment. Holy crap. Of all the locations in Marvel Snap, these are 3 of them. All locations in Marvel Snap. Hey, what's going on, Goliath? We actually started this morning doing some AFK journey polls. Gotta go back and check that out. They saved their shark. It's shark. Oh no! They have my Red Hulk. Them getting my Red Hulk makes this turn slightly more complicated because it means I have to think about, do I actually want to play into Hope Summers or not? I think the answer is no. I think it's this, and then we just like Hawk plus Kitty next turn. Oh gosh. That is a heck of a combination of things here. So they have Nocturne for Rickety Bridge, and they have Snowguard Hawk for Rickety Bridge. They also just have my Red Hulk. I think they play for Rickety Bridge, and then they can only play for left or right. So I kind of have a flip into which side they play for. If they just play Hulk, the Hulk is only 13, and I'm putting down 19 points, and they're currently ahead by 6, and I'd be catching up by 6. So it's actually a full draw. That's cute. I think I'll take a flip here. We get him? I think we got him. What a close game. There were a lot. I don't like, in a spot like this, if this is one of those spots where it feels like there's so many permutations, it's just devoid of skill. Like, I wish I could say there was something I did or calculated here that would make me look or feel or sound smart, but when there's too many options, you basically are just choosing at random. When there's just so many permutations on each side. So I really didn't outplay our opponent here. We just, like, were fortunate that the one that they landed on to pick lined up well into what we did. There's a very different world where their Red Hulk is here and we lost this game, yeah? There's also a world where, like, I put Korg here in the middle. Maybe I was supposed to put Korg in the middle. If I put Korg in the middle, we actually win this permutation by 1 point. We'd be 20 to 18 and 8 to 7. I actually, and in fact, talking about just how many choices there were, when I was talking through all the things they could do last turn, I actually didn't even consider this one. I assumed they were going to Nocturne the bridge or Hawk the bridge or something, or some combination, and them just moving one thing here. I think it was actually a good choice, and then we just happened to win the flip playing left and right. Obviously, when you choose correctly, it's skill, and you read them. When you choose incorrectly, it's red. Well, I feel like that's the implication sometimes, so I think it's really important to hammer home that, like, you know, sometimes there's spots like this where it's just like, this is fortunate. Like, I wish I could instill upon you some skillful way I read what was going on, but that just wasn't what was happening here. I'm just like, okay, I think we're gonna play left and right and hope our Dark Hawk ends up in the spot where their Red Hulk does, and that's what happened. Speaking of things that are happening, chat, there's no random luck involved. If you're subscribed to the channel, you'll never get an advert, but at least the people that aren't subscribed won't get them over gameplay. We'll see you back in 120 seconds for some more Marvel Snap, and don't go anywhere. We got a bunch more coming up this evening. Thanks for hanging out. Speaking of being on the toilet, chat, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. Be right back. Alright, we played that deck for a bit. That one was fine. Let's try this pile of cards. Something that's interesting to think about is that with Claw giving +8 now, Mystiquing Claw is a 3/8. And 3/8, generally speaking, is considered above rate. So maybe playing 3/8 is something reasonable we should be considering doing more frequently. The Jane bundle is very comparable to good Token Tuesdays. If you like the art in the Jane bundle, you can pick it up and feel good about it. The left 2 lanes, but yeah, Steely. So 3/8 that only impacts. Oh, I guess you're saying the 8 only goes in the right 2 lanes. Yeah, that's fair. That's an interesting way to think about it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna Storm here, and then maybe Cosmo here next turn. Make it difficult for them to play stuff and move around. Are there any Jane decks worth playing these days? I think you need to wait at least a few days until the Leech hype dies down. I think people are going to realize Leech isn't a good answer to Hela, and then he'll die off. The what's it called build has been pretty solid. Oh, I'm blanking out of saying. The tech cards build has been putting up solid metrics. Going to, have you gotten the Shadow King bundle? Chat, I buy all of the high dollar bundles. Anytime there is a cash offer in my shop that has more gold/resources than buying gold at $100 a pop, I buy it. I regularly buy gold at $100 a pop, so getting it better than that is exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, this game is not looking good for our hero. I'm not 100% sure this Cosmo is good. Someone asked about Valentina. That card also might be crap in this deck, so I don't know. Spider-Man 2099. Look at this gamer. Jeff here is unfortunately only gets us to 10.
Escaped.
We probably don't keep up with them very well in the average game here. We don't have any way to kick their sandcastle after the fact. So if they just get going, it's probably not good for us.
Oh, snap.
Which, if the man... This is one of the things I think people don't think about enough with District X, especially in Conquest. If I'm looking at a matchup and I'm like, oh, this matchup's bad for me, generically, I should snap when District X comes up. Because my odds of winning when District X is in play are probably higher than my odds of winning a normal game if I'm not favored in a normal game. This is a location that from a, do I enjoy it because it doesn't let me play my deck? Not usually, but from a, does it add strategic, meaningful depth to the game? The answer is definitely. I haven't seen you play the Torch Beast Bounce Boom deck in a while. Yeah, there was a lot. Professor X has died off a little bit this season, but for a while he was very, very popular, and that card makes the Bounce Move deck completely untenable. You hear that little beep beep noise, chat? That's US Agent letting me know that High Evo shouldn't be played there. If you watch really close, there's a little red circle around him too. Subtle visual and audio cue, letting you know, hey, dum-dum, don't do that. I kept hearing that game and I had no idea why. Yeah, I actually think there's maybe an argument to be made that they made that sound a little bit too subtle. That mayhaps it was not noticeable enough. Whoo! Get fucked, Buttercup. That'll do, pig, that'll do. The old second Cosmo gets him every time. Very quiet, we're hunting on reveals. Do you think my opponent's phone is okay, chat? This long pause after a play like that always makes me wonder if their phone is okay. Actually, pretty close. Victory. Chat, you should really turn off their stream on your other monitor. You can't make me. I refuse. Miniaturized lab is not great for them. We have storm to restrict them further. Sign me up. We have the claw. So something I was trying to think about with this deck is I've got Miss Marvel in here, and I'm not sure if she's the card I want in that slot, but I felt like I wanted another ongoing effect other than Claw to pair. I want another ongoing effect other than Claw to pair with it. To pair with Mystique. I guess we could build like a Darkhawk deck. Carefully dodging the dagger here like a professional. Mr. Fantastic. Fantastic's not quite good enough. It's probably gotta be like Darkhawk or Iron Man. I guess there's a world where Devil Dino's an answer too. I'm not sure if that one's real life. Iron Lad's a good call out. Iron Lad, Iron Man, because hitting Claw with Iron Lad is pretty good now too, huh? That is a fantastic Nico roll. Holy shit. We're gonna lose the Miss Marvel bonus, but with the Luke Cage draw, I need to play the Valentina. Yeah, Miss Marvel feels real clunky here. Maybe we'll retool this after. I like the idea of Iron Lad and Iron Man. Over 6 is not exactly the above rate monster we're looking for. gotta retool this a little bit.
Escaped.
Miss Marvel does not feel great. I'm trying to play Cosmo with Mystique doesn't feel good. I feel like rebuilding that now. Let's play some of this one. This build felt good the other night with Onslaught. Cosmo felt good at it. You played Pixie ongoing since the claw buff. That could be an okay candidate. We talked about revisiting that one. What's going on, Timmy Toma? That was only a half hour earlier.
Oh, snap.
The horror show stopped slightly after. Yes, the bot version of Cerebro 3 still having Hawkeye in it is one of the many. I wonder if it's just an inside joke for them at this point. Is this real obnoxious? Behold his mighty hand. Might be beholding some hands on both sides here, Chip. I will say I enjoy all of these various mover cards with Miss Marvel. That part of this package just felt good in this build. Kyaria, their Ultron deck. Someone's been hurt by Someone's been hurt by Killmonger recently, Chip.
Behold my mighty hand.
They never try and contest the center, right? They're always punting this. Yeah, moving nowhere could be funny if we had priority, but I didn't play for that. I think it's this. I think there's no shot they contest the center.
There's no strings on me.
And for reference here, because this question always gets asked, Captain Marvel knows that if she jumps here, she triggers +10 from Captain Marvel. So if adding 15 here, would have won this lane in the game, she would have moved. 99 and 5/7. Good luck, Godspeed.
Snap.
Hopefully they play Invisible Woman out on 2 and we get to Quake the Space Throne onto her. Rivals sold the cards. I think my plan is to stream Marvel Snap till at least 7:30 or so. That's a half hour after Rival starts, and make a decision then. It looks like all the other big creators in the Snap category are currently planning to switch to streaming Rivals. If everybody else moves out of the Snap group, it kind of makes sense for me to stay in it, I think. Miss Marvel plus Jeff could win the center for me. Could also do this. See what we end up with over here.
Behold my mighty hand.
If Miss Marvel pops back out here and we either flip into Jeff or draw Jeff, Jeff plus another card could trigger Jeff at the center. Okay, so 4 draws at Jeff here.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, Nocturne moving mid would have gotten rid of Ant-Man's +4. That's actually a great shout. I wasn't thinking about that. Does this ever win the game? This gives me +13 on the right. I think 21 is pretty likely to win the right, but there's some question about whether or not 21 holds the left. Let's find out. Oh, that's scary. Most other cards kill us here. Yeah, one definitely does. GG. Not finding Jeff or Nocturne in all of our cards is really unfortunate. Well, I mean, they're an Iron Man deck, so that's probably incredibly favorable for them. I could Quake the center, but I don't think that's a winning line for us. We're probably just supposed to leave, given they're an Iron Man deck. I just can't play for all three here. Captain Marvel could cover left or right. I assume the center doesn't hold, and if they have Iron Man somewhere, we're just torched.
Escaped.
Playing Captain Marvel mid is free. That is accurate. If we're staying, she should go middle. Hoping for any of our 1s or 2s next turn. I like a lot of what this deck is doing, Socio. Now the question is, do they have a Shauna or a 2+1? It's good for the home team at least. Do not. Like Angela. Yes, the opponent is playing K-Area and Armor. So if they play Ultron here, their bots are only 3, so they go to, they're 4 in the centers, they gain 12 here, up to 15. The Ultron would be 8, and then this would be +4, so they'd be +12, they'd be 20 here. This is 4, 9, 7 is 16, so this would beat Ultron on the right. And they're only at, they're only +12 for 15 in the middle. This is 6, 7, 8, and this is 4. Plus Dazzler. I mean, oh, they do have a free 6-drop as well. Yeah, that's true. Alright, final answer. Their 6-drop is much better than ours, gamers.
Behold my mighty hand.
I believe we're short on the right, yep.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Close. Even if Nocturne hadn't got rid of the cut line, we'd still only tie, yeah, with Captain Marvel. We needed a high roll size, that's true. Nocturne had a chance to high roll. She could have, we also would have won with Monster Island by leaving a spot there for Captain Marvel. So there were 2 locations, 3. Bar with no name also won us the game. There were three rolls that won us there. bar, monster, and Isles Islands. It's not bad. Deep space. Does deep space also win it? Yeah, I think deep space also wins it. Honestly, there's like, when you sit down and talk through the number of spots in a spot like that to like actually win you the game, it's like, oh, there's actually like a lot of them. Hey, what's going on, Chaos? Here I really see that. Our previous opponent had been very injured by Killmonger. Very, very injured. They were playing Armor and Kyeria for their Ultron bots. What would the meta have to look like in order for a move to be a competitive strategy? I think move would need an organic way. I think move would need an organic way to mitigate location variance, and Professor X would need a new text box in order for it to ever be a truly competitive archetype. Two boxes I would expect to need to be ticked off in order for that to happen. I think Professor X is the only card. Rickety Bridge would have won you that last game too, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, because Captain Marvel would have flown over, right? That's funny. There's so many when you sit down and think about it. So the problem with, well, Nocturne definitely helps with location variance. Nocturne isn't a move card. Nocturne is a card that moves, not a move card, if that makes sense. A claw like 6. Yeah, we finally got the gold split, Chuki. Oh, Chuki, you're... Of course you know. It does look sick. Thank you, Chuki. Chuki got us the gold split this morning, gamers. Their tips don't miss. I think Hercules at 3 energy could make sense instead of 4. I mean, I think Hercules stands a much better chance of being playable at 3. He's like awful at 4. Claw sponsored by Chuki, accurate. Great, we don't get to find out until the game's over if this claw's gonna live or die. It's a hard knock life. Chat! Alright, there are 1,600 nerds in this chat, and I keep forgetting to ask. Does anybody in chat know anything or have strong opinions on hoverboards? My kid's friend has a hoverboard that they absolutely love, and Declan's been asking about one for his birthday, and I think we're going to indulge him. And I know nothing about them. So I've been Googling and reading. I feel like they were awesome in Back to the Future. Yeah, the one his buddy has like this go-kart attachment where you like sit in it and ride around on it. That's what we want to get him, so he can ride around on it like a little go-kart type thing. They seem to have varying degrees that hold different weights, and the large child inside of me is inclined to get the one that supports up to 220 pounds, so I can sit on it. Oh, punish for not playing here last turn. Rough. We're definitely getting him a go-kart attachment. That's the whole reason he wants it, because his friend has the go-kart attachment. Oh, that's such a good catch. I could have played Jeff here, then Ant-Man, and then played Miss Marvel here to let the Ant-Man bonus happen. All right, if Claw lives, we win. Yes. Okay, yeah, that was a lie though. I didn't think about Carol soaring in. That's a really good catch. 100% should have gone Jeff, Ant-Man, Carol here. Let Carol jump, and then we would have won even if the Claw had died in the danger room. My Claw never died. That is true, Chuki. You do have a very lucky Claw. Safety room. Safety room. Safety room. Nice Ronin gamer. Yep. Hey, I need to like paint a circle around Teenage Warhead as a card to think about while we're playing. That is actually something I probably want to quake to the left or the right. Howdy, Moni. If you can stick to just English in chat, I would appreciate it. We don't have non-English moderators. Please and thank you. Tempo Max. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Tempo Max always a winner. Yep. Miss Marvel's gonna get shot. I'm gonna quake on 5. Is my plan. Quake the Strange Academy to somewhere else. Oh no! You know what they say, chat? Man plans and super giant laughs. My poor sandcastle. At least I get to control where these end up at. Just fill the left. Unironically, could I fill the left? Not without moving these, yeah? Never mind. Sorry. Don't make me. Maybe you made me pause and think for a second there. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Again, I could fill the left, but I can't fill both simultaneously. Oh no, chat, I fucked up. Remember when I said I was gonna need to think about playing around? Remember when I said I was gonna need to think about playing around, what's it called? Teenage Warhead? I should have put Nebula first here. It's fine. I can move Jeff here, and then we still get double Marvel, so I think we probably win, but... I have priority. These reveal after their turn 6 reveals.
Behold my mighty hand.
So these cards could get caught by Teenage Warhead. Please spent some time playing the opponent's deck. One of the sweaty gamers, Yo Woody, helped popularize this a little bit. And it felt kind of alright into some of the meta decks like Hella, but whenever we queued into like random stuff like what we're currently playing, it felt like it really struggled. Random chaff is definitely what we're playing. And like, we have a cohesive plan, but we're definitely not doing meta things. Hella gets removed from the game by Leech. If you weren't here earlier when we talked about it, I actually think Leech is not that good against Hella. It's a short clip explaining why, unironically. Maybe on the big house is kind of awkward for us. I don't really have a great answer to that. Them giving us a free thing on the left to power up Captain Marvel with is great for us. Definitely. Yeah, drawing every card that costs 4, 5, 6 in our first few draws feels not great, man. The Jean Grey ongoing deck with Cosmo is good against Hella. It is very reasonable against Hella, yes. Do I do Marvel Ant-Man into Onslaught, move Nightcrawler? I could Claw into Onslaught and then put some other... I could Claw into Onslaught, move Nocturne, move Nightcrawler here, and hope that's enough to win the middle. And then 16 covers here. I think that's my plan. Do this and punt the left. This gives me a total of 13, 20 here in the middle. Might do it. Could lose to a running, I suppose. Alright, we just need Nocturne to not choose violence. Cool, thank you, Nocturne. The claw buff win here. The claw!
Victory!
They're super giant, letting us juke them here a little bit. I'm sure they elected to play for here in part because they thought we didn't have any stats there, when in reality we had queued up 8. Oh, I didn't reload step yet. Claw now gives +8, meaning when you onslaught him, you get +16. Feels real good. Yeah, the claw buff is super solid. I like this deck a lot. I think it's doing a lot of things that I enjoy. It's time to run some ads, it looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and tap that. We'll be back in 120 seconds. We're gonna play one more set with this one when I return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Run to the restroom really quick, subs. BRB. Marvel Snap rules. I agree. Marvel Snap is genuinely the best new card game to release in the last decade or more. What game did you play before Marvel Snap? Magic the Gathering was the thing that launched my content career into full-time. But I also played some Runeterra, some Mythgard, some Hex TCG, a bunch of other turn-based and variety and strategy card game stuff over the years. But Magic the Gathering is what I owe the bulk of my notoriety to pre-snap. 2023 was actually my most successful year doing content year to date. You do parallel. No, I do not engage with anything related to cryptocurrency.
Oh, snap.
Cryptocurrency is a solution looking for a problem. It adds absolutely nothing of value to literally anything in the video game space, while simultaneously creating new problems. Did you get into the Marvel Rivals creator program? Kinda. So I have the senior content creator role in their Discord server. However, I've been given no actual information and no keys to give away. It's also incredibly damaging to the environment. That's true. The asterisk you have to acknowledge is that some of the more modern versions of cryptocurrency have done away with the massive amounts of energy consumption at least, but that doesn't even begin to address all the other fundamental problems with it. It's like, yes, that was one of the issues, but it's only one of them. Every industry go through a scam phase like crypto? No, not remotely. Every industry go through a scam phase. Chat, the entirety of cryptocurrency and everything that was worth value in it was based purely on speculation. So it was a scam because everything about it was based purely on speculation. The only reason anybody in the crypto space actually made money was by convincing other people to put money into it. Even when you hear people who, like, there individually didn't mean harm to someone talk about how they made money on cryptocurrency, the only reason anybody ever makes any money on cryptocurrency is because someone else was left holding the bag. And the reason why I personally find cryptocurrency morally reprehensible is because a lot of the people who were left holding cryptocurrency bags did not realize what they were getting themselves into and were sold something that is decidedly not. There are a lot of people who were sold it being an investment engine or all sorts of other things, when in reality it was just pump and dumps or all sorts of other variety of nonsense. In order for someone to have cashed out, someone else had to cash in and end up losing something. It's funny, I often talk about the business end of streaming here. And for reference, the 3 highest paying types of sponsorships in the content creator space over the last 5 years have been online gambling, literal casinos, cryptocurrency, and video games that have microtransactions and loot boxes in them. So in other words, the 3 highest paying sponsorships are gambling, gambling, and gambling. Just in 3 different flavors. One very direct, one lying that it's not actually gambling, and then another that is gambling where you never actually cash out and win, you just cash it on shiny things like gold-backed cards. I'd also like the record to reflect that I personally don't find gambling itself morally reprehensible. I enjoy gambling, all things in moderation. My main problem with cryptocurrency is that it's basically never bilked as gambling. It's sold to people as all these variety of things, but never actually what it really is. If you're missing, sorry, I've seen the Nocturne question. If you're missing Nocturne, you want to play a different 2 or 3 energy card in this deck that you can play on curve. Mobius is probably a good choice. Kitty Pryde is not a card you want to play in this deck because this deck wants to play a 4-drop on 4, a 5-drop on 5, and a 6-drop on 6 a lot of the time, meaning you don't have room to play Kitty on curve. I bet you're cracked at poker. During undergrad, I paid my rent playing cash poker. The reason why I no longer play cash poker is that playing cash poker optimally is incredibly fucking boring. Playing games like this online is far more enjoyable, so if I could do this as a job, I'd rather do this. Honestly, I'd rather work in corporate America than grind poker tables. It's just not. It's not fun. How's Nocturne been so far? I am super happy and impressed with Nocturne. Nocturne is a card that did basically exactly what I was expecting her to do. She's incredibly competitive, it adds good utility and variance reduction. She has good synergy with stuff like Angela. She's a card. We talked about this rating the other day, and it's one that I really like. Nocturne is a card that rates very highly on the Jeff Hoagland scale. It is a card that plays the type of Marvel snap that I personally really enjoy, and she's competitive in decks that I find fun. Other cards that are high up on the Jeff Hoagland scale are things like Nico, Kitty Pryde, stuff like that. In my country, Poland, gambling is kind of bad. I can't even gamba on Twitch. Yeah, unironically, so it used to be, what's the word I search for? It used to be that you could spend channel points to get extra votes in Twitch polls as a feature, and that's not allowed anymore because it was too close to gambling.
We are the future.
Oh, come on, fuck you. That's such a sad coin flip to lose. That was 50% to grab Cosmo. That sucks. Edge.
Escaped.
Ekino's so good. We still move Nightcrawler out and then Onslaught. Yeah, but I'm just not winning the left is the problem. Yeah, I need to be able to Onslaught middle so I can add stats in a few places. Having so much fun with US Agent right now. Opponent shagged by 12 power Angela and still lost the lane because I Elsa'd US Agent on the last turn. Nice. A solid location for our opener here. We get to Nebula off to the right, so I'll have to choose between powering up on Stark Tower or stopping her. And then we'll have Angela and a Nocturne here to spread out around the board. I appreciate folks that are here for the late bit of the stream. It's usually a good bit past when I'm live, but we got some extra going on this week with drops going on. Planning to stream for a few more hours at least today, probably more than that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Means I can't miss Marvel here. Well, I guess if I can't miss Marvel into here, we're gonna miss Marvel in the center. Or miss Marvel to the left, so she gets the Stark Tower bonus. Oh, is this the same opponent? Are we getting Q-sniped? Because I went from silver back down to proving grounds. They beat us in silver. That's weird. Do I want 7 power Miss Captain Marvel? I think I want 7 power Captain Marvel gamers. We're gonna be in a pretty good spot here, right? Because I get to throw Onslaught in the center next turn and then move Nocturne to kill Limbo.
All systems go.
With that draw, actually, do I do this now? Yeah, I think it's this. This adds 7, 12 here in the middle. I'm adding 2 more over here. Yeah, I kinda like it. So they discarded Hela. I suppose in the world where they mess us up with Magneto again. No, we win regardless of what it pulls, yeah? For fuck's sake! The sad part is here, we would have won if I would have gone with the original Onslaught line. We would have won here and the Claw would have won here. I just, in my head, they were locked in power here, so I wanted to play for here. I think truly one of the most disappointing things about Snap Balance in the last year is this card and how it was treated differently than other cards that I enjoyed. Like, I really don't understand. Like, they pre-nerfed Viper and they pre-nerfed Kitty Pryde when they were printing cards that they knew were gonna power them up. And they didn't touch Hela knowing that this card was coming. It's just so weird. It's so, like, it's not like Viper was a good card, right? Like, they pre-nerfed Viper when she was a shit card. Like, at least when they pre-nerfed Kitty Pryde, it was like, okay, Kitty Pryde is good. But, like, Hela was good, and they gave her a new tool? And it's just like... I agree. Blink is an incredibly fun card, and it's sad that she makes Hela better. There's so many interesting non-Hela things to do with her. This location is terrible for us. It's a good thing I brought my Nocturne.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, the leech buff this week really feels like... The leech buff this week really feels like okay, we hear your Hela complaints, but also we're not going to directly address them, but here, hope this is good enough. And hopefully once Leech shows that it's not good enough, we'll actually get something that addresses the problem. But it is a little bit sad that we're gonna have to deal with 2 weeks of Hello. I mean, I guess I could probably just play one card for the rest of the game from here on out. I do really like the 3-drop Blink decks. I think are neat. I think the Blink Electro decks and the Blink like Darkhawk deck that we played earlier, I think those are super fun and reasonable.
Clear for takeoff.
Not the claw I wanted for Christmas.
Are ye worthy?
There's a non-zero chance this wins the game.
Behold my mighty hand.
Oh my god, I fucked up. Oh my god, my brain is so bad. We've been live for too long. So the stages of idiocy, my brain. Wait, our deck wins this game 100% of the time with just like slightly proper play. My Captain Marvel knows she triggers this. I'm not a fucking asshole. I know I messed up. I went to move Nocturne here, and then I was like, oh, I don't want to get rid of the location that gives my Nightcrawler +1, so I'll move it here, not thinking about the fact that it was 2. Like, at one point, I had thought about this mattering, and then my brain just fell out of my head in between because there was a small conflict here. It, like, shelved the bigger conflict on the left. So if I had moved my Nocturne to the right, Captain Marvel would have jumped left, and I'd have won left and right there. I have Angela in my hand. I usually like to wait on Nightcrawler, but I also have, I'm gonna play it on one actually. I have 3/4, so we're gonna kind of curve here anyways. Yeah. It was a wash. Is accurate. Regardless of whether or not they had 2 power, my play was wrong, and I win 100% of the time if I do something else. Assume they play left here if they have a 3 energy discard card, so Cosmo might get them. No, I was never super into Comics Walrus. Unlucky. No, I think you're actually just wrong there, Harley. I think you 110% should be playing Black Knight inside of your, or Black Cat inside of your Black Knight Hella decks. I would agree in like a dedicated Black Knight deck that's not playing Hella, you probably don't want to play Black Cat. But that's very, very different than what these decks are doing. I have a question about politics. In my country, a lot of political clubs are trying to buy voters by promoting social keywords like we support LGBT, which is good, but they're really bad at any other part of country management. Do you think the social parts of human right should be controlled by inside country clubs or something like? That's a question that's way outside the scope of my understanding of the situation you are explaining. I try to expressly make it a point to not have strong opinions on things that I am not informed about. And that sounds like exactly what you are asking, so I'm gonna take a hard, firm pass. I will also say that in general, something that happens in the United States is saying things like, well, I would vote for the Democrats because I think their social policies are good, but I'm fiscally conservative, is something that's just like not true. Because when you look at actual policy, when push comes to shove, Democrats are largely responsible for socially conservative policies and doing things like reducing the deficit. So I would warn you against in general about people who are saying certain things like that and be like, okay, what are their actual voting records? Like, it's easy to say you support something, but it's much harder to like lie about what your actual record is. So something I explicitly do not make an effort to do on stream is I do not try and deprogram or argue with or fight with right-wing people, because that's not my place, it's not my job. Like, it's not my job to deprogram random right-wing stranger on the internet. However, there are people that I have personally known who are right-leaning and conservative, and consistently, the way to get through to those people, if you care about them and want to try and change their points of view on things, is to push them on what the actual records are of the people that they say they're supporting. They're like, okay, I'm fiscally conservative, and you talk through the things and show like, okay, these are what the people that you're voting for because you say you're fiscally conservative are voting for, and this is what the people that I'm suggesting we support for all these other things are voting on that same issue, and they're actually better when you look at what their voting record is. Like a really easy one recently in the United States is that the United States House of Congress had a clean bill where the only thing that it did was cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. There was absolutely no pork in it. It was just like the cleanest bill that only did exactly that. And it was such a good, clean example for changing the hearts and minds of people who are like, I know are nice people, but they're just like lost in the sauce of like what conservative bullshit is. Because you pull this up and you're like, look, this is all this bill does. And all of these Republicans voted against capping the price of insulin, which is something that every reasonable human being can agree should be done. Life-saving medicine shouldn't be put through the ringer of, being too expensive for the sake of corporate profits going up. I think we're dead. Our curve here sucks, and they have a Red Hulk. I think it's time to change decks. This one's been stinky for the last couple games.
Escape.
It's like I was having some interactions with Mogwai on Twitter about the Marvel Snap economy, and he decided to throw the typical bad faith argument in my face of, Jeff, I hear you talk about late stage capitalism and things like that. How can you defend the capitalistic decision Second Dinner makes? And it's like, listen, Marvel Snap is not a life-saving drug, it's not food, it's not housing, it's not a basic human right. If there was ever a market for capitalism and capitalistic intents to run hog fucking wild, unmoderated in, it's definitely the realm of luxury video games. So you could definitely, I don't even think it's about talking about improving. I don't even think it's quite that meme, right? It's just like conflating things that are not conflated. It's like, yeah, like these are things capitalism shouldn't dictate, stuff that people actually need to live. And contrary to popular belief, owning every Series 4 and 5 card in Marvel Snap for free is not something that you need to fucking live. Yeah, and that too. Honestly, I've actually talked about in the past that I genuinely think every loot box game, and this includes Marvel Snap, should be regulated like gambling. I think every Raid, Shadow Legends, and game like this in the wild should have an 18+ sticker on it in the App Store, and it should be appropriately, hey, this is for adults and contains gambling elements because you're spending money and you're pulling slot machines. And I don't think that's bad. I don't think they should be banned. I don't think they should not be allowed to exist, but I think they should be appropriately tagged and categorized and like call the spade a spade and be like, this is what this is. You don't need to lie about it. You don't need to make anything up, but like you should let adults make adult decisions with this, but also make it clear that like this is not for children. Like this is the systems in here are leveraging these mechanics and they shouldn't be targeted at children. I've gotten beat up a little bit. Let's play a good deck for a little bit. We'll play a couple of ladder matches with a good deck. There's not a feature location right now, right? Because fuck those. There's not. Okay, I'm going to play a couple of matches with a good deck on the ladder. I'm going to partner around with bad decks. Putting real money into in-game currency is exactly like casino chips. Yeah, it is. What happened? How was your last match? My draw just had an awful curve, and you had Red Hulk, and I was like, you were like the last match in a run of 3 or 4 bad runs with the deck. I was like, I'm ready to change decks. How long since you played Classic Bounce? It's been a little bit, but also I just don't think that archetype is very good at the moment. Like, I think Classic Bounce has fundamental problems playing in Zala. Oh, it is Dexter, isn't it? That's funny. I was watching him last night. His username is totally opponent right now. We're getting clogged. Punching my ant, man. Rude. Oh, they're blinking stuff then, yeah? That's what this is. Would like one of your finest spectrums, please, deck. Wish granted. We do that. Then we do this. This is close. This would power up their Red Hulk, so they would go to 16 here in the middle. And then they would get -8 down to 8, and I would be at 9. So this beats them playing a big thing here. However, this is good if they play anything smaller 5 or smaller here. sorry, 6 or smaller, because this gets me to 18, and then Mojo, oh, it beats that too. If they play one big thing here, this loses to one big thing left. This beats one big thing left. So it depends on, do they play around Spectrum, or do they play around me playing 2 in the middle? I think I'm gonna go for the Spectrum, and I'm gonna play her here, because if they don't play here, this gives me 7, 11, plus 3, 14 here, up to 13. It's close. We'll limp for 1 for content. They're leaving. Okay. So I think it honestly might be right for me to leave here too. They could blink. I don't know. I feel like, well, I feel like if they blinked, they would have played Nico second, but they actually can't stage Nico second. Maybe I am supposed to stay especially for 1, because it feels like a coin flip at worst, right? I think they either play something big here and then this loses to that, or I could do this to beat the big thing and then we fan out. It's really close. He couldn't beat the Spectrum. Okay. Yeah, there was a non-zero chance they just didn't have the cards to beat Spectrum. They also needed to have something big, right? And the Red Hulk was already in play. And I had the Punisher on the left too, so it wasn't just the Mojo. I was gonna get +7 if they played a card. So they needed an 8. I want to prefix this statement with I do not think there is a big power gap between the best deck and the second best deck in the game right now. But I do think this is probably the best deck in the game, what I'm currently playing. Archetype is very strong. That being said, no armor. Our Nebula is probably not long for this world. Good enough to get Jean for 60. I think if you really wanted to play this deck, picking up Jean is a fine choice. Oh, don't killmonger me, daddy. Have a heart. They should have snapped there, but I was gonna leave if they snapped, so it's the same outcome. Ultimately, it's the same outcome. I agree. Snap is really close to being in a stellar spot. There's a couple of sore spots around the edges with Hela and Professor X, but by and large, there are way more really good games going on right now than bad. And that right there is exactly why I've made not a point to talk about the atrocities that are going on in the Middle East right now, because I can call them atrocities and I can point out that it's awful and I wish it wasn't happening and I wish I had a better choice. But the idea that me supporting the Democrats and Biden makes everything else I say hollow is so fuckingly, mind-numbingly ignorant of reality and what's going on. It's incredibly frustrating. And that's a 6-month subscriber. You can take your shit and get the fuck out of my chat, because fuck you and every other leftist like you that thinks you're taking a stand by handing control of our national government back over to the Republicans, where the first 4 fucking years they did that, they fucked the Supreme Court for the remainder of my life and probably my goddamn children's lives, and took bodily autonomy away from half the country. So yeah, take your goddamn fucking moral stand and shove it up your ass while I live here in fucking reality, understanding what's happened. So yeah, sorry, that my reality isn't convenient for your fucking talking point, so you can feel superior to someone like me that has to deal with the actual outcomes that are happening in my country. Is what's happening in Palestine a fucking travesty? Yes. Is it awful? Yes. Do I wish my national government would do fucking more to prevent it? Fucking yes. But you know what is not the reality? What's not the reality is that if Trump gets fucking elected, that Palestine is suddenly gonna be okay. They're more fucked if Trump gets elected. If there was an option that wasn't the case, I'd be all in and ready to vote for him and beating on that drum and be ready to go all fucking in. But there's not. There's not. And if you understand US politics and international politics at fucking all, you would understand that this is true. That's why I've avoided talking about it on stream, because I knew 110% that if I brought it up, I would have to ban some fuckwit leftist who doesn't understand fucking reality and how this shit works. And it's so fucking frustrating to watch people like that let perfect be the enemy of good. Sorry, it's so predictable and frustrating. There aren't words. Like, I can't. We're dead this game, right? I think so. They have my mojo. I can put +6 more here in the middle, but they can move the Jeff. I might win this game. I don't know, it's close. Somethino, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I got a few in there. Angel of Cost, thank you for the 6 months in advance. I plan to be here. Kushumi, thank you for the brand new primer. Detroit, thank you for the tier 1. Previ with the 5 gifted. And Project X and Stiggy with the biddies. Thank you. Thank you. We take the Baxter building in the game here, yeah? Sick. Cool. Thank you, Spectrum. Any replacements for US agent? I think if you're missing US agents, you probably want to play Lizard. You need cheap cards with ongoing effects that you can play on curve. Bluest Things, thank you for the tier 1. Lizard's definitely the sub. US agent's very good in this deck, but if you looked at me and you were like, Jeff, if I had to pick between US Agent and Gene is definitely the more important Series 5 card for this deck. So I do think US Agent makes the deck better. It's optimal, but it's Gene's the more important card. My plan for Rivals is that every other big creator in the Snap category right now says in their stream title that they're playing Rivals this evening. So I plan to stay streaming Snap to see what numbers look like. And I think if we get back above 2,000 viewers once other people jump categories, I plan to just stream Snap tonight. But if we don't pick back up after other people leave the category, we'll probably do some Rivals too. I will definitely do Rivals at some point this weekend. But tonight, I'm gonna play it based on what numbers look like. Is my plan. Would you rather get US Agent or Nocturne? That's actually a really close one. I think that's actually a good answer to the question. Do you want to play this deck or Angela decks? Is a good way to put that. I think US Agent is the more powerful card than Nocturne, but they're both very playable. Jeff, I gave the 5 months to make up for the loss of that person's subscription. Thanks, Brevi. Part of me wants to do this. This is a Miria. I did play Overwatch 1 in a former life, yes. Oh, Lucas! Lucas! Not hitting Lucas is probably the death knell here. Dragon Run! Thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Yes, right. In theory, the rival servers turn on in 10 minutes. But also, like, as is the case with modern video game releases, there's something of a question mark on if the servers will really turn on. Leaves some question. So what happens here if they play Luke? If they play Luke, they gain 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the middle. So my spectrum actually ties us in the middle if they play Luke, yeah? And then I'd be at 12 here and probably 7 here. So they would, if they play Luke, they would be +2 here. So they would have to play Luke plus play another card that is bigger than 7. I think we can stay here. I think I can stay here. And then we beat their spectrum, yeah? Regardless of what happens in Danger Room. Oh no, wow, actually, if we actually would have full tied if they would have hit the Danger Room. They were 75% to tie this game on the spectrum. So if the spectrum lives, we're +2 and they're +2. But we were so again, the counting here, and this is what you got to be able to do to get your stays and your retreats really good in this game. Is I counted what's the outcome of my spectrum versus their Luke cage, and then noodled to figure out, okay, how many other points do they have to play in other places. So the reason that I stayed here was if they played Luke cage, the centers were tied. We would have been 19 to 19 if they played Luke cage. And then if they played Luke cage while we were 19 to 19 here, we would have been 12 to 14 here. And if this went up, I would have been +7 versus +2. So I think they couldn't have played Luke cage plus also beat a 7-point tiebreaker in most cases. This is the reason I stayed there. I do still need a gold spectrum split, chat. We're soon. Evening, mate. Howdy, Wasquoo. I'm not a big Galactus gamer, Alienator. I'm glad you're having fun with it, though. This game is so weird when Shang isn't deciding 50% of the games, right? It's so much better. Luke plus US Agent would have gotten us or tied. I think Luke plus Agent would have gotten us, Flamester. Right as you said that, toss me Galactus, yep. Although it's funny, we had a really good run with a Galactus ramp deck recently, and it's probably the most viewed deck highlight on my YouTube channel for the last little bit. I think I'm gonna Jean Grey the center here to make it awkward to trigger Angela and keep my Nebula down. That's my plan. Do I snap on the Cosno? I'm gonna snap on the Cosno. By the way, chat, I'm sure Woody's streaming. They are. Woody is a member of our community here. They are someone who is regularly very highly ranked, and they're often playing off-meta and interesting things. If you're not following them, you should tap the heart above the chat there to give them a follow. They are, in my opinion, the highest ranked Marvel Snap content creator that's consistently working outside the box. And they will play meta decks sometimes, but they're often brewing and working on things. Where's the Galactus highlight? It's on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel. I think it was last weekend, or maybe the weekend before. Oh wait, chat, I need to run some ads. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Current Spotlight thoughts: regret skipping Red Guardian, but relatively happy skipping War Machine. Thinking about skipping Nocturne as a free-to-play player. I think that's fine, Gamanesh. Something I've been talking about a lot lately is that I think the Marvel Snap team has really hit their design/balance stride, where I think almost every single upcoming Marvel Snap card release looks like it could be playable in something, but I don't think any of them are going to break the format open. So I think the reality is you should 100% be looking at spotlights that like have more cards that you're interested to play with or have effects that you think you personally would find fun. I think it's honestly just one of the best places for Marvel Snap design to be, where people can be like, okay, I'm gonna get cards that I enjoy and I'm gonna skip ones that I maybe don't like the play patterns of. So like, for me personally, if I was a limited spender, Nocturne would be a high priority for me because I love playing Angela decks. Yeah, and if you want a generic like Jeff's ratings on Spotlight caches and my thoughts on which ones are good, better, otherwise, I have a full breakdown on that here. I think Cersei makes sense in Surfer. Yeah, possibly. That's probably her potentially best home. When you got lots of followers after your shout out, that's fun to see. That's awesome. Yeah, I always like to community build whenever possible. I think you lost your audio. Anybody else have an issue? It looks like everything's fine here. This is such a strong curve. Ant-Man into Agent, into Jean, into Cosmo or Mobius. They're playing Thanos, chat. Interesting. Interesting. Audio's good. Cool. Thank you. Good here. My EK problem apparently isn't the mood. Thanos with Leech Blink can be interesting. So I don't actually think that's true. So I think I definitely don't have 100% certainty about a ton of stuff with I'm not 100% certain about a number of things, but one thing of which I feel fairly certain is that Blink is not good when you're basically using it as a Blink is not good when it's being used as a lockjaw, because actual lockjaw isn't good when being used as a lockjaw. All of the best Blink decks are being constructed in a manner that allows them to get specific cards up out of their deck, I think is the big takeaway from it. So like they're jumping like 3 costs into 6 costs or 5 costs, or like skipping 4 on the curve. Ooh. All right, well now we need to draw Lucas Gamers. Murder World jump scare there. Unfortunate that they had all these ones. Luke! Unlucky. Yeah, I think they could probably put Lockjaw back to where it was. Well, I think they need to address Hela. And I think if they address Hela, they can put Lockjaw back to where it was. Does plus 11 win the middle plus another little bit? Plus another little bit from Punisher. It's like plus 12, basically. Maybe they could get us with like a tech card here, but it looks like they're the Thanos Hela deck. Unlucky? You mean unlucky? My plan for Rivals, for people that keep asking, I'm gonna be streaming stat for at least another half hour, and we'll see. Yeah, it looks like the 3 other people that were at 1,000+ viewers in the stat category all left to stream Rivals. So I'm gonna see what our viewer count does over the next little bit, but I'm willing to bet we're probably gonna gain some viewers here. I bet if we get back up over 2,000 people in the next little bit, I think I plan to stick with stat for the night. I definitely plan to check out some Marvel Rivals this weekend. I'll be streaming Saturday and Sunday as well. But I am not in a huge rush. We can have a good viewer count and a Friday night for some snap. We're going to try and do that. I think I'm going to give it to like 7:45 or 8 o'clock to see if we build up a little bit at all, or if this is our peak for the evening. But usually 2,000+ I like to keep pushing, so it's a solid metric for me. I'm a little below that right now, but I assume we'll build back up because people still need to finish their drops up. If it doesn't build back up, maybe we'll do some shooty bangs ourselves. We'll see. So, with New York, I want a Nebula into New York because they really don't want to play their cards here. They want to move into here later, so forcing them to make the choice to play into here early is good for us. No 2-drop is sad. Could be a mirror.
Avengers! Assemble.
Howdy, Brutico. It's just this. Be a low collection level opponent. Yeah, put it. So, if your opponent is ranked in the top 5,000, they'll have a number. So this person is not. So probably a low collection level gamer. Snap here and be a little bit of a bully.
I am Iron Man.
God, there's a non-zero chance we lose to Onslaught here, but I gotta be honest, we've been live for 11 hours. I don't want to count it. Fuck, do I need to count losing to Onslaught? Shit, okay, your other cards here have +1 power. So their Onslaught is -4, but +2. So it's -2 overall, so it's 5. So they'd have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, -2 is 7. They're gonna be at 28. they're going to be at 28, and I gain 6 up to 23, and then 8 up to 31. I'm beating Onslaught right. I don't want to move Gene because my US agent is symmetrical. Taco Dave, thank you for the prime, appreciate it.
My mighty hand.
Math? Oh my god, I counted way wrong. What did I count wrong? What did I count wrong? Why did they get 56? Oh, I missed. I missed the captain bonuses doubling. Ah, I missed the captain bonuses doubling. No, I didn't do, no, I counted it. I counted the onslaught right with these. I missed that everything was gonna double on these. I counted this as 5, and then I did this times 4, but I didn't double these. I have to say, one of the strangest facets of Twitch to me is whenever there's a demand or someone unhappy with the current content I'm making, it always comes the loudest from people who aren't subscribed to the channel. Just like, you should play Rivals or go play Rivals from someone who's just like literally never subbed. You should go be entitled and demand someone make the content exactly you want somewhere else. Promise. I promise we'll play Rivals at some point, but I'm also gonna do what I want in the meantime. They literally haven't even been following the channel vlog, following 1 hour ago. What? Excuse me? I can't remember what's Namora the upcoming. I gotta be honest, my brain is mush and I can never remember. Sage is next week. I think Sage is gonna be all right. She's a new Mr. Negative toy, which is fun. That's definitely a fan favorite. Losing my Spectrum to Leech feels bad, man. Uncertain if we'll be able to recover from that, unironically. Oh yeah, they have Red Hulk too, probably torched. I agree that Namora sounds more exciting than Sage. Namora is probably a very real Marvel Snap card. If I had to pick a card, like, I usually take a peekaboo at like what other people are talking about cards during preview season when they're coming up, but I think Namora is the card I think most people are underrating looking at what other content creators are saying. Is the Jane Foster bundle worth it? If your goal is to get collector's tokens, the Jane Foster bundle is a fine pack of collector's tokens. It also comes with some sweet art. None of the cards seem interesting this season. I think it depends on what your definition of interesting is. Something that I found is that a lot of the time when people talk about cards not being interesting or worthwhile, what they mean is they're not cracked in half. Which, you're right. I think most of the cards this season aren't cracked in half. But I also think the second dinner team looks like they're aiming not to have cards be cracked in half anymore. They're trying to balance the game, which is a good thing. Interesting equals broken, yeah, for a lot of people. Oh, what a great Quake. Solid video gaming from the opponent here. Is Loki worth getting long-term? Despite what you will frequently hear in many places, Loki is actually not really that good. Do this and kind of play from left to the right here.
We are the future.
They have to put 2 cards here, and those cards will have to have 7 power to beat us because we're going to go up to 16. They'll have to have 6 power to beat us. And then Luke also gets rid of the penalty on Widow's Kiss, which means we'll go to 4 plus 5, 9 in the middle. And if they don't beat us here, we're getting +3 from the Omega Red on both of these as well. I think we're in a solid spot with the Luke Cage drop. God, US Agent is so good, chat.
Victory.
It's funny hearing people talk about this month being a skip, because it's probably one of the most exciting set of card releases I've had in a while. Yeah. Agreed. Unironically, if you're like a mid to late game player who's been playing for a while, depending on what your collection looks like, I think it's very reasonable to prioritize picking up US Agent with tokens. He's not coming up in caches for a while, and he's a very playable card. If you are a Jeff Hoagland deck enjoyer, I promise to get you lots of mileage out of investing in US Agent. Havoc enjoyer. There's a gamer after my own heart. That's terrifying though, because they're a Havoc enjoyer. They've probably got like Kitty Pride and movers and stuff in their deck. I think even without Jean Grey. So Jean Grey is more important than US Agent in this particular deck. However, there are lots of US Agent decks. This is basically the only Jean Grey deck. If that makes sense. Getting the claw from them, I'm gonna snap on the Jean Grey play because I think she's about to be incredibly disruptive to my opponent's deck. Well, that's an optimal. Well, shit. I think that might actually beat us, unfortunately. Yeah, especially with them having Nocturne.
Escaped.
Hey, Toxic Soul, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today. I actually need boosters for a couple of cards of this deck. Spectrum and Punisher, both working towards gold splits still. I think anytime peak is neutral or positive for you, it's plus EV to snap, because there are a significant number of decks in Marvel Snap where peak just makes them not allowed to play the game. So when peak happens here and all my cards stay exactly the same, I should snap. There's a good chance it's a free cube. Obviously, sometimes you bite off more than you can chew, and like you're gonna snap into someone who has like an Iron Man in their hand. But I think more often than not, this is too positive.
Animated frame.
Is U.S. Agent or Mockingbird higher on the Jeff scale? I think U.S. Agent, honestly. U.S. Agent. So the way to think about U.S. Agent is the U.S. Agent has one of two deck building requirements. Either one, you play U.S. Agent with Jean Grey and then they're automatically good, or two, you play U.S. Agent in a deck that's capable of playing him on turn 5 or turn 6. So you either have to be able to force big things into his path, or you need to have room to play him out at the very end of the game when you know where the big things are. And I play out, this deck is the former deck, playing him with Jean Grey. I personally brew and play a lot of the latter, which is playing him inside of decks that explicitly want to play out like 2 or 3 cards on the last turn that are all very cheap. Oh no! This isn't... Oh god, I have a red border card in my deck. I didn't realize I was playing with a non-custom card version here. Mistakes were made. I will fix that after this game. Apologies for the hideousness, chat. Acceptable. Speaking of things that are hideous, holy fuck. What a monstrosity. That is freaking hella gamers. Should have believed in drawing Luke Cage. All right, so they're passively at 35 here if they put a card in. They've only discarded Death. If they fill a card here, I get +6, and then Spectrum gives me +8, so I'm +14 here. So in order for them to beat me here, they would have to play something bigger than 14, which isn't going to happen. So I think we just assume we're winning here, and then we Spectrum here, and we're beating wherever they play Hela, and then we lose where Death goes in either of these slots, then we win here plus the other one here. Yep. They're leaving? Oh, they're staying. Okay.
Knowledge is power.
Minions to me.
Or Shang. It's incredibly unlikely that Shang is in my opponent's deck. You should not play around Shang when you see Lady Sif or what's it called? That was close. I mean, no, it wasn't. Like if the blink turned into something big here, we were just winning here and here. So playing this here played around them putting something really big here and turning off my Omega Red bonus. I don't think there were any cards in their deck that won them the game here. Because we played Spectrum here. And GG, Bobby. Yeah, you gotta count that. Gotta count those Spectrum numbers at the end of the game. All right, let's fix this Punisher. That's not remotely okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we hit 5th split gold, chat? Do I make poor financial decisions and hit 5th split gold? When have we ever made good financial decisions on this stream? Blade Blink hella could have gotten us. Yes, good call. Unlucky. I think we're just gonna leave him at the base art for now. Infinite with the Darkhawk Blink deck. Nice banana. I think that one's really good. I like it. I like it a lot. Any non-hella Blink decks for the weekend mission? Yeah, there's been a few. What was it? There's Surfer Blink on the Jeff Hoagland channel. There's a Darkhawk Blink in my decks list from today that we played, and there was a Electro Blink deck on the Hoaglandia Snap channel. You stopped playing Magic the Gathering and called that a good financial choice. That's fair, honestly, Vinci. Mjolnir, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. My hand's kind of trash, but this is bad for them, so I'm gonna press the button and see how it goes. I don't think Jean Grey matters here. If I play Nebula here, she'll get +4 over the next 2 turns. And then so long as Omega Red is winning here, we win here. They can get like +2 or 3 on here. Wait, they didn't fill the Wrath this turn? Really? What the hell is in their hand? You want a Mobius? Why do you want a Mobius? Because of Mockingbird? Is Blinkin' Surfer to help guarantee Sarah on 5? Yes. You could also turn your 2s into 3s later. So I could get a random 6 by doing this, and that probably wins the game, yeah? But it only ties, the problem is doing that only ties me in the middle. I think I just do this, and then Spectrum here next turn, and then assume Omega Red plus Nebula powering up twice wins me Space Throne. I think is the play. Oh, the Claw is a card, chat. Blah! I have many regrets. Okay, so if they Onslaught left, does this beat Onslaught? They need to Onslaught? What do they play here? This gives me 7-10 here. And it shrinks this by 4. I think this is the play. Yeah, cool. Like I said, like I've been saying, you can play this deck without US Agent, but man, is he fucking good at it. Victory. There's so many spots like this in the last turn where you're like, well, we're just gonna put them in a trash can. Our 211. Up towards a gold Spectrum split, baby. Lovely. Speaking of gold, I'm gonna acquire some gold by pressing this money button. We're gonna play Gene Spectrum for one more set when we get back, I think, and then we'll change things up. Thanks everybody for hanging out on a Friday night, doing your staff drops here. Don't go anywhere. I'm sitting on 7,000 tokens. Should I buy US Agent? What are other series 4 or 5 cards are you missing? It's kind of the answer to that, kind of context to that question. Like, do you have most of the staples? If you have most of the staples and you want to play with US Agent, I think US Agent's a fine pickup. Are there any other cards that are missing in your collection that you like kind of want to play with? And what are they? I almost feel like US Agent might get hit with a nerf bat sometime soon. I hope they give him 2 power so I can play him in Cerebro too. I would love 2/2 US Agent. Please, 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 Glenn. Please, please, Glenn. I'm begging you, nerf him to 2 power. Don't put it back to -3. 2/2 Agent. 2/2. They did just buff him, yeah. You're missing Martyr, Cannonball, US Agent. US Agent, buy it, not close. Don't feel bad about it. Have fun, gamer. Cannonball, Martyr, US Agent. Have you some fun with some US Agent. He's a lovely pickup. If you don't plan to play Hela, I would probably pick up US Agent over Red Guardian. The only reason to pick up Cannonball is if you really love Professor X. All the good Cannonball decks are basically Professor X decks. I just pulled my 7th consecutive pixel variant. I don't know what I did to deserve this. Well, it makes you feel better. Eventually, you will have all of them. So eventually, you stop pulling them because there are none left to pull. Pain. Solid hand. Agent into Jean Grey. Nebula on the right. Nebula is the only 1-drop you don't play in the White Hat room. There will always be more. That's not true, chat. I definitely am pixel complete. I guess it depends on how much you spend. If you spend enough, you do eventually get 700 gold variant complete just from the collection level track. Part of the reason, past laziness on wanting to click them, that I always hold at least some collector's reserves, is that way I can always get a new 700 gold variant when it comes out. Speaking of clutter, part of me wants to snap here. Are emotes in the shop rotating? I believe so. Parker! Dr. Toll, scary. A snap on the fill here. You're only getting avatars every day. And so it is slightly weighted to give you emotes more frequently, but they're not guaranteed, yeah. What collection level gets you 700 gold variant complete? It varies. It depends on when you start, right? Because they add more 700 gold variants. I think I want to play Omega Red this turn, so I can play Spectrum next turn if I draw her, and I want Omega Red on the board. I want them to have to think about this. They got second Hope Summers from Camp Play High. They're just gonna build their own white hot room chat with Jeff the Baby Land Sharks and Hope Summers. I actually have more energy than me, yeah? Oh no, we're tied. +3. I think unfortunately I have to go because I missed on Spectrum, which is sad. Getting to go like this into Spectrum here would have been nice, but I don't think I can compete. I think they just get us too much of the time. Yes, I could do this. This gives me 10, 13 to 9 here. That's just not enough, yeah. I'm like losing here. I only have 10 here. And that assumes like Omega Red's bonus stays in the center. Which is unlikely. If I'd have had Luke Cage, so I could have like piled stuff in the center and gotten rid of the Widow's Kiss, this might have been okay, but it's a retreat later angle gamer. You get the deck showing on the side. Yeah, there's a third-party application called Untapped for PC. It tracks your deck and cards that they've played in there. It's really helpful with cards like Blink or Lockjaw that explicitly care about things remaining in your deck.
Escaped.
I appreciate folks hanging out this evening, by the way. A little Twitch tracker here says we had over 200 new followers today. Anybody hanging out in chat that's new and not familiar with me, my name's Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch, with Marvel Snap being my primary gaming addiction these days. It's been my focus since it released at the end of 2022. I've been streaming on Twitch for a long time before that, though, for over a decade, doing it as a full-time job for the last 6.5 years now. Before Snap, I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, Runeterra, other turn-based and strategy card games. Played Magic specifically competitively for a very, very long time before starting to do some content. I also have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics and spent time teaching at both the high school and college level, so you'll find my streams here tend to be very analytically focused. We're always trying to work on it, iterate, improve the decks that we're playing. I also typically enjoy brewing. This is a little bit of a stock deck at this point. Definitely one of the better decks in the format, but usually we rotate decks relatively regularly on this channel. Usually every 60 to 90 minutes, somewhere in there, we switch things up. So you're someone that wants to get a lot of variety in what you're watching when you watch Marvel Snap, this is a great place to do that. On your video on monetization really changed how I think about Snap. Seeing free-to-play gets about 50% of all cards, and full whale only costs about $80 a month seems way better than I thought. Yeah, and that's the big thing why I like doing the economy update videos like that, apparently. As someone who hears a lot of people talk about the Marvel Snap economy very frequently, there is a ton of misinformation in the community, where people just like throw out numbers that are not remotely true and act like they are for the sake of being mad and generating anger. Please never forget, chat, that social media is all about engagement, and the easiest way to generate engagement on social media platforms is to make people mad. And saying things about the economy that are not true, people feel very viscerally about them. It's a good way to make them mad. Do you ever miss teaching? I mean, in a way, what I do here on twitch.tv is still teaching, with the only difference being when someone's kind of obnoxious, I can just tell them to fuck off. Man, really punished for where I played this armor out at, huh? Unlucky. Do we think they fill? Do we think they fill here? Oh, you know what? I want to save the... I was thinking that I want to play Mojo or Ant-Man here, but if I draw Spectrum, I'm going to have an extra energy for here, so I want to hold the Ant-Man, so that way if we peel Spectrum, we can go Ant-Man into Spectrum. Ace Crusher, thank you for the 33 months. Welcome back. Do you prefer modern algebra or real analysis? Definitely real analysis. Okay, so then the eternal question, should I stay or should I go now? This is +5 over here, which puts me to 17. If they play 2 more 2s, they get to 16, which we're beating. If they play Mystique, they cannot play Mystique. We have Cosmo. We're good. We lose to Blue Marvel +1 drop. However, they've already played 1, 2, 3 1-drops. So I think our lose condition of Blue Marvel is pretty unlikely. So I'm going to stay. 2 2-power things get beat here. Oh, they had the Nightcrawler. GG opponent. So, a little bit unfortunate there. Opponent both had the 2-card combo that ended up beating us. We didn't draw our Spectrum, and they also happened to be playing an uncommon build of Cerebro 2 that's playing a whopping 4 1-energy cards. Usually these builds do not have space to play this many 1-energy cards. Sometimes. You're a comic fan at all before playing this? I was not. I did some MCU stuff, but it was mostly just a casual super enjoyer. To be fair, the students here, you get to call out of their stuff, or you might do a little bit more elegantly in the classroom, sure. I'm almost convinced to lock US Agent down to buy it. Looks stronger now. US Agent's a very playable card. Very, very playable card. I have not been watching the new X-Men. What did I watch recently? My wife and I are currently watching the Blacklist together, and I just finished binging the Fallout show last week. It was pretty good. I'm almost inclined to snap Luke Cage into sewer system. See how the rest of my hand goes here. Little Loki, open to peel Mobius. Most notably, them being on Loki means that they could have my Luke Cage to get symmetrical here. With the Mobius draw, I'm definitely going to snap them. Although I suppose Luke's bar is slightly favorable for them because they can play a card that fills their hand and keep it there if they set things up right. I think it's Omega Red Center into US Agent Luke into Spectrum. Spider-Man 29 is worth grabbing as a free Series 3. Absolutely not. Card is trash. As something of a connoisseur in trash Marvel Snap cards. Don't do it. You'd have to be really deep into your collection for that one to be the one you pick up. He's not the literal worst card in Series 3, but he's real fucking close. real close. Long time watching YouTube, first time on Twitch. Hey, welcome to a live one stream. Good to have you here. Be pretty surprised they could beat Spectrum Luke on the left plus a kicker from Omega.
Knowledge is power.
Their Agent Coulson scammed them here.
Victory.
Jeff, I've been getting bored by winning way too much. Do you have any decks that I can play? If you look in my decks list from earlier, we were playing a Stegron Arrow deck that we won about half our matches with, but certainly isn't very good. If you're looking for something a little wacky. Leslie, thank you for teaching me about snap logic, thinking about things in this game from a noob a year ago to person hitting quite high infinite plays every month. Nice. Congrats on your level ups. What is a good win rate considered? So, one of the things you need to think about different in Marvel Snap coming from other card games is that your win rate isn't the most important metric, because how much your deck is actually winning the game is going to vary a lot deck to deck. The metric that really matters in Marvel Snap for measuring strength of decks and ultimately players is your average cube rate. How frequently are you winning cubes versus losing cubes? There are a number of decks over the course of history in Marvel Snap that have really middling average really middling win rate, but really reasonable average cubes. Because remember, if you're winning lots of 4 and 8 cube games, and you're losing lots of 1 cube games, you can lose a bunch of 1 cube games and win like one 4 cube game and get it back, yeah? Oh, snap. Snap on the US agent draw here, since we're gonna ramp up our NRG. The math on that will change a bit for leagues where you get flat bonuses for winning. I'm not really too worried about the dynamic on leagues. They're going to be a pretty minimal change overall for most people. Most people should basically just pretend leagues don't exist and then happily collect whatever small amount of rewards you get from them for free. What's the best deck right now? I actually think this deck I'm currently playing is the best deck right now, but it's only the best deck by a small margin. I think the format as a whole is pretty reasonably well balanced, and there isn't anything that's head and shoulders above the rest. Oh man. All right, hold on. We gotta talking about teaching the children. I don't understand why other people think Spider-Man 2099 is bad. Well, no matter how you slice the data for the last 30 days, he's got a negative average cubes and a sub 50% win rate. And his popularity is not particularly high because he's a trash card. But he's a trash card and people say he's bad because he is bad. And then you went on to say he's actually pretty good in movement. Movement cards in general tend to be really mediocre in Marvel Snap. The movement deck in general suffers a great deal from location variance, generating a lot of locations that are very bad for you as a player. That means your strategy just falls apart. And move decks get hard countered by the card Professor X, which is an incredibly popular card that nobody's playing explicitly to beat move, but they're just incidentally playing it because it's a good toxic card for locking people out of the game. So, basically, especially when you're playing at the higher levels, 1 in 5 of your games often can be against the card Professor X, which just incidentally shits on your movement deck as a whole. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my why bad cards are bad TED Talk. So, I'll be the first to tell you, follow your heart, and if you really enjoy moving your cards around the board, and you find joy in blowing things up with Spider-Man 2099, you should go nuts and enjoy it. But just understand at the same time, people that are telling you they're not that good, there's really good reasons for why they're telling you it's not that good. You should definitely make sure you're having fun. Marvel Snap's a game. You should min-max your fun in the game. But movement decks have basically always struggled due to location variance, and then things like Professor X kick them while they're down. I talked a bit about my math teacher background and my degrees earlier. But something that I also did for a short stint after finishing grad school is I did data analysis and process automation for a Fortune 50 company. So mucking around down inside of numbers is very much my jam. It's something that I've spent a lot of time doing and enjoy doing, and you'll often find us digging into the data here on stream. You played New Ultron. Yes, New Ultron is very mediocre. New Ultron does not consistently make numbers big enough to be competitive against the other decks making big numbers. And the numbers it makes and where it makes those numbers are very predictable in a way that players who are good are going to beat you a frequent amount of the time. You think Black Panther is too weak of a card? Yeah, I think Black Panther is the type of go big effect that just like isn't meaningfully enough better than like what Hela does, so it just like plays second fiddle to her. What are meta decks at the moment? So the format's pretty wide open, with the only super established decks being Hela and then some various Professor X clutter decks. There's definitely a lot going on that you can play. Do I want to gamble into the Danger Room? Probably. Danger Room's never killed any of my cards before, so I don't think it would choose to start doing that today of all days. I do a weekly best decks roundup video that you can find on my YouTube channel from last week there. We'll have an update on that probably tomorrow morning. Safety room. Safety room. This is looking like a game that Ben Brood is going to decide the outcome of. I assume the last turn here is going to ride or die based on Danger Room's trigger. Cool.
Victory.
Hela is a very bad deck right now because of Leech. All right, hold on. We're gonna have all the TED Talks here at once. So this one's a video TED Talk. So buckle up and listen up, gamers. You need to hear this. Leech has not been working as a clean answer to Hela because of the information asymmetry that Leech creates. When you play Leech out and you hit the opponent's Hela, they know you hit their Hela and they get to leave if they can't win. However, if you play Leech out and then they top deck Hela, you don't know that that's what happened, so they get to play Hela and take you for way more cubes than you get when Leech actually beats them. Past all of that, some amount of the time when you play Leech as a 4-2, your Hela opponent just plays Dracula and then Red Hulk or Infinite. You fucking lose anyways, even though their Hela was wiped. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Can someone clip that? So, basically, from my experience and from a theory craft perspective, I do not think new updated Leech is going to end up playing out as a meaningful answer to Hela as a deck. I would expect in the long run, Leech will end up being a card that goes back into obscurity and unplayability with a 4-2 stat line. It's better than it was at 5-3, but it's still not good.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Nebula is such a good turn 1 draw, chat. I like how you could listen to my entire speech and talk. You could hear me say the word top deck Hela, and then you could hyper focus on exactly the word top deck Hela, and then completely ignore the follow-up 15 seconds. See, this is my, someone asked about compared to teaching. You see, when a student on twitch.tv fails to listen to a 40 fucking second lesson and process it, I can just tell them they're dumb and to go away. Whereas, like, you know, when you're a teacher in a classroom, you gotta sit there and hold their hand, even though they literally didn't listen to the thing you said 30 seconds previous that only took 30 seconds to say. Yes, it is 100% Internet Arguing 101. You don't listen to the entirety of what they actually said. You just listen to one part of it, and then you focus on just that one part and act like it's the entirety of what they were trying to say. 110%. Also, the discussion about top deck Hela doesn't happen often. With you playing Leech on turn 4, they have 2 draw steps to top deck the Hela. It's gonna happen more often than you think. The question here is, I definitely want to copy Ant-Man. Do I want to play Mobius to hedge a Loki? Or do I want to play Punisher to put more stats here? I'm gonna hedge a Loki. Is Werewolf by Night a good card? Werewolf by Night is one of my absolutely favorite cards in Marvel Snap, and it hurts me a lot to say it, but no, it is not very good. They massacred my boy. That's unfortunate. Actually can't win still. My poor... They had another Enchantress, chat. That's so funny. Leech to me, double Enchantress, still just can't win the game. Cool. Sweet deck. Order with their hand. Their hand was probably just like a bunch of Enchantresses and Rogues and Shang-Chi's. They just couldn't play 2 of their tech cards out. Probably just a bunch of 3 and 4 energy Sandcastle kickers. But if I had to venture a guess, that's what that retreat feels like there. It's like Sarah and Sandcastle kickers in their hand. Wave and Nocturne would be decent replacement for Red Guardian and White Widow in the Blink Surfer deck. Yeah, I think Wave actually in particular is really sweet in that deck. Very reasonable inclusion. This combination of locations is very annoying. Ah, it's such a good beat for them too. Getting a freebie. Well, speaking of freebies. Alright, RNGs, let's take the wheel. Maybe I'm supposed to wait. Maybe I'm supposed to wait a second and wait to get the Omega Red. Could be possible. Yeah, unfortunately, the way the math works out, if they guaranteed you never got a duplicate inside of a Spotlight Cache on the 4th random card, you would get every card in Marvel Snap spending $0 a month. Which they're, it's just not tenable for their business model. They need to be able to sell cards to make money. Alright, chat, how are they kicking my Sandcastle for me to lose this game? It's gotta be something like Enchantress, yeah? What's a real Marvel Snap card that beats me that's not Enchantress? Don't they already make enough money off of cosmetics? If card games were sustainable from selling only cosmetics Runeterra would still be a PvP game people are playing. Yeah, Enchantress might not even beat us, honestly. Yeah, they're just leaving. I've not been snapping nearly aggressively enough with this deck. I've mostly just been vibing and playing games. And talking and bullshitting with chat. Magneto could maybe mess us up. Yeah, maybe I'd have to sit there and count Magneto. Whenever people talk about games successfully surviving off of cosmetic sales alone, they always reference games like League of Legends, and it's really important to understand how much smaller in scope and player base a competitive card game like Marvel Snap is compared to a game like League of Legends. Like the player base size is just like magnitudes different. Yeah, League's the exception, not the rule, but it's also like just like magnitudes larger than like what Snap is from a player base perspective. Card games are a niche inside of gaming. Holy crap, chat. We just been like casually vibing and gaming with this deck. 14 and 6. Heimdall Enjoyer. Classy gamer. This deck is too good. I don't think too good. I think too good is too strong of a word. I think this deck is very good, and I enjoy it being very good. I think having this type of deck be good in Marvel Snap is very good for the game. It's very good stats. Yes, that is accurate. It definitely has very good stats. Evolutionary Gamer. Any alternatives for Mobius and Jean? No, I think this deck really needs those cards to be competitive. Jean especially is a big part of what lets this deck thrive. Mobius you could do without. Your Loki matchup is bad without Mobius, but like your other matchups are fine. So like they're mostly serviceable. If I do this, spread it out here a little. Oh, I can't retreat. Scary. Oh, well, Luke Cage into their Cyclops is lovely. Oh, they took the extra energy, though. I'm gonna go to 22 here. We can't leave. I just gotta stay. I think this is the play. It's our only play, so let's hope it works. It's my favorite deck with Nocturne. There's honestly just so many, Dan. If you haven't done your Blink missions yet, there's a Nocturne Darkhawk deck that we played earlier today in my decks list that felt really good. I was playing both of them. It was one of my favorite Blink builds. It was a solid Nocturne deck too. Knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. You think this is snappable? I mean, they do have 7 energy. 8 energy? They have 8 energy because of the Hope. Snap. Can they do like She-Hulk High Evo? No, because I have Mobius. Yeah, the Mobius and the Luke, we should probably snap. I think you're right. I don't think they're beating us. The Mobius Luke Jean is a real big pinch here.
Knowledge is power.
Cool. That Jeff moved. Their Jeff hadn't moved, but even if they move Jeff, they still have to play their first card into Jean. End of the stream, I want to say thanks for the shout out, converted to 40 followers. Awesome, buddy. You're great people. Glad you had a good stream. All right. We played like 20 games with this deck now, and I think I'm ready to bump along to something else. Crushed it. We crushed it. You want to hear one of the best pieces of gaming with variance advice you're gonna get today, chat? You should always end on a high note with a deck when you're enjoying it. Don't let yourself buy. Like, I'm not gonna be done streaming Snap. We're gonna be streaming Snap for a while, but like, I'm currently feeling good about the Jean Grey Spectrum deck, and I want to end my session with that deck, feeling good about it. So I'm gonna hop out. Let's play something bad but fun for a little bit. What do we got? Bad but fun. Werewolf by night. Definitely bad but fun. Havoc. We can do Havoc after this. We haven't played any Werewolf yet today. We've been live for 11 hours and haven't wolfed yet. So let's howl at the moon for a little while. Everyone on my feed is playing Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I think I am definitely going to play some Marvel Rivals this weekend at some point, but I felt like everybody was going to be doing it tonight, so I'd rather just like hang out in the Snap category. I think my plan is to do all Snap this evening. We're back up above 2,000 concurrent viewers, which is a solid count for me. Snap. We're just gonna vibe here for the evening. I'm planning to stream Saturday and Sunday this weekend, both Snap and Rivals, so we'll get some gaming in. You're on Hawk Wolfbound. I mean, I think the Dark Hawk package in general, Woody, you could just shove into almost anything, and it's great right now. Like, wholeheartedly, Dark Hawk deserved the nerf that it got. Card's real good right now. Is Blinking good mid-rangey decks now or only good for Hella? So I think there are a bunch of good mid-rangey stuff that Blink is good in. It's definitely also in Hella, but you can play it in good mid-rangey stuff. Can I use your cabin this weekend since you're busy? My wife and kids are actually going out to the camper without me, which is one of the reasons why I'm just gonna be live a bunch this weekend. I'm gonna like cut the grass tomorrow morning, and we're gonna go live and play games all day. Because Christy and the kids are gonna be out of town. If I do this, I pick these up on 4, I play them and bounce them again on 5. That seems fine. That seems fine. I guess I get caught by a Killmonger next turn, but they might Killmonger this turn. I might get fucked by Killmonger next turn. I might get got by Killmonger next turn. This matchup's probably hard for us. I think I have to hope to get a little bit lucky. They're a little bit better than 50% to have Killmonger. You play Angela here. Yeah, maybe. Angela's a little bit awkward. God, they're playing Professor X in this deck too. I hate this card so much. Angela's a little bit awkward with the Carnage plan, but she's a good card in general. I think a Killmonger deck with Shauna. So yeah, there's been a, ooh, that's fucking good. There's been a Killmonger Shauna, there's been a Killmonger Shauna death deck going around. Okay, so this gives me a copy of 7-power Hawkeye. It gives me these 3 back in my hand. It gives me 4, 9, 10, 11, 12 here in the middle. Final answer. They tried to blink their Professor X. Well played. Fucking got me. It's such a shame. It's such a shame Shauna hit Spider Ham, chat, because this was a hit monkey. This was a hit monkey. And they have priority here, so I don't have to worry about Killmonger now at the end of the game. So this is 7, 10, 17, 21 here, so they have to play a 15 power thing to win, which seems pretty unlikely, yeah? Good use of priority management here in a matchup that seems like it's probably not great for us. Making sure leveraging our Beast and Falcon to keep our stats off the board and in our hand, so we were never susceptible to something like Lady Deathstrike or Killmonger most of the game. There was that one turn window, I think it was turn 4, where it was like, we need you to not Killmonger here, and instead they Professor X, and then things worked out for us. Lovely. Oh my god, are they sweating?
Victory.
Yeah, turn 5 getting to Falcon. Falcon hits 1. Not sweating, just misclick. Been there. I accept. Understand. Yeah, so the opponent's deck, Professor X is a little bit atypical in their deck, but the basic idea of what the opponent's deck tries to do is it uses Shauna to get Mockingbird down, and then it Killmongers the Shauna 1-drops and then plays a cheap death. It's like its perfect, like, ideal thing to do. Speaking of things that are ideal, chat, there's this button on my Twitch dashboard that every time I click it, it puts extra money in my bank account. It looks like it's about time to click it. We're going to take a 120-second ad break. As always, you'll never get ads over the gameplay here. We always take a quick pause for the cause. We'll see you on the flip side of that with some more Werewolf by Night. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Have you tried Rocket in these lists? I was running him over Hawkeye because it's a good top deck on 6, or if you're trying to Falcon +1. So, the problem with Rocket in these decks, in my experience, Woody, is that it's much worse with your Beast draws, because Hawkeye lets you set up that, like, one path where you build all your on-reveals and then Beast them back, whereas Rocket, you have to, like, guess where it's hitting. So, like, while Rocket's a better top deck late, it's worse as an early engine card. I think Hawkeye very consistently gets to, like, 7 to 10 in this deck, in my experience, which I think is a little bit better. It's definitely not a strict upside play, but it is. Oh, I missed we had a deck submission from Lemon's Cat. Play a deck with as many cards that have rock in the description as possible. Well, that's just Dark Hawk, right? We'll do that. Well, we can do that after we're done Werewolf bouncing. Are there any cards that have rock in the description that aren't Werewolf cards? I guess Debris and Cannonball. So it's like a Debris, it's like a Clutter, and Debris and Cannonball work together. Just like build Clutterhawk. He doesn't have rock in his text box. It's rock in the text box. Yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna play the Werewolf deck for a spell limit, but we can do that. Do that in a little bit as the next thing we're gonna do. The Ultron is showing up because my variant is made by Rocky. Typing in the search box gives you hits like that. Ultron has some of the best art in the game, not close. So he's so lovely. Is Mockingbird worth getting? She's in my shop and I can pin her. I could put her in my Loki deck, or maybe Shauna has mentioned, but I still don't know how good she is. I'm definitely planning on getting Arisha when he releases, so she's probably good with his random cards. I think it depends on what cards you're missing from your collection. I think in general, Mockingbird is a very solid and worthwhile card. I recently did a Spotlight Cache review roundup, where not only do I talk about the cards that are in Spotlight Caches, but also cards that aren't, and Mockingbird is one of the cards I recommended as a good token pickup there, just because she's not going to be coming back for a while and she's a little bit unique. My number one suggestion when you're like kind of on the fence about whether or not you want to pick something up is like consider taking a look at a site like Untapped and like typing in, let's see, it's super awkward, weirdly big. Consider typing in that card into their search box and like scroll through decks that are playing it and look if you think any of those decks might be appealing to you or not personally. Squirrels are so annoying for our Falcon. Sad. So the way Falcon works, he always returns your one drops in the order they came into play. So he's gonna bounce all 3 of the squirrels before he puts a Korg or any other one drop back in my hand. Now this is kind of fun though. We can bounce all these back, make them 0, and then they play with Hitmonkey later. This line here. Rescue deck I've been running. Thank you, Anonymous. Get that in line after our next one. I'm gonna go ahead. Well, my hand's not full. It was already full. Joke's on you, gamer. Am I gonna snap here? I think I'm gonna snap. So I'm gonna have Korg Rocks this turn, and then Werewolf, and then we'll have Black Swan into a bunch of ones with Hitmonkey and stuff. Hopefully. Ah, snapped a little too late. Rom, thanks for the brand new primer. There's a ton of great people making a ton of great content on Twitch that you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this way this month. Oh, and that's actually perfect sick, because now I can Psylocke and get a bunch of extra energy and play anything that we draw. Perfect. Lovely, lovely. It is going to be kind of important that I draw another honor reveal, so that way my Hitmonkey and my Werewolf end up in different locations. That is not the 3-drop I want to play. Almost a big mistake. Coolio, so dog jumps here, dog jumps here. Yeah, looks like there might be Cerebro 5. Actually, do I put the dog back to here so that way I could fill this with squirrels and eat them with carnage and then have the dog ends here? That's probably the play. This into this into this. My Hitmonkey triggers twice. I'm playing out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other cards. So this is gonna be 22. And then my dog is here. My dog's gonna jump 3 times, so it's going to be 14. And this will be 8, so I'll have 22, 26 here, and I'll have 22 here. Does Nocturne move? Nocturne is not moved. Ooh, that's a good call. They could get me in the middle. That's fine. It's Silver Conquest, but you're totally right that Nocturne could mess up my monkey here because they have priority. That's a good shout I wasn't thinking about. I'll still have, what is it? Yeah, gross. Oh no! Well played, opponent. Oh my god, that's a Triskelion warhead? That's so fucking brutal. Rip. RNG location got us. Werewolf is one of the sweetest cards in Snap. It remains an eternal travesty to this day that they gutted him beyond belief in terms of competitiveness. Marvel Snap is a much better game, in my opinion, when cards like Werewolf fight are competitive. It's a card that encourages you to do interesting deck building and have careful sequencing and decision making during gameplay. I really hope he is on the list of things to eventually buff back up. I think when they buffed Angela, it was one of the better changes back that they've made. Angela's a very similar card. The small scaling threats are so great. 11 hours long day, Jeff. I hope you say properly fed and hydrated. I have. In fact, there are remains of many takeout containers to my right. We're about 50 ounces of fluid into the day. More than that, 60 ounces of fluid. Going gaming. Was that a toddler at my chamber door?
No!
How was skating?
Good, I'm on the
Okay, your phone cannot be on when you're in here though. Okay, you can come see me for a minute, but your phone's gotta be off. Daddy will get a copy strike if your phone is on. You wanna come say hi? What's about that?
Daddy, I miss Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
Are you gonna come upstairs in 1 minute?
No, Daddy's working tonight, okay? But Mommy and brothers are upstairs. You can come sit with me for a minute while you're working. It's gonna be bedtime for you soon anyways. It's pretty late for a little girl.
But Dad, after you go upstairs, I'm gonna stay down here until you go upstairs. I'll go up.
Okay. If you want to watch your show, though, you can go upstairs and watch your show, okay? This is Haley. She's my youngest. How old are you?
300.
300? I was only going to say 13, but 300 is a much more ambitious number. Oh, you're going to be 300 tomorrow. Okay, so how old are you today, then? 3. Just 3? Okay. We're 3 going on 300. Makes more sense. Yes, I love you, Tiny Creature. Yep. Dear opponent, please don't Sandman me. Dear opponent, please don't Sandman me. Alright, so dog jumps here, dog jumps here, dog jumps here, Carnage eats here, dog jumps here, Falcon bounces here, dog jumps here.
Daddy, what is this?
That is Carnage.
Carnage?
He's a symbiote. He fights Spider-Man. He's a bad guy.
Daddy, Spider-Man?
Spider-Man's your friend? Spider-Man's a good friend to have.
Yeah, but he doesn't live in this.
Oh, he doesn't live in this city? You know who else is a villain, Haley? Sandman's a villain.
Sam.
You know who Sandman is, right?
Wait,
He's in Spidey Friends?
Daddy.
Yes, Haley.
I saw the sand zombie.
Oh, not the sand zombie.
Louis, it's called a night zombie. And it just sucks. No. And it's called a people.
And as is always, the most baffling part of the werewolf.
Dad, I want to sit with my show, but I want you to carry.
You want me to carry you?
Yeah, but Daddy.
As is always the most baffling part about the werewolf nerf, there's so many hard counters to it. It's just like, come on.
The future.
Yes, Healy. Alright, gamers. I know I just took a break, so I'm not gonna run an ad, but I am gonna take 60 seconds to deliver the toddler upstairs. Forgive me. We're gonna keep streaming for a while. We will get you something to eat. Yep, we'll get you set up with Mom. All right. Do you need me to carry you up, or can you walk up? You have me carry you up? All right. I'll be right back, gamers. Hear me.
Just getting my phone.
Oh, you're just getting your phone. Okay. Hey, thanks for the resubs while we were out. Appreciate that. I remember when Haley wasn't even born yet. Now she's talking. Ain't that the truth, Skyzos? Your sub is older than she is. T.O. Marshall, thank you for the 12 months. Get your sword to go with that shield. And Zappa, speaking of things that are older than my daughter, thank you for the 61 months. Appreciate the over 5 years. This is close. I wanna kick rocks into their deck as soon as possible, but I think I want to double up Nico first since we already got the bounce lined up. You submitted a deck, Angel of Chaos. Are you the Lady Deathstrike Blink deck that I got? Cause I got that one. We will give that a peekaboo here in a little bit. Would I rather bounce Korg or Iceman? I think I'd rather bounce Iceman. Yes, the rescue deck. Cool. It's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna play a little bit with this, then I've got one other in front of you. We'll definitely play that tonight. I appreciate the tip. I think I definitely want to bounce Hawkeye. And I can only bounce one more card here, and I think Iceman's better to bounce than Korg. Or I could have my cake and eat it too. Greed chat, for lack of a better term as well. It's good. Ah, damn. That's fine. I think that was worth the risk. 10 out of 10 would risk again. Oh, please don't be another Sandman deck. Come on. Come on. I'm just trying to have fun. I'm just trying to have fun. Don't Sandman me. Have a fucking heart. Sage is going to be good in junk with Selene. I would be shocked if Selene is good. I would not be surprised if Sage is good, and I could see Sage being good in junk, but I do not think Selene is likely to ever be a very good card. I mean, we're definitely staying in, and we're gonna get sandbanded, and then we'll retreat. We'll go play a different deck because people just want to kick our sandcastles tonight. It's pretty deep Marvel Snap matchmaking. Just like queue up with our sweet deck, have sweet, good, powerful draws a couple of games in a row, queue into the exact polarized hard counter. Gosh, it would have been such a gas turn, too. We would have had a what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would have a 12 power monkey, a 10 power Hawkeye. Them's the beats. Mute them before they could fist bump me about how good their game was. Think about half your opponents are bots. If you are below rank 50 or 60, there is a very reasonable chance that half your ladder matches are bots. All right, some of you probably hear that low staticky sound. That's actually a bug that Hood's audio triggers that you can't fix until you restart the client. So I'm gonna restart Snapperoo here real quick since we're gonna play a non-Hood deck next. Only rank 30, I've only played a couple days. Yeah, 100% about half your opponents are bots. Below rank 10, I think they're 100% bots. Once you get north of 50 and 60, you start getting more humans than bots. Okay, we had a viewer requested deck for all the cards that contain the word rock. So these 4 cards. And then once we're playing these 2, obviously we're playing Darkhawk. So the question remains, what are my other cards? Black Widow's an easy in. Clutter Package is good with Cannonball. White Widow too, probably, honestly. You want to fill their side of the board up. I think I want to avoid Professor X. I really just don't like the card. Yeah, Mojo. I wouldn't hate Mojo. Oh, you know who could be fun, actually? Mojo. I think I like Mojo. We can play Absorbing Man. Spell. Well, you know, I actually haven't played Absorbing Man since we got the custom card feature going. I can put my other variant on. Okay, like this one. This one? There's so many good ones. I think I like that one. Both Widow and Rock Slide go into Absorbing Man well. Although, there is some merit. Maybe we could... Nah, I don't want to blink. I don't want to blink. I think I probably want some more bottom end to fill in here. More cheap cards to play on curve. Dazzler's an interesting consideration because we're filling up both sides of the board. You play Ant-Man? Goblin Titania is not bad. I don't hate that idea. Ant-Man's a good call. Goblin Titania's a good call. Ant-Man plays on curve super clean, which is nice. I think Mysterio's too much clutter. I thought about Mockingbird, but I really, you really need a second good card to play with, and I don't think so. Yeah, Chaos, we can take a look at the list and maybe make a couple of small changes before we go. You know what could also honestly be good if we think we're filling up the board? We just like play Martyr. One of the things about having 2 5 energy cards at the top of your curve is you generally speaking want a good 1-drop to play alongside them. So Martyr and Ant-Man could both be solid choices. Did you like play Darkhawk or Cannonball on 5 and then play the other one plus a 1-drop on 6? So having a few good 1-drops to finish. Sounds nice. Yeah, let's give this a try. Seems reasonable. I really want the Justina Martyr. I agree. I want it real bad. Shoot on it. Is C6 no longer cope with Death Strike? Nope, definitely cope. Oh, fuck you. That's fine. That's fine, Ben. I didn't want to play my deck anyways. I'm gonna take a mulligan, chat. I just don't want to play a word roll game. I want to play with the cards to actually put in my deck. Play my deck, not their deck. I think the only time in Marvel Snap's history that Cerebro 6 has been anywhere close to not copium was, what's it called? When that brief moment in time when, Enchantress was, 6 power. Worked a full day, built a recumbent exercise bike, played with a toddler, had some pre-concert happy hour drinks, and Jeff is still here. Havoc, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate that. Coach B-Ball. Closed it in on a nice number of months. Thank you for the 67-month resubscription. Onslaught had 6 power in the beta. I think it was probably Cope then. Havoc with the gifted subs too. Hope you have fun at your concert. Thank you for that. I think I want to cut them off of being able to play 4 cards here. So White Widow's not huge, but I think I want to muck their lab up here. All right, so they're Loki most likely. Which one thing that them being Loki tells us is that we want to avoid putting 10 power things into play if possible to try and duck Shang-Chi. So I'm gonna explicitly not play Martyr on Shuri's Lab. 2, what was my 2? I had a 2. Nope, it's gone. I'll let you know if it comes back, but it's gone for now. The Bleak Darkhawk deck you recommended is definitely the real deal. Been having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, it's solid. It does both weekend missions simultaneously too, which is a big up. That is not the droid I was expecting, gamers. Might lose. Let's see. Yeah, negative vision. Weird collection of cards. Not drawing debris made Dazzler and Mojo feel bad. That might be something to think about. Maybe I need something else to clutter with. Oh, come on, bro! Seriously? Cannonball tried his gosh darndest. His rootinest tootinest.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Hi, I'm new to Marvel Snap, collection level 380. Can you tell me what the best use of gold is? So, when you're early on in Marvel Snap, I think there's a strong argument to be made that your best use of gold is probably just getting more credits to increase your collection level, so you collect your Series 3 cards a bit faster. The other option alternative to that is you can what's what I'm searching for? You can spend your gold on bundles like the Jane Foster bundle that's in the shop to get collector's tokens. Although the Jane Foster bundle might not be in your shop at level 380. I think collector's tokens don't unlock till you hit 500. And collector's tokens unlock cards in Series 4 and 5 like Darkhawk and other new weekly card releases. I think either of those approaches are valid when you're starting out. When you're in the endgame Marvel Snap, like you have most or all of Series 3, it's definitely optimal to... When you have most or all of Series 3, it's definitely optimal to spend your gold on collector's tokens to get new card releases in Series 4 and 5 stuff. But that does not strictly hold up when you are early on. I want to end on Rock Slide, so that way if Grand Central pulls Absorbing Man, it copies Rock Slide to give more stuff in their deck here. I was watching the Claw Onslaught Movers deck video. Can you explain what you meant? Blake the Widow's fight into Rock. LOL. Can you explain what you meant by upgrading Claw means you're more likely to get boosters? Yes. So, in Marvel Snap, when a card you have is fully upgraded, or when a card you have is missing boosters towards its next upgrade, it is twice as likely compared to other cards in your deck to get boosters. So, for example, if you're missing boosters towards I'm missing boosters towards my next White Widow upgrade, which means she'll be 2 out of 13 to get boosters at the end of the game, as opposed to 1 in 12. So, it's not that much more likely. It's like 2 out of 13 is 15% versus 1 out of 12 is 8%. It's 7% more likely. So it's not 0, but it's not guaranteed either. Yeah, clocked him up. It definitely feels like our draws when we have debris versus our draws when we don't are different. And in chat, I have an opinion on Super Skrull. He's my free Series 3, and I play tons of High Evo. I think Super Skrull is kind of mediocre. He's all right with people testing Ultron right now, but I think people are going to decide Ultron's not very good and stop playing him. He's definitely not a card you're likely to play at High Evolutionary. Yeah, which cards are ideal to focus on for your collection is a really contextual question that depends on what else is in your collection. In general, I give the advice that you should focus on getting the cards first that enable you to play new archetypes. So like High Evolutionary is a stellar first card to get because you can't play High Evo decks without High Evo. Patriot, Cerebro, Mystique, Darkhawk, cards that decks are named after, Pixie, those are the types of cards I would recommend putting your focus on to prioritize getting early. Things that like are centerpieces to a deck that you can't really replace and still play the deck. A card like Super Skrull is what we refer to as a tech card in